Good morning, March 24th. We're going to be streaming today. Streaming spectacle analysis, watching the stock market, options, futures market, rating them all. Yeah, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Birds really up 33% pre-market. Oh, look at you. Is this still from I don't know why. Maybe it's just continuation still from the insider buying. Pretty cool. Almost up to a quarter. SPY had a big sell-off this morning, almost down a full percent. I think it's some more bank scares. Could be wrong though. I haven't checked yet. I don't see any other news necessarily. Morning rad to riches. GME still kind of consolidating. You might start grabbing some leaps today, actually, getting back into it. We'll look at some levels, see what the fib level is for a pullback. I think it could go a little further, but their 10K release, I'm wondering if it's bad. Like I don't know. I'm trying to think of what they could put in there that would be that would cause GME to rally. So I kind of want to wait for that, but yeah. The top 25 hedge fund managers together made 21.5 billion in 2022, the third highest total ever. That's crazy. In a bear market, you know. Durable goods came out 8:30. Didn't see any market move on that. Almost 90% of volume on some NFT platforms is created by wash trading. Whoops. US listed shares, Deutsche Bank fell 9.7%, Credit Suisse is down 4%, UBS is down 4%, Barclays down 4%, HSBC down 3%. Yeah, that's pulling the SPY down probably. US households will sell $750 billion in stocks this year in higher rates and sticky inflation. Amid higher rates and sticky inflation, Politics says Fed rate rise was not an easy decision. Mohammed, hey trader. Acquisition. Yeah, an acquisition I think on GME's side would not necessarily be bullish for GME stock. Not in the short term at least. I feel like that reaction would be bad. Spending money in this environment, I feel like it doesn't usually help the company acquiring initially. Company that is being acquired, though, it could definitely help. Bostic says clear signs banking system is safe and resilient. It's clear. Inflation's still too high. Fed needed to remain focused on that. Comfortable Fed can navigate banking sector troubles. Deutsche Bank 5-year credit default swaps on subordinated debt spiked 30 basis points from Thursday close to 558 basis points. Deutsche Bank 5-year credit default swaps more than double from March 1. UBS 5-year credit default swap on subordinate debt nearly 200 basis points up since start of March. Bostic says the Fed has to get inflation under control, but doesn't expect the economy to fall into recession. Fed swaps fully price out quarter-point rate hike in May. Russia may extend measures restricting fertilizer exports for 6 months until November. Eurogroup's Donahoe says our banks have enough capital liquidity. U.S. oil down after U.S. holds off refilling strategic reserve. Yeah, oil's down 1.5%. That could pull market too. GME still holding. Yep. June, we had the money puts on SPY. So by June, you're gonna have Powell. Gonna have another FOMC. Yeah. I'm not sure this is the top of the rally yet. We might have another week or so of moves up. Honestly, I know it's been kind of a couple pretty big red days, but I don't think this. I think we're kind of still in a trend to upside. So, if anything, you could, I guess, scale in a bit. Go slow with it. Dutch Prime Minister Rutte, I am Rutte. He says, very unlikely we'll have a new banking crisis in Eurozone. I thought they were already in a banking crisis. ECB's Lagarde told EU leaders there is no trade-off between price stability and financial stability. European Central Bank has tools to address risk to both. Fed has lost control, says former White House advisor Gary Cohn. ECB's Lagarde told EU leaders ECB fully equipped to provide liquidity to Euro area financial system. Nasdaq is aiming to debut its crypto custody services by end of Q2. Germany's Scholz banking system in Europe is stable. Finland has signaled the law that allows the country to join NATO once its missing ratifications from Hungary and Turkey are completed. JP Morgan is planning to test new technology that would let consumers pay with their palms or faces. German Chancellor Scholz reacting to plunge of Deutsche Bank shares. Deutsche Bank is very profitable. There's no reason for concern. Everything is fine. Credit Suisse is actually a penny stock. BoxD might be a nice entry on BoxD today. It's down 16% pre-market, but look at the run it's had. Wow, it actually had a big bounce already pre-market. PayPal, nice entry. About 4 minutes to open. Bankruptcy news here on Fox D. I don't know where Don got that from. Oh, right here. Does not currently expect to file 2022 Form 10K on or before 15-day extension period. Huh. Birds. This little bull flag on the birds. The gas is up a little bit pre-market. Maybe got set up here. What am I doing? Okay, gonna share the old stream here on Twitter. On the old Discords. Thank you guys for showing up. Showing up, you guys must have bell rung and everything. That is neat. Okay, 2 minutes, we get this in here. Put a little invite to our Discord if you guys haven't joined. Free to join, you're welcome. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. 5-year low on PayPal. Hey, Jan. Hey, SHF. Advisory for another exciting day. Tape. You buzz too. Yeah, I kind of want to wait. I want to wait till Monday, but SPY's ripping up here into open. I'll wait till Monday, but maybe getting some exposure even today on GME. Gotta look at timing. Don't necessarily want leaps, but if want a lot of time. Big rally up here into open. Huh.
But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how you like it. We'll see how you like it. But Chad, you got about 45 seconds here. Like the video. Stay locked and loaded. God bless you. Call out any plays. If you have any questions, do not be shy to ask. And let's get it. It will be a pretty fun day. I think so. Let's see what the volume's like. Remember, last 2 days have been surprisingly lower volume than what we dealt with. And then obviously we're going to be watching here to see if any of these banking issues materialize further. So get ready. But 10 seconds till the bell. Get ready. I don't know what happened on the bond auction. I haven't gotten.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
2, 1.
Why does it do it sometimes? I've got to turn that off. Oh, I don't think you guys heard it. The bell rang. Thankfully you guys didn't hear that. Getting it a little high. Kick that down a little bit. Clip it.
All right, where are we at? Down 0.5% again. You were down about 1% early in the morning.
Down 0.5%.
Again, FRC is selling off. Euro Banks.
GME down 1.5.
What are the Euro Bank plays at now?
Birds is highest one on my list so far, 33% up.
UFN puts.
BBY had normal gap up 3%. Come back down to open.
Look at that A.
AMPX.
Look at that A.
You guys didn't hear the bell, did you? No. You've heard it before, I know, but this morning I don't think you heard it.
FRC selling off. Let's see. Check Big Tech again. Meta, they got upgrades. Yeah, CDT.
Did the bell ring? Oh, what in the world? This got all messed up. Oh, the bell. Sorry, guys. The stupid bell.
You put this on, Daddy.
Got my son here. Here we go, bud. Right, left, right. Oh,
Ah.
no, that one.
Ah.
That,
Ah, which one?
that one. That's so confusing. There we go. Yeah, the other one. Handsome man.
Handsome man.
Handsome man. There we go.
Two buttons.
Oh my. Yeah. Morning team. Morning access. Button. Do it. No. Close away. Okay. Curious on why birds is rallying up here still. Wonder if that's what did I say, dude? XXII. False breakout, maybe the downside. We'll see. I mean, it still broke through that low, so that's why I was like, we'll see. But yeah, gapped up 8% here. I closed those shares out yesterday. False breaks do happen. Helbis is up 4%. GME climbing up a little bit. Pretty much flat, 0.4%. Buy's giving up that little pre-market pump it just had. See if any might. I got a partial fill on the birds options. All right, I sold 20 of them. Just a little bit at a time. Sold 20 of my 2.5 April calls. Oh, I need to get rid of those actually. Coming up very soon. Yeah, the birds option chain's messed up because they only have the lowest strike they have is 2.5, so they never added lower options. Morning Ace, morning Substance. Hopefully Pink's collapsed today. Yikes. Hey, can you guys hear the Yaz? I haven't bought any calls on BBY. Today, I actually might do some cash and puts on GME. Urban 1 is up 4.5. Oh, Yaz? Alright, let me see what's going on here. How about now? Urban 1's up 4.5. Evatol's up. Ooh, Evatol. Yeah. Kill it today. You too, BX. Be pretty safe sitting in my chair here, I think. But you never know. Now your calls can print. Now the Yaz is on. Birds ripping up here. Not really. A little bit though. Cosm's up 6.5. Can't believe XXII. This one still looks nice, kind of double bottoming here. I'm thinking about a little EVTL shares though. Have they not had earnings? They're just foregoing having earnings? Oh, what? Files for offering up to 216 million shares? Is rallying on that? Hmm. That's weird.
you want it, I don't know if you could like the video.
Yep, GME is green 0.5%. Little poppy there. Poppy. 22.14 was the low yesterday. Want to look at some bibs. Buy's actually coming down a little bit. See if we're going to get some kind of specific retracement on this. Give us a good entry to go long. So kind of broke through this third one here. Might make it down a little further to the 21-27 area. But yesterday's support so far showing pretty good bounce. Have to see how it works with the SPY. Boo-boo's up 3.8. Osm 8.6, breaking out. They're not false. Hopefully it's a false breakout to the downside because it did break through the support. One's looking nice. Bird's up 44% now. It's rallying. Oh, I'd like to get out of the rest of those calls. Please, please. Anybody want calls? I'm selling them. EVTL 7.6%. It's been a while since this thing's actually had a run. I don't know if I like to go in on it after they just said they were going to offer 216 million shares though. Rin is up. Nat Gas having a little bounce here. BBY did flush. BBY flushed down 1.3%. Hit a low of 77.07. I think that's a new. No, it's not. 75 cents was the low on that pre-market dump. After they said they're going. After they said they might have a vote for reverse split. That's literally what it was. In the future, at some point, we might vote on a reverse split. And this thing dropped, whatever, 30%, 20%. Cosm, 11.25. Cosmo Kramer making an appearance. HPCO up a little bit. Help is up 4.5. Yeah. GME 2.5%. Whoa. Okay. 2.75%. That's a pretty big move there, actually. Relative to the SPY as well. Okay, that's definitely waking up. 3.3% on GME. I sold most of my long exposure yesterday, but it was kind of messed up anyways. I guess not all of it, but some of it. 23, 27, 23.30. Could start seeing a little earnings continuation. I expected it more to start next week, just being that it's a Friday. It didn't start yesterday. That's a pretty strong push this morning. We're at 10 minutes in. 681,000 the first 10 minutes. A lot less than yesterday. Buy's coming down a bit. AMC is also rallying on that. Wow, interesting. Buy's moving down. Surprised that's Silvergate's up 12%. Surprised that's enough of a move on GME to wake AMC up. Sold some more birds calls. Whee! Got more to go. I'm moving down here. How did my chicken guy do some sacrifices? Buy getting back down to its pre-market lows. It was down, I think, almost 1% this morning. Cosm 8% still. XXII 7. EBTL 4.8. SPY just coming down here though. Down to 390. GME kind of gave back some. Well, never mind. Red candle to green. Volume staying pretty elevated though on it. Not bad, 2.5%.
What's the name?
All right, SPY wick down. Now getting back up to where it was. GME kind of chilling out, 1.5% on there. BBBY pretty red here, down almost 2%. And it looks like it wants to get to that 75-cent low from pre-market the other day. Birds with a big red candle. Still up 20%. Thanks guys for your likes. A bit slow this morning getting things cranking, but I think we're good now. 19 likes, well done. Silvergate, yeah, Silvergate's up 16. Jeez, this thing has just been wrecked. FRC kind of climbing back up a little bit. Sort of, not really. Still down 4%. Cosm 8.3. Birds gave back a lot of it. It's up 17, but coming back down to that pre-market level. This thing was up to a quarter pre-market. Had a 80% rise from close to pre-market high, or yeah, I guess that's pre-market. Banks can't go bankrupt. Buy, moving back down here. Pre-market, let me get some lines drawn. Pre-market, we've got 389.34. See if GME holds relative strength. Not quite. Pretty poppy this morning though. GME's still up, just 0.5% now. I'm curious on what next week brings with the options that are in the money. If we get some T+2 action. Yeah, we had a big move, extended hours. Got a long way to climb back up to there. Birds, a little green candle. Silvergate's still up 16. Timber me shivers. It's up 12. Any news on Cosm? No news on Cosm. SPY almost at pre-market lows. Oh, Bullard's talking. Says the inflation remains too high. U.S. macro data stronger than expected. Regulators can do more as needed to contain financial stress. Not uncommon for some firms to fail to adjust to changing financial conditions. Yeah, I think Bullard's moving the market here. We got data at 9:45. Let me look at this. That also is probably giving us some volatility on SPY. Yeah, 9:45 we had manufacturing PMI. Bullard's talking, we have manufacturing PMI, services PMI. So a lot of different data is coming out. The manufacturing PMI at 49.3 versus 47.3 in February. Composite PMI at 53.3 versus 50.1 in February. March services PMI at 53.8 versus 50.6 in February. So strong numbers on there, which I think would be bearish. Deutsche Bank announces decision to redeem its fixed-to-fixed reset rate subordinated Tier 2 notes due 2028. Bullard says Silicon Valley Bank, a very unusual case, hard-pressed to find other banks in a similar situation. I mean, Powell could name 6. Is that what he said? 6. GME's bouncing here a bit. Up 0.8 to... Same with BBBY. Hit a low of 77.07. Morning, Don. Morning, Tasty. GME test 22. Yeah, 22. 22 is the low from pre-market. That's yesterday's low. Go top to bottom. Get some extensions on here. Yeah, 21, 27 here is that next kind of retracement on GME. Morning, Pablo. Buy bounce in there. There's 70% of people using Chat GPT at work haven't told their bosses about it. Ooh, I'm selling some more birds. Oh, those. Oh, I sold some of the... Yeah, I sold some of the July calls. Nice. Okay. Holy green candle. GME also. Look at this. What is happening? Is that from Bullard? Well, GME is just cruising around with SPY for now. Buenos dias! Got out of Ulta. $25 likes, thank you guys. You were short Ulta? I'm stoked some of these contracts are closing on birds. I've got 2.5 calls at various dates. Bought one. More affordable entry on Ulta. Could be, yeah. I don't think the market rally is quite over though. Snail up 5, AI's up 5. This chart is just not looking like it's gonna keep going. GTII up 4%. XXI high. Literally the same thing happened to me on HKD. Weeble's broken. Yeah, it kind of breaks through the support. It's a false break, and then it goes. Up 10%. So, gosh, man, come on, Weeble. I don't give time frames. 3 weeks, I was saying for it to be moving in the right direction. Not just hold it for 3 weeks. If it's going to 0, I don't want to hold it for 3 weeks. Dang it, Weeble. Alright, well, maybe we'll watch E-Trade today. Yeah, that's what I thought. Snapping out of it. SPY back up to the high. I think a lot of that volatility was from Bullard and then the GME numbers coming out. BBBY actually with a big bounce. It's now green. Huh. That's kind of unusual. GME holding up. 1.5%. UNS up 2.8. Yeah, XXI up 10. We'll see if this is a false break or not. But yeah, this I wanted to hold at least that level. I was giving it all the chances I need to. All that volume too yesterday. I don't know. I'm not gonna get back into it. GameStop up almost 1%. SPY rejecting a new high there from the day. Kind of interesting that BBY actually bounced out of here. Very interesting. Let's see, we got a wall at 80 cents on the ask. On Bed Bath, a sell wall. Somewhat of a buy wall at 77.98. It's not like before though, when we were up above $1, where we had crazy huge orders on the order book. Bed Bath moving up a little more here. It's a pretty big move up on BBBY back to it's actually above its open. It's up 1.7%. GME holding up 1.5. Got a line drawn here. Oh, that's support, prior support, that 80 cents. Back up to 80 cents. Buy just broke out to the upside. Bed Bath & Beyond is moving up here. Ooh, it's starting to get a little flashy. GME might start waking up too, honestly. I just wicked above that. Bed Bath's up 2.4. Breaking through that support that's built the last few days. That 80 cents. Just above that, 80.76. Up almost 3% now. Bullard's still talking. So the situation today very different than 2007 to 2009. It's very specific on what it's different than. Different than those 2 years. Deutsche Bank 5-year credit default swaps ease 7 basis points from earlier on Friday to 215 basis points. I did see an article, the guy that took it off his Dirty Dozen list or whatever. GME. You believe they were shorting and now they're buying. Based on anything in particular? Bed Bath & Beyond up 3.5. Starting to move. Yeah, BY up 3% there. GME kind of consolidating up here, 1.5. SPY just wicked above the high on the day. It's back down. I know that all the short interest levels on GME saying it's back to 20. I don't know what it necessarily means. I mean, the short interest, it's not even short interest. I'm curious on their data that they're even saying is the same. Bed Bath & Beyond up 3.8. We'll see. It might break pre-market's high here, which is getting close to it already. Let's see. Bed Bath & Beyond to cut 1,300 more jobs in New Jersey. That came out 9 minutes ago. I don't think there's any news. Not seeing any BBY news. Morning, Justin. Pretty normal, abnormal movement for it. Yeah, we'll see like kind of liquidity pumps onto times. This might be that, or maybe it's the start of an uptrend. I'm not sure. Pretty big reversal though there on BBY today. 77 cents to 81 cents. Which doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but look at the percentage. 6% swing already today. From bottom to top. Silvergate's ripping. 30%. Oh yeah. This one might be a good little bounce play, honestly. I don't know if this is partly in what Bullard is saying or what. I mean, this thing has a long ways it could bounce. Might even jump in on some action here. Reds, maybe? It's maybe an engulfing candle, I can't even see it. Alright, I'm gonna kill the Yaz for a little bit, maybe get some news going. Maybe even just shares on this thing. I mean, it's only at $1. SPY trying to edge up above pre-market or the daily high here. GME's consolidating up 1%. BBBY slowing down. It's up 3.5, near the pre-market high. Silvergate still going 30%. Might pick up some shares. Okay, I got some shares of Silvergate. Could do options. I don't know. I'll just throw around some shares. Buy kind of rejecting a bit. GME, a little red candle down, up 0.8. 3 now. Definitely bought SI at the highest. Things going crazy. But it could stop and flush quickly. It's already up to 35. I'll get knocked down. Knock it up again. GME coming down, actually almost break even. Almost going red on the day. Morning Wizard. Yeah, was that SI that Wall Street Bet kid had? Thought it was FRC. Saw post. It's down like 100K on it. Get your BBY shares now. GME's back to red. Yeah, GME's red. See if this support holds today. Might have a retrace back to maybe this fib level, which I think is what, 50%. Yeah, I think that's a 50%, which is 21.27. If we break this low from pre-market and yesterday.
To 65, that's one that you need to buddy up to you. So I think that that's something interesting to watch.
Yeah, they also can get out of their whole deal if it goes, or no, actually that's true. They got rid of that price floor. Oh, I wonder what that means exactly for them. Silvergate up 35%. Birds up 17. Revlon, HPCO plus 10. Bodies up 8. A bounce on nat gas, a little bounce on nat gas. Fubo's up 6. XXII up 7.3 there. BBY is holding out at the top. Silvergate's still going, almost 40%. So let's see here. Put a few different levels on here. Like that $2.10. I dare do some fib retracements on this thing. Jeez, that last move from 24. Crazy. Pretty good volume on Silvergate this morning also. Rid of that. So I guess the good cows for them is if their bank bottom or they got a bailout. I don't even know the news with them. GME back up 0.5%. BBY flush down. See if it holds this support that it broke through this 80 cents. That'd be pretty good. Up 2.5%. The implication of buying BBY shares. Now you own part of Bed Bath & Beyond. Bottom support on HST. No, remember back here when I broke that, I said it's not good to break that. So it also broke this level back here. So yeah, you're you've broken through those supports. Your next one down here is at 1420. I mean 1450 kind of, I guess, right here. Just for the simple horizontal support and resistances. But yeah, it's not looking too good. Silvergate up 45 now. Holy smokes. So it's definitely getting some day traders in on it right now. So 10:30, 11:30, we'll see where it settles down. It'll probably have somewhat of a sell-off by then once the day traders out of it. But this could be the beginning of a pretty big bounce on it. I don't know if there's any necessarily catalyst this morning. SPY breaking out to the upside. GME grinding back up 1.25. That's with a big green candle, but still red. Moving green. SPY's ripping here. Microsoft is ripping up. SPY about to make a new high. Apple, big green. FRC is now break even. Banks are about to just short squeeze like crazy, I think. I'm hoping that at least. Still selling birds contracts. This is the way. Do it. I feel like a bird salesman. Slinging birds. You want a bird? You want any birds? Silvergate up 45%. Maybe once it cools down, I'll get some options on this thing.
Is behind them, and as you pointed out, Oliver, some of the trends that are happening within the commodity space and other things, I think will lend itself to more activity and potential larger bookings and more activity as far as people seeking out these types of activities. So I think that looking at the trend here, the potential for us to push back
Live it in.
to those February highs, which is right around $13.
They don't need a split.
Is
Need
a
the opposite.
probability
First
here,
split.
and so I'm designed a trade example to take advantage of that.
All right, nice. Take me through it.
So what I'm looking at here is a May call spread, and again, it's a 10-13 call spread. Now that would push us back up, as I've mentioned.
Puts GME last 5 months are unwinding. Yeah, I mean that makes sense if there's fundamental reason to be long on it now. Are you winning? Silvergate 42%. BBBY consolidating up here. A hold of that 80 would be terrific. SPY's moving back down. Birds kind of bounced on that 9 moving average. Well, with extended hours, I guess. SPY moving down. Hellbiz is up 9%. Cosm 13. This one was looking good yesterday with that RSI divergence. Like it's continuing. Starbucks still going. Pretty nice 5-day gainer right there. Like I keep seeing body ripping, but then the chart doesn't look like it's been. Fubo 6.25. I think they all just give them back the next day, so look like much. Evatol's holding up at the high. Urban 1. This thing surprised me. Rocket is up 4.75. Something's definitely wrong. Someone's trying to buy Silvergate Tech. That's what the catalyst is for this rally. I think I still might sell some covered calls on my long term. Did I get rid of Rocket? Close out a Rocket at some point. Huh. Or if I just got assigned on covered calls and let it go. Thought I still had that in here. GME still up 0.7. SPY not wanting to fully break that high. It keeps coming below it. But Bath up 2%. Still holding above that 80-cent level. MC is now negative. Silvergate's holding up so far, 48%. Do expect that to come down by 11:30 or so. It's a rumor? Benzinga? I don't know if that's the catalyst that sparked this then. But it could be. It just takes a little catalyst, and once momentum gets going, don't have to do anything else. Momentum, day traders take over. 53%, 56%. This thing's gonna get halted, man. Yeah, silver is gonna get halted. GME about back to break even. They flip red again. SPY is really just chopping in and out here. JP Morgan analysts on Deutsche Bank were not concerned today about counterparty liquidity issues. Bullard would be a disaster for US to abandon the 2% inflation target. Would send the world back to the 1970s. JP Morgan analyst on Deutsche Bank, recent CDS widening is in our view related to one-way trades of de-risking across all market participants. That credit default swaps? Recent credit default swaps widening is in our view related to one-way trades of de-risking across all. Okay. Bullard says would be a disaster for US to abandon the 2%. Yeah, we got that. Yep. They don't halt bank stocks. I mean, they do. But yeah, I got you. Bye, moving down more. GME's red 0.5%. BBBY right at that support. Not sure if it's going to hold. VWAP is just below it. It's not a boat. It's a yacht. It's a yacht. You guys never named that movie. Bed Bath. Kind of right there, 80 cents. Me down a bit. Silvergate still hanging out up here, 52%. Hasn't been halted. Got a little resistant line up here at $2.10 in that area. Even do a little covered call action. Yeah, I should. That premium's crazy. Do like 1.5, still be profitable? No, have to do 2. Cost basis is 151, so that IV though is impressive. Yeah, market is chopped this morning. Starsky Nuts, you got it, Smacky Bear. You got it. It's a yacht. That's what I was telling people when they were trying to tell me not to buy a boat. I'm not buying a boat. It's a yacht. Well done. Let's sell some more birds calls. I hear the birds chirping right now out my window. Chirping away these calls. Cosmo, 12.25.
Yield. What's that trade-off? I mean, given that we
about?
did just see a big rally in bonds, it's not quite as juicy as it was a couple
Elvis,
weeks ago in terms of the
6%
return
up
you're
still.
getting. Do you think that changes the durability of the flows we're seeing at all?
It's a good question. And the difference now is, yes, your yields have come in meaningfully around the globe. But now we're dealing with a banking crisis that is starting to leak into other corners, I think. You look at CDS from some of these banks starting to creep up a little bit higher, folks getting very nervous. And so I think you're going to continue to see bonds act as a safety
SI doesn't
haven,
care.
irrespective of you're getting 5% or 3% on
banks?
your yield now. When we start to talk about
Deutsche Bank's
recession
down
and
7,
credit
but
crises and liquidity
flat.
crunches, I think any investor will flee to the
Freaking
most
Catalina wine
liquid
mixer,
asset we can
man.
get, the most safe and short duration as we can get.
Catalina wine
And to that
mixer.
extent, too, you're seeing it with mega cap tech at the equity level also. You're not just seeing bonds rally here sharply. You're also seeing the Apple and Microsoft of the world perhaps being seen as a non-bank flight to quality. I think it's really interesting what's going on with investor attitudes.
Hellbiz
It
back
perhaps
to the
ends up
highs
being
up
a recession or
9%.
not, but there's definitely very skittish attitudes across the equity spectrum.
Yeah, I saw some graphs
That's
of
a highlight
Deutsche
from
Bank's credit
your
default
most recent
swaps.
report is that the concentration is skewing even more dramatically, in particular
Back in
to
Hellbiz.
Apple and Microsoft. We've become accustomed to this over the past decade, but wow, I mean, this is at a whole other level. We're about to make a new concentration record, even relative to COVID, for these two companies. Is that right?
Yeah. And as of last
Thank
check
you
before
for
I
that
joined you here,
gifted
they're at
membership at
13.5%
Ace
this
Ventura.
morning. All right, stock's down, but
That's
they're
for whoever wants
outperforming,
it.
so their weight's going to
Click on the
increase
box
within
if you're
the
not a
S&P
member.
500.
There's a lot of you there,
you're going
Gray.
back 30, 40-year highs
Surprised
within
you
the
flipped.
concentration.
You made it
risk
through
there.
the
And I think
filter.
there's two paths you can take here, depending on your
The Ace
attitude.
filter.
Number one, you have to scrutinize what the equal S&P 500 is doing now. That's a
Smacky
reflection of
Bear.
the average stock.
It's
It
me.
had been acting pretty well since the COVID
Pick it.
lows.
Do
That
it.
started
Do
to
it.
change as we've
Do it.
shifted back into these mega cap names. And so if you want a real
Okay, you don't have
reflection of
to.
what
Let's keep
the risk attitudes
just
for the
we'll
market
just keep
are,
the bait
is
out
keep an
there
eye on
if
the equal
you want to play
S&P.
that game.
And the other one is an active passive route. If you're a passive holder, which a lot of us in the industry can
Silvergate's
be,
still up
you
51%.
need to realize
I
that
could just like day
13,
trade
14
scalp
out
this
of every
thing.
$100 you spend are going
but
into
I
two
think-
stocks. So you
I think
do
I'll
have this
just hold it.
concentration risk. And if they ever get hit, that's going to be a
It's gonna be
problem.
volatile both
And then
ways.
if you're an active manager, this is a great time to shine. Can you?
I mean, it's had a
at least
pretty
try to
good haircut,
outperform
I'd
names?
say,
I
at
know
this
that can be
point, from
difficult, but if they do
240
ever get
down to
hit,
$1.
where are you going to go? Where can you
Oh.
show your worth to the investors that are investing in your funds? So I think those are two important routes here going forward. At least
I didn't
until,
forget about you.
we get through the bank crisis going on here.
Bird's moving up a
The
little bit. Sort of
idea of
20%.
ETFs versus mutual funds.
Buy
I'm
moving up
curious,
here.
we saw a chart earlier, might come back to here, but it looks like there's a little bit of interest in some of the mutual fund stuff the last couple of weeks, but generally, is that still an uphill battle against ETFs, Todd? Is the vehicle of the exchange-traded fund holding up, living up to expectations, and generally still dominant?
Oh, absolutely. You have seen a major change since COVID and since the Fed started hiking last year. The outflows out of equities, that's really nothing new. We've seen it flows out of actively managed equity funds.
What you talking about, Willis?
Mutual funds for years now, right, as passive took over. But the new development is the
Trying to make a
outflows
move
we're
higher
seeing
here.
from
We'll see if
bond
it
mutual
actually
funds,
holds
right?
now.
Folks who have been sitting
held
on
this.
gains in bonds had the opportunity over the last year to tax loss harvest and go into the more tax efficient, more transparent, and different exposures that bond ETFs carry. I think there's just a higher preference, especially with the tax treatment. That's a key.
There's new high on
perspective here.
SPY. Filling in that
Mutual
gap.
funds outside of
393.10's the
401ks,
gap
are starting
fill.
to be a little bit in danger in a way.
394.82 area is
And I
the
suspect that you'll start to
pre-market high.
see ETFs continue to gain
UTI
market
breaking
share. They're at
out.
about
New
20%,
high on that,
fixed income AUM
6.5%.
now. That's going to keep clicking away at that, perhaps
And then
25% as we move through this decade to 30% and whatnot. And especially if rates stay higher, if we have this volatile environment, I suspect you'll see more.
You're doing
and more
cleanse,
outflows
that's a
from
good
mutual
idea.
funds going to the ETF vehicle
Go to
because of just
cash.
how
Feels good. Once you start selling, it's like you want to sell a lot of stuff, huh?
overall for every investor out
Once
there.
you sold some GME
So
shares,
are we
just
disproving the notion that
it's,
volatility in two-way
inspiring. I don't
markets
know. Makes you want to just
might,
sell stuff.
Kill the
It's like spring
ETFs,
cleaning. Start cleaning stuff up. You're like, I can get rid of more
because
stuff.
was always kind of lingering in the background when markets were only going up. And it was pretty easy to say, all right, I'll just park my money in an ETF.
Silvergate kind of consolidating up here.
There was always kind of the argument.
Yeah,
that
sure, remember
things
Day,
get
it's me.
choppy, people might want to have active managers, mutual funds.
Cosm.
With ETFs being as active as
5
they
days a
are, I
week.
guess it's just a pure wrapper discussion at this point where ETFs win.
Yeah, it's definitely a wrapper discussion. But what's also helpful with
ENS
ETFs is I can get in and
5.6.
get out during the day. And I know
Still
that
holding
makes
this
some
level.
people roll over and get very nervous that you can trade intraday. But
Not us.
yeah, exactly. But the ability to say I'm wrong and I can switch my exposure in ETF
Morning and
by
afternoon.
noon today
Morning
is a much
through
bigger
afternoon.
advantage
Market hours.
than a mutual fund, which is you only get a NAV at 4 p.m. every day, right?
SPY
that
filling that
intraday
gap. New high
liquidity,
there.
that is of utmost importance, especially to institutional traders, to retail traders out there who need to be nimble,
Birds
especially
holding
in a
up
volatile
20%.
environment.
Fury.
And I think it's also important
This
that
is actually in
ETFs
my
offer
long
this
term, I think.
dual
Yeah.
layer of liquidity, right? I can get
I
the
gotta
exchange
get rid of this
liquidity,
thing at some
or
point.
if I'm a big
I'm only down
player, I can go to the
97%
creation
though.
redemption
So
mechanism and get my liquidity
Got a lot
that
of
way. You
hope.
can't get that with mutual funds. And also, you're going to get capital gains when you start selling mutual funds by the day. So ETFs are just a superior vehicle, I think, even in volatile times too. And they also act as a price discovery.
if none of you guys are a member
to,
and you want to be, there's a free membership that's been gifted
separated from the
by
ETF
Ace.
pricing. That was because the ETFs were correct there.
Scroll
not
up and
bond
click it.
Mutual fund NAVs, and even sort a little bit
He's
with
trying
the
to keep
regional
himself
banks.
there as
They're
bait.
weak. Regional banks, heavy volume, heavy
He's
selling
Ace bait.
pressure. And a lot of the
filling that
names
gap,
called it,
moving
but
up here
folks
more.
use those regional bank ETFs as price discovery
BBY
vehicles
bounced
or
off of that
hedging
80 level.
vehicles
That's
and
great to see.
whatnot, to get the exposures that they needed. So this always backs up
GME, oh, that's
ETF as
GM.
I think the superior wrapper.
Great stuff.
Look at this chart.
Important
It's 5-minute
conversation.
candles.
Todd, thanks for the updates
like a
and some of
piano.
the reminders as well.
Thanks, Oliver.
Sure thing. Todd Stone, ETF strategist and strategist.
Silvergate moving down here a little bit. VWAP
Bank ETF, it's now up.
is pretty
As we've
high
got a
though.
little bit of a turnaround
156.3
happening
on
here.
Silvergate.
Banks trying to go positive. Regionals leading the charge. We'll see what happens to the tech trade as bonds have faded from an early bid. It seems like the market is trying to move a little bit more towards the risk on side. We're not quite there yet, but we are catching a bit of buying action. Chartmaster coming up next. We're going to take a look at
ENS moving up
Oracle.
a bit.
We're going to look also at Darden Restaurants. two stocks that have some pretty darn good-looking charts.
I'm actually
And the
I'm
mix
down
also
41%
is
on the GNS
genuine
shares.
parts.
It's crazy how
Be
much
right
that thing
back.
moves. Suppose I could average into it. I don't have many shares of that. Not much liquidity on these options either. Oh yeah, they just added options. I remember when they added it. Red candle here. Not getting squeezy yet. Just all little pops are kind of getting rejected. Yeah, I sold some more birds calls. 3 more. Whoa, big flush. That's why I sold them? That's weird. Big flush on birds back to 5%. And that's it. SI is taking a little consolidation breather here, but still looking really strong. Okay, personally, I sent him my credit card info. Abzook. Zombikas. In Uganda. It sounds like a great deal. You know it's legit too, coming from Ace. The prince will be pleased. XXII holding up here a bit, 8%. Got finger motion. Have a nice little rounding bottom, maybe. Yeah, this one actually doesn't look too bad. I do have some GNS shares. Picked them up here though. Crazy, that's 40%. But yeah, on that bull flag, I picked them up. Started to break down. I just decided I'd hold them. I don't know why. Guess it holding this level is good to see. PayPal's fighting. Buy, kind of double doji-ish candle, now red. Just choppy. It seems like it wants to come down though. GME still playing the piano here. Silvergate up 47%. Consolidating up here, which is pretty interesting. Not a big sell-off. Cosmo, Kramer, 11% there. Wall Street banks such as Deutsche Bank, Citi, and JP Morgan are undoing de facto hiring freezes after Credit Suisse emergency rescue by UBS, trying to hire the bankers from Credit Suisse.
Near-showing momentum. And then this, to me, is probably the underscore and bold third and final reason.
For all SMDs come together
14%
on GME.
in the last month. So if you were already bullish on something, or at least camp with
I mean,
a
what
higher
DD?
price target,
That they're going to be cash flow positive and positive EPS
It's going to remain the
at some
same.
point.
Only makes sense that you just like it a little bit better at the lower price.
I don't know.
All right, so the analysts taking advantage of a little bit of a dip here. That is what stood out to me, of course.
That was the hope
recent
with all of our
drop
money
after
that they'd be able to
putting
do
in
that.
highs. Fairly
I don't know what
recently, I
DD
mean, it was at the
paused,
end of
but
last year.
It was from.
So, Rick, is this rolling over? What do you? The analysts.
Oh,
obviously
that
doesn't think
DD
so,
swap
but
banks going
what does
under.
the chart say?
The analysts are basically looking for it just to get back to right around those yearly
Yeah.
highs. That's what this blue dashed line is, the price target here. I was looking at this one, and it didn't look too good to me, to be honest with you, because we broke through, first of all, the 161 level, this red dashed line here. That's about where price bottomed out a few times, and further back it topped out over there a couple times as well. And we can see that yesterday's 5% drop took us
GNS getting
below
kind of squeezy. It's up almost
161
9%.
level and our 252-day exponential moving average in purple here.
Held
Took
this
us
level
right to
nice
the
down
bottom
here.
of this channel that we've been in.
$2-ish area.
We're down about 14% or so as well since we started this downward
If you're
move
looking
here
at that,
from
yeah.
that point, and it's you know,
Little-
kind
maybe
of
a
a
little
rough
beep
looking
here and
chart
there.
to me.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not really seeing a lot of bullishness here. We were in the overbought area in terms, or excuse me,
It's a yeah.
oversold area in the RSI, a sign of weakness. We backed out of it a little bit today, but you know, just barely. So beware
Wow.
of another cross into that area here. So if we were looking for some support, perhaps the 148 level, this green dashed line.
Genuine
right
parts.
about here is where we had these previous lows, and that's also the point where
Auto
we
parts.
are seeing the lower edge of the value area on volume profile. So that's where that would be the boundary of
own?
where 60 or 70% of the trading has taken place between those two thick yellow lines. And another thing just I'd like to point out is that when you draw a trend line like this, going across the highs, a downward
Pretty big
trend line
red
goes
candle
across the
yesterday
highs,
there.
you can duplicate it and extrapolate it to the lows.
Osmo's moving
and that
up.
was right about where we ended
Almost
up
11%.
yesterday. So it's
still
always
kind of
kind of
at the same
interesting when
spot.
that works out. It can be a good way to gauge where
GNS
you might find some
getting more
potential
poppy here,
support.
almost
So to the
10%.
upside though, 161, this red dashed line that I mentioned before, that would be the next point to watch if we can crack above our 252-day EMA once again. So 148 to 161.
The one thing I'm curious about is this
Oh,
kind of
more
155-ish
GNS
area
maybe.
where we saw a little bit of gappiness over here, and yeah, it's got that big volume node, but I guess since we already kind of broke through that, then it's more likely then we kind of explore a wider berth of this range.
We could, yeah. I mean, the price action is the most
fixed,
critical
dude.
thing, I think, to be
The chart
looking
messed
for,
everything up
where
briefly.
prices bottomed out and topped out.
Sketchy.
But you're right, though.
It's
I mean,
stuck like
is
that, and I
we're
have to
kind
go
of
through
in
and
the
do all this again.
near this
I have it saved, but sometimes it's hard to find.
noticeable volume node here near that 155 level or so.
Oh, little
So
peep.
it could be interesting to see if we kind of chug our way back up to this one on the top or fall to this one on the bottom.
Okay, all right. So right now, at least we've got a decent range to work with here for the stock for those that watch it. Okay, definitely an interesting kind of rollover. with
GME
analysts
is still
saying to
playing
buy
the piano,
dip.
dude. That's
But the next
definitely
two
what that looks
charts
like.
look pretty good.
Bed Bath &
like
Beyond holding that level.
indiscriminately so,
Still
I
up
think.
2%.
Garden Restaurants and Oracle. Let's start
Yeah,
with
it's
DRI.
ripping.
Let's talk Olive Garden here,
Yeah,
Alex. So,
it's moving up
I mean,
slowly,
we're like making
yes.
highs as we speak.
Yep, it's been grinding up all
DRI
morning.
within the past week.
Yeah, powerful name. Obviously, not just Olive Garden,
I'm
Longhorn
not
Steakhouse,
hyped on
Cheddar's,
this
Scratch
breaking
Kitchen,
out
Yard
until
House,
it
Capital's
does.
Grill, a lot of names. I
Cheddar
think.
Till then,
Scratch
I
Kitchen?
just see a head and
Yeah,
shoulders.
Never heard of that one. Huh.
I've never been to one, but they're busy.
Is that in the Midwest?
Oh, we did
then?
get a crossover day on the
Might be.
MACD.
Definitely
See
got
if
them
that
in Omaha.
holds.
I've seen it, and it's never not been busy.
Really? Wow. All right.
But anyways, they just reported earnings. Those earnings were strong. They raised their full-year outlook as well. That led to the rally that you saw in response to that. And then you got the analysts weighing in here today. Two of which I have
Elba's
to
on the
share
grind
with
up,
you today.
though.
We got Stevens analyst Josh Long, overweight, price target up
So
to
we're taking
165
consolidating up
from
here. It's pretty
150.
bullish.
Saying that despite the
FRC is
near-term
down
pressures
3%.
experienced across the industry,
Deutsche Bank's
it
still down
remains
7.
impressed by Darden's operational
I
execution
moved back down to
and
VWAP.
ability to leverage its size and scale of its portfolio. This is a big, big company in so
Is it
many
NVIDIA?
markets, operating so
If
many
it
of
breaks
these
out
big
head and
chains,
shoulders, yeah, it's
and
got
doing so effectively, and it's shown. Stevens
got a
believes
lot
that
of,
Darden's is well positioned to outpace
a lot of
its peers
strength.
despite the challenging macroeconomic backdrop. And I thought this was interesting in reference to the fact that we also heard from General Mills yesterday. And one of the things General Mills says
I mean,
is
it's
people are spending more
3x
at grocery
since,
stores.
what,
That
January?
benefits us. Yet on the same day, you had
So 100% a
key
month?
restaurant brand say people are
That
still
ain't
coming to our
bad.
restaurants. So
Yeah,
it's not one
good.
size fits all.
I'm
There's
moving
just gonna be
down
winners and
through
losers, and
VWAP
Darden right
here.
now is positioning itself to be one of those winners despite
BBBY
at least
also
according
moving
Stevens,
to
that
VWAP.
challenging macro backdrop.
And I broke through
maybe a
that
little bit,
80
tighter budgets
cents.
here going forward. Barclays also weighed in,
Green,
overweight rating. They were already
1.5%
at.
though.
They do raise their price target to 173 from
GME's
168.
breaking down below the
Oliver.
the
And they talked about
ivories.
the fiscal 3 comp sales
22,
and earnings were above
14
expectation, which is impressive
was yesterday's low.
given the fact that what
Like,
we're
might be
describing
getting back
has not been
there.
beneficial for restaurants.
Okay. You know, I always forget they've got Capital Grill, as you mentioned, Longhorn in there too. they really do have a pretty well-known and regionally distributed
Suburban.
Yeah, chain, exactly. All right, so stock, I mean, pretty great. I'm just happy to see that there's a reopened trade that is working. You know, how can you be that bearish on anything in America and the economy when the Olive Garden chart looks like that? I mean, like, come on, what else? This is the heart of America here.
Yeah, the chart's not looking too bad, and they're also expecting a 15% further appreciation to get to that 173 price target. That would be not able to fit on this chart right now.
Elba is
here.
holding up
and that
nice.
would be a
It's
move
smooth
above the
action on
all-time
that
highs as
9-moving
well.
average.
So they're looking for us to kind of shoot up into uncharted territory here. Overall price shape, we can see we had this nice trend line going across the lows.
Mavis.
Tested multiple times here. A shallower trend line, less steep, going across the highs, that gives us a sort of rising wedge type pattern here. This is typically regarded as more bearish, but when a stock is kind of inching above into yearly highs over and over again, I might be a little less inclined to be looking that way here. Really what you want to look for is a breakout beyond either of the two white lines here.
down
We had
24%
a little bit of trouble
after
making
yesterday's, like,
kind of
100%
some
move.
new big resounding highs here, but we did break above
Does
the
look a bit like a head and
151
shoulders
level
there,
here,
though.
this red dashed line. That's around where we had some highs over here, and seem like we're on pace to have a good close above it here. So that would also take us
down
above the value
16%.
area, the area into more thinly traded
This had a
price
pump with
regions
GME,
here.
didn't it?
So be on the lookout for fast-moving
Here?
prices when there's not a
Yeah.
lot of volume to go back on. So support would
Jeez,
be
that
that
didn't last.
151 level. If we
Oh, they
break
had
through
earnings.
that, the 21-day EMA is where we bounced last. That was where we had kind of a bit of a dip
Right.
yesterday, but it looked like buyers were willing to step in at that point. That would
Yeah,
be
they had earnings, what,
around
this morning?
148 or so. Then 146 to 148, there's a lot of support. We've got our 63 EMA, our volume profile point of control, and that 21 EMA. So there's a lot to watch in that area.
GME down
Wow.
0.8%.
Pretty good amount of trading up here. Looks very stable. I gotta be honest.
Oh,
Like, I'm
they
not
were the
joking. I
GME
feel
and
like this
dips
is one of the most
figures.
important charts out there because there's so much fear that things are gonna go down the handbasket. How
Yeah.
bad can it be if we can all afford to go to Olive Garden and Longhorn? I mean, look, it's
BBY holding above that 80
that's
cents
America,
though.
baby. That seems like a pretty good
Spies
situation
coming
to me.
down a
We go
little
every
bit.
year for my mom's birthday.
Still
we
chopping
go to
around.
Longhorn in Virginia. Used to
See
be
if GME
Outback,
holds this
but then when I
22
was
level.
working
If
there, we knew
it
too many
breaks
people.
that,
Let's go to Longhorn.
it's kind of the
If
next
we can be
level
able
in the
to do
fib,
that
21
into eternity.
a quarter.
That's a pretty good, outcome.
It's
I
nice to
think.
be able to do stuff like that.
What's your Darden restaurant of choice?
I like the breadsticks at Olive Garden quite a bit.
Okay.
I think that's maybe a little not exciting choice, but I've always
hey,
been fond of them.
It's a staple. That's kind of what I'm saying. All right. Now, if you're in a situation where
If Silvergate can hold
the
the-
chart starts
hold the
going
VWAP
down,
up
then
there.
like, all right, this economy's in some major serious trouble. But Darden's making highs. Okay, again, my vote goes to Longhorn. Alex Coffey, what else we got? Oracle, also looking pretty good, right?
It certainly is, and it's got a price target height today, but it's a neutral rating. And this is from UBS, analyst over there, Carl Kirstad. Price target, though, is bumped up to 90 from 87, so somewhat negligible in terms of the size of the rate high or the price target hike here. But nonetheless, it is still a price target hike. Really focused on one particular aspect of the business, and that, of course, is the OCI, also known as the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. It's become a more meaningful part of the Oracle growth equation, and both Oracle's presentation at OCI Day and the firm's checks leave it modestly more constructive on the potential of that cloud business, and that's essentially the reason for the modest uptick in the price target. So we know a lot of these legacy names have tried to become bigger and more meaningful players within cloud and some of these more growth areas of tech. And Oracle's been relatively successful with this. It's not been Microsoft, it's not been Amazon, it's not been Alphabet, but it's tried its best to stay relevant, and it's getting more confidence, at least from UBS, in what they've recently talked about.
All right, it's the Olive Garden of cloud. it's the staple, it's the old reliable. Might not be the fanciest, may not have the most growth potential, but when push comes to shove, the stock's doing a lot better than so much else in its sector the last year, and it seems like we're pretty stable up here around 85 bucks.
Yeah, that $90 price target is, as Alex said, kind of a modest, is the word I was thinking of, a modest 2.5% rise from where we are now. Basically would just take
You
us
would be buying
near
here,
the
Ace, because you were
closing highs
selling
that
near
we saw.
here.
We made intraday highs that were a little bit higher, but that
Olive
would be
Garden
about
expensive?
our best close there.
Not really. It's just like a
Interesting
normal chain
chart
pricing
in that
restaurant.
It's rare, not rare, I guess. Let's say uncommon.
No,
Uncommon to
it's
see
a
such
sit-down
clearly
restaurant.
range-bound series of price action here.
It's like
Just
a
basically
Chili's or an
moving
Applebee's
sideways
or
between 86 and 90 for months
a
at this
normal
point.
chain restaurant.
We did have this uptrend, though, to keep in mind here.
That has to be
We
18.
were trending upward here. It looks like it became support here as well.
18 on what,
and then
GME?
once again became resistance near this area. So it can be worth it to watch these
Silvergate
lines,
looks like
even
it's
if
breaking
maybe
out a little bit.
price moves
Yep,
beyond them a
Silvergate's
little
going
bit.
again.
Just try to extrapolate them in the
It
future.
makes new
into
high
the
here. It's up
future and see what happens
52%.
here. So looking at
Little consolidation
the
to
rest of the
VWAP
chart here,
and
we can
traders
see
are back
that
in it.
the 86 level, this light green dashed line, that's the bottom of our range here. That would be some potential support. We can also see that we've got the
Olive Garden's
yellow
more expensive than
21-day
most
EMA
fast food,
and the
yeah.
orange 63-day EMA
But
kind of
it's
bookending it as well. So there's once
priced
again
like
a lot
other
of support to the
chain restaurants,
downside
I
here
guess.
in this name. Check out the RSI as well. We were trending down for quite a while here as price drifted sideways, just kind of reflective of the lack of directional conviction, really very little momentum one way or the other. To the upside, 90, actually pretty much the same as that price target we had. That would be a
GME
good
moving
point
down a
to
little
watch
bit.
for
It's down
a potential
1%.
stall and trend as it has stalled so many times in the past.
Okay. So Oracle
That
not
Bath's still up
going
about
crazy,
2.
but maybe that's a good thing right now.
Holding right above
Analysts
that
think it's worth a couple
80
extra
cent
bucks.
level.
Hanging out between 86 and 90 seems like a
Two
win
with some
for those who've been in the
breadsticks.
stock.
Silvergate
Thanks,
hasn't
Alex
made a new high
Coffey.
yet, but it
We'll get an
might.
update on Celsius
It's up
Holdings, the
56%.
energy drink, when we come back, and then it's market meetup time.
See what happens once it starts to get to some of these resistances up here. Oil prices could hit $90 by summer, Scott Sheffield, CEO of Pioneer Natural Resources, has said. Maybe nat gas would go up a little bit too then. SI just broke out there, Silvergate, new high, 182. The circle is round, shared the two bull flags we got going on with GME. Here's the 4 hour and then what, like the monthly, I think, or the weekly. Or yeah, no, this is the monthly and this is the 4 hour. They're the same picture. Yeah, Evital making little moves this morning. We were watching it. I thought about jumping in. Didn't have the volume trigger you liked, but the chart looks pretty nice. Got a little rounding bottom there. We've got MACD and green over the 9. Maybe setting up a little cup and handle. I don't know. Elbiz holding up 9%. This had a huge pre-market move. Or was that? No, that was after hours. What was that from? 40% after hours? Weird. This one might keep going to kind of fill in that area from pre-market. Silvergate, new high, 60%. Breaking out here. Broke out from that consolidation and we're off. Green holds 22. Olive Garden's good. Trash it. Nothing wrong with it. Stack of 2 calls on Evital. How do you even get in and out of those? Isn't that pretty liquid? SPY's moving down here a bit. Very illiquid. Can't believe you trade these. I guess that's like me trading birds contracts. Yeah, I've been selling birds contracts today. This little pump on birds has put a little liquidity into the options chain. And it gave up quite a bit of it though. I don't even know what this is from. There was insider buying this day, but then it had a big pump here. I even sold some of my 100%ers. And then the other ones I'm break even on. I'm trying to get out of those for April. I have 42 left of them. GME's down 1% now. Silvergate up 61. BBBY still holding that 80 cents. This chart's looking pretty nice. Oh, you worked there? Nice. Very nice. How much? Volume like on this thing. Jimmy's volumes continued to taper down from that first day. Probably waiting for volume to start accelerating before he really found a support. Buying pressure. Probably a good sign. 1.8 on Silvergate. 65%. You're playing the contracts? Yeah, I thought about getting some contracts. Figured I'd wait for it to cool off. But I don't know. I got shares of it this morning when it started rallying. We'll just hold them and complain about it later. Sounds like a plan. That's a lot of IV you're paying there. I was gonna do spreads, but yeah, I'm looking at that 210 level as maybe resistance. But so far this rally has been very nice, very clean price action. Little bull flag, breaking out, another little bull flag, VWAP support, another breakout. If we can do something similar, might not though, because these candles are starting to get pretty big. So might have a bigger flush when it starts coming down, when the momentum stops, especially with VWAP being this low now. 70%. GME edging down 1.5. Next week's, yeah. Someone dropped 20K on it. Time in sales, or talking about like a saw post? 12,000 bid order at 80 cents on BBY, and then at 37,000 at 79.74. Not much of a sell wall until 82 cents.
The balance sheet is supportive of assets, because what's happening effectively is as banks are,
We'll say it's been for a whole week.
or the central bank, the Fed, is buying.
Yeah, I mean this
high-quality
bounce out of the
collateral
open
from
was
banks. They're giving them
kind of
cash,
unusual
course,
for
to meet
BBY.
deposit redemptions. So
Usually,
effectively,
if we do get a rip,
central
it's
bank or this Fed is
kind of
buying
firm open and then it drops,
treasuries
but
from private
it's kind of the
banks
opposite.
or
It
regional
dip
banks.
and then
so
a rip.
what is QE?
And
It's
now it's holding
effectively the
above
Fed
that
buying
support level,
treasuries.
which
So
is
I look
great
at
to
it
see.
as
Broke
the
through,
implied form of QE. And that, I
broke
think,
through
is
it, and now it's
supportive
using
of,
it
at the
back
very
again as
least,
support.
equities. And
So
maybe
kind of a
that's why
double
we're
bottom
seeing
really
the
forming here,
telecoms,
actually.
Communication services, technology, and even discretionary stocks.
I do some more
perform
cash
quite
secured
well.
puts.
Okay. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's a
getting
nice
that
looking kind of.
outperformance today, but
Looks a little
Nasdaq
weird on
having
the hourly because they
trouble
were
going
wicks, but
positive, not quite
I'd say
there
it's a double
yet.
bottom.
Apple a little changed, basically frozen on the day.
Well,
As I
MACD's been
mentioned,
bullish for a while.
bonds started off real strong but faded. The dollar's pretty well bid. this idea of rate cuts that the market's pricing in, though, Scott, that has been this, carrot dangling in front of us over and over again, and we never get to it. The market gets real excited about potential cuts. We've done this like every quarter for like a year and a half. And then as those cuts get priced in,
Dude, I can roll these 1.5s
financial
for.
conditions loosen.
Yeah, I feel like I could have
inflation
rolled them
sticks around, the cuts
better
get priced back out.
earlier.
I mean, why would this time be any different unless there's a major systemic explosion beyond what we've already had?
You know, that's the what we call the quintessential definition of insanity, right? I mean, we just keep doing it.
I put in order to roll my
over
1.5 cash
and
good puts on BBY.
Something different.
I'm
I don't
way
think
up at
that
the
we
ask though,
can
so
expect something different. Not yet. I mean, there's just so much going on, especially again with these banks. You know, when we have talking heads,
probably won't fill because it's
and
big
I
spread.
won't mention names, but saying that
but if we start to rally, it
how,
might.
and this is a quote, we're talking about really poor management and horrible decisions. All of a sudden,
Just gotta figure out when I'd like to let them get assigned to take the shares.
And I think that's what's happening. I think the focus is on
could be
the
today,
poor
but
management of some
I
of
want
the
a little
bank
more price
stuff. I mean,
action.
these banks have been able to, and
more
not
bullishness.
just banks, but financial institutions as well, have been able to just get away with all kinds of things. Well, the investor now is demanding scrutiny in these areas, and until that gets met, I think that we are going to have that quintessential
kind of rejected
in front of us
$2 breakout on SI.
Okay.
198.
Well said. Appreciate it, guys. George Till, Scott Durfee. Nice close to the show here.
Still not like crazy big flushes down yet. I mean, this thing is holding up very well.
Morning Trade Live. We'll see.
Seems like the rally might be sustained. We'll see what like 12 and 1 o'clock bring. After the day traders are out of it, what levels it can hold. But might be the beginning of a bounce, big bounce on SI. Elba is kind of moving up there a little bit. Microvision breaking out, up 10% now. Chart looks pretty nice. Yeah, you've got a RSI divergence there. And you have one here. You even have it on the weekly. Might get a little exposure on this one. What are the options like? Some liquidity in there. A little thin. Maybe shares on this thing? That IV is actually not very high. Need a win. No, I screwed up from here. Well done. Sometimes if you need a win, you just gotta take it. Take the win. Get the momentum. Yeah. Microvision moving up. Silvergate. Wow, Silvergate's bull flagging up here. We'll see. Break of that 2 level. I mean 2.5, I guess. 2.25. Where's this thing hit? Yeah, like 2.5. We'll see. There's definitely some volume in here where it was traded. So, yeah, probably some resistance at 2.5, and then really there's a pretty big vacuum all the way up to like $5. That would be a big break, breaking all this volume out. Might save that for another day. I don't know. Cherry Dr. Pepper has been the least volatile stock. Praise be to heaven. What's that saying from? What's the saying? Praise be to Yevon from? I don't know. GME right at that support. 22, 24, down 1.5%. I think a break here. We're going to probably see this next fib level at least 21.27. Then after that, 20 or 1940 even. See what SPY's doing. It's basically trading with the SPY. Still a lot of options that will be in the money probably this week that weren't. So, but as you see, the chart's been coming down, so there's been a lot of selling of those options also. But they'll probably still, probably still have some action next week. We were like, what, 18 or so, 17, so all of these are now in the money. Just there hasn't been much options action on GME in a while. 25's got 10,000 for today. Yeah, next week doesn't have it loaded up too much either. Oh, Bed Bath, little green candle here showing more support. I'm actually, I'm liking it. I think I want to do some more cash secured puts on it. That double bottom looks nice. The bullish news yesterday. Probably do one strike this time. Not bad, man. I guess because it is in the money. UI moved up a little bit here, up 2.65%. What the heck? That just fill? Oh, dude, I feel like I did something wrong. No, I just got a great fill on that. What? Did it at the ask? No, not at the ask. Yeah, weird. Make sure I shorted them. I did. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Got a great fill. Thanks, TD. Well done. So these are for next week's. Next Friday, one.
Daddy, look at my hat. There's feathers on it.
Yeah. A nice hat.
Captain hat.
Captain hat. Oh my gosh, he's so friggin' adorable. BBY next week. $1 cash secured puts. Moving up pretty good here. I thought about even doing a kind of a cash secured put, and then I was gonna do it on GME, but doing one of the cash secured put and then buying calls with the credit. Like maybe leaps, maybe like one leap. BBBY. Yeah, something seems wrong about that. I guess because it's in the money, but yeah, it's $500 in credit for 10 of these. No, 20. Crazy. Look at the... Oh, BUI just getting kind of poppy there. We'll see. This thing might be about to go crazy. 3.5. It's, yeah. Let's see. It's so freaking volatile, dude. I mean, these candles, they go like 3%, 3.5. It goes by 1% like every tick. All right, BY at the high of the day. See if it breaks. It's up 3.6. And maybe April calls. The IV on these. Still really high, probably. New high on the day on BBBY. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy the amount basically that I received in premium. So 20 or I guess $500 worth. Didn't want to buy calls in this thing, but let me see. Looking at April, what dollar calls? 237. Premium sucks, but it's just held up. It's never come down. What are you gonna do? So 1 calls for April. Okay, so there's probably a fancy name for this play. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, it's kind of breaking out. I put it at the bid, so might not get filled on that. Yeah, I don't know. Market maker's pricing in something big. Big money's pricing in something big. It's not come down. So I don't. It's kind of bullish, I think. Moving up there. BY's up 4.5%. It's not waking up anything else yet. SPY's coming down. Uh, 5.5%. That's what I'm saying, dude. This thing. Good volume coming in there on Bed Bath also. So broke pre-market's high. Pre-market's high, is that right? Pre-market high? Pre-market's high? 5 of the week. Dude, the inverse beta, I'm telling you. It gets real. Side test 195 again, that might be rejecting a little. If it breaks, holds. Yeah. Yeah, SI holding those levels, we might be at the beginning of a big bounce. And not just a quick little thing. Morning, Kuro. Final Fantasy games? Short starting to cover AEI. I don't know, something's happening with BBY though. Or are you saying short's starting to cover? All failed attempts at dodging 1,000 straight lightning bolts. Morning, Gene. BBBY for 500, Alex. What is dumb retail? SI 72%. Maybe this is up 10. I might change this order. Oh, actually, I might want to let these. Hold on, I gotta cancel this. Might let my 1.5s get assigned today if this starts to get crazy. That's probably I'll probably have a lot more upside exposure doing that than just rolling the in the money cash cleared put. I'll move that up to 14. Do 34 run. Okay, so that filled. We'll see. So that's BBBY April 1 calls.
This is your scan.
Rose, go throw it in the trash. Alright, get a little red candle there on Bed Bath. Good to see though. I mean that double bottom that formed. It's the first time you've really seen a double bottom. We've seen inverted head and shoulders that failed. We've seen engulfing candles that have failed. We've seen RSI divergences that have failed. Basically every bottom formation that I use we've seen has failed. But we haven't seen a double bottom yet. So maybe that's the one that'll stick. At least flattening out again that would be good. Flat is better than down. Thank you. This is a message brought to you by Happy Money.
It was trying to break up above 25,000 at a very hard time. It's only of late where we started to see 28, 29,000 again. This as Coinbase gets the Wells notice, and you have a lot going on, a lot of moving parts in the world of crypto. What do you hear?
When it comes to crypto, it's still it's a budding industry, right? And if you think back to the .com era when we talked about companies being web companies, and nowadays every company is a web company. Right, so we talk about crypto and blockchain as a very specific niche sector that I think will begin to grow to the point where established companies will use the technology and it won't necessarily be specific to that industry. For example, things that the NBA or Adidas has done utilizing NFTs and blockchain technology is really interesting and is value adding. But when it comes to pure crypto plays,
okay, GME
like
hanging out the support here is
I think
5 flushing down a bit. Low VWAP.
Because Bitcoin itself,
Silvergate
aspirationally should be
just clipped over 2,
gold, right? And
20 or
I think
2.03, so $2.03.
Like that. Again, to an extent,
pretty big
in the
level
last couple
here.
Weeks,
Should have maybe just gone all in on Silvergate.
Stable, but I see a path where Bitcoin
I mean, it's
does
just look at the chart. It's got more upside than BBY. It's at $1, like BBY basically. 239 is a high.
Of crypto, and
Maybe as long of a shot as BBY.
When something else comes along that is
big red candle on BBY.
I don't want to leave out your transitional role that you've had.
Big red.
You were at TD Ameritrade. You were on the
No, it's still good though. Up 3.3. I like it.
International business here at Schwab. Just quickly, you talked about the multi-currency trading capabilities, just the transition. Anything you'd like to add?
I might do on these long calls. I might actually do some poor man cover calls on
for
it.
10 years, so that's where a
Since
lot
Ivy
of my
is still just
expertise
crazy.
lies, is in the fixed income markets. Now I'm on the Schwab side and international
I don't want
markets,
to.
and I think both tend to be areas that
I don't want to do it on my
clients
shares at this
are maybe
price,
underallocated to.
but maybe on those calls I'd be happy to.
I've noticed over the years that clients are most comfortable investing in U.S. equities, right? And that may result in an underallocation to things
It's
like
over,
fixed
boys.
income, international
Thank
investments.
you.
So I'm very excited to work in
Y'all
those
announced
types of
emergency
areas
meeting?
to help
Is that what this is
educate
going
the
on? Let's see.
masses and to get them to feel comfortable with making those decisions.
Sure.
And one thing I'm really excited about regarding the combined firm in the future.
Biden's landmark clean
is the
energy
fact
law
that
will cost roughly
clients will
1.2
now
trillion,
have
3 times
access
more
to
than the official
trading
government
foreign
forecast.
currencies and holding foreign currencies, as well
What's
as
another
access to the
1.2 trillion
Thinkorswim
between friends?
platform, which is something TD never offered.
3
the
times
multi-currency,
more than their
Schwab never
forecast.
offered Thinkorswim.
Like it wasn't already
So
outrageously
clients should be
expensive.
excited about
U.S.
what's to
Energy
come.
Secretary Jennifer Granholm has said it will be difficult this year to refill the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Use their money and put it to work and
More than 2 in 5 adults think we're in a
Great
recession.
to see you, Matthew Peterson.
Thank you so much
for being here with
It's a
us
pleasure.
today. Matthew Peterson, Senior Product Manager, Schwab International. Plenty more to come right here on Trading 360. Our 360 Spotlight looks at the post-pandemic
Foreign bank not covered by swap lines maxed out. FIM repo? Or FEMA repo? What's this you're sharing, Nighthawk?
We'll check that out.
Why the heck aren't you ever on
360 round looks
YouTube
at
chat?
the energy markets as crude oil prices continue to
Suggests a
dip.
central bank in need of dollar liquidity.
3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat goes to the technicals.
Uh-oh.
Joel Hawthorne takes us through the trades for Wells Fargo.
Yeah, there's no news that I've seen on Bed Bath yet. Finance says withdrawals are resumed. Might be a good idea to withdraw out of crypto. Where's Jason? 5 bouncing here on that support level. GME also. I don't want to get a GME leap. Yeah, I'm going to. Ones I got yesterday, was that yesterday? What was it, 25? I'm gonna get ones. I'm gonna get a leap. I'm just gonna get January's again. $22.5. Get one. 22, put a bid out for it at least. These things have come up like 100% since that earnings pump. And I do want to sell cover calls on these though. Just make sure I close them out before earnings. The 10K coming out on GME, SI breaking out new high there. I feel like it's maybe more likely to be bearish news. So probably inverse myself and get exposure before it comes out, in case it's bullish. A lot more BBY. Noise. Silvergate's up 80%. This thing hasn't halted all day. Microvision 12. Help is holding up 9%. GTII up 8. Silvergate's over $2. Look how much the VWAP's come up. This is really strong, man. We should have gotten more. 33% on shares, on the equity. Thanks for your likes, guys. Appreciate it. Kind of an exciting morning kicking off here. Silvergate, BBBY kind of double bottoming. We've got 35 likes. Much appreciated. All the support is doesn't go unrecognized. Volume today on Silvergate's insane also. Maybe I should sell some covered calls on these calls I just bought. Got 28 days on them. I'd like to. Problem is 1.5 strike doesn't net a whole lot of premium. Go out to I'll wait a little bit. Just got these signs that look bullish. Don't maybe jumped on cover calls yet on it. Heavy breathing noises. Tempted to close some more GME, are ya? Need discipline sometimes. I mean, you scaled out. You were doing it right. You're sticking to your plan, but then you went with the rest of it because you wanted the momentum. You wanted some wins, which makes sense.
Upside for some potential resistance. I chose to include standard
Stares at
deviation channels on this chart. Standard deviation channels.
I know that's the thing. Like GME's got good fundamentals now, much better, and it's still at a pretty decent price. But compared to BBY, if it has any sort of news announcement, like the upside is just
that we broke through the -2 standard deviation
so much
channel.
bigger than
We're well on our way to hitting the -3 channel, which would come in near the 34 mark. So that's a potential place.
I don't either. I sell covered calls right in earnings and then hold. And those covered calls are the lower strike than my long calls.
It also can be useful to look at the direction of the channels themselves. You can see they're sloping downward. That gives you a clue to the overall trend.
Yeah, GME bounced on that support. That's pretty good looking.
It's a noticeable one right now. Especially,
I bounced right there too at the low.
Here, the RSI is deeply in the oversold territory.
Tight little choppy range here on the market.
Here. So really, overall, it's just simply not looking like a good situation
Mavis,
for anyone bullish in this
Microvision at the highs, 13.25%.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for that. I mean, it just the clarity is there. Your thoughts,
This one did look good. It's got that RSI divergence on the daily and on the weekly.
Overall, I mean, when you talk about Deutsche Bank, for example, just the fact that the
high there, $2.40.
basically shot higher to ensure the default. This is makes people uncomfortable. You just don't love to hear this about the banks overall. Final thoughts on Wells Fargo or the banks?
I think overall, I think the banks are going to
GME's
continue
bounce on that
to
support, so
kind of get these
good
negative
look so
headlines. I
far.
think also as they continue to pour in and we kind of hear this news, it's just only going to add to much more uncertainty, and the market does not like uncertainty. And I think that's one of the main reasons why we're seeing this volatility that we've had over the past couple of days. Every single day we come in, there's more headlines about these banks. And I think people are going to run for cover. So because of that, I'm bearish in Wells Fargo, looking to sell the 39 call, simultaneously buying a 40 call, putting on a bear call vertical spread, collecting 14 cents. Break even is 39.14. And
one to get puts on Wells Fargo and buying power.
Now, 35 and change, and this trade expires April 6th. But I don't want to chase these lows because obviously with so much news coming in so rapidly, a U-turn can happen at any time, and I don't want just to get ran over and this trade kind of runs back in my face. So giving myself a little bit of time and a little bit of price action room just in case we do get some breathing room.
That's one extra week.
Yeah, I mean, there are some folks who are out there saying, look, buy the big banks. They're saying going for the money center banks. But as you said, there's just
he's a fellow Wells Fargo hater.
And, you know, you just don't see them turning around so quickly. Let's get to Peloton, which this one you're bearish on for Peloton. Tell me a little more about that story.
Nicole, I want to love Peloton so bad. I mean, this is one that I was trading, mid sixes, about 660 or so. A few months back, and I've noticed just as a consumer that they've poured a lot of money into advertising as of late. You can't watch any sporting event or any television show without seeing one of their ads. But this is one that just on the chart, each time it does make a swing high.
I know you're thinking about moving GME to BBBY.
And revisit some lows. So
I don't know anybody who's X Radio.
I think in the short term I'm bearish here as well. Would love to see what Rick has to say about the chart, but definitely right now in the short term, definitely bearish.
It's sort of that, it's not quite a one-hit wonder, but it's a one-hit wonder. And there are a lot of people who've been cheering for Peloton, but it just doesn't seem to make that turnaround. Rick will show us the charts and tell us what he sees.
Yeah.
Like it, but we are still in an uptrend off those
I'm wondering if we're going to get
lows,
some movement next week on GME also.
666, trending upward from that point, but we're getting very close here to that
trend
line. We've been trending downward in this channel ever since our last earnings. We're down about 48% since the start of that downtrend that began here. So really pretty rough. But consider as well, we're also up 37% from the yearly lows. So it's one that has
holding
been
above $2.
seeing some movement for sure. And we can see here that this recent down move took us below our two shorter-term exponential moving averages, our yellow 21-day, our orange 63-day. It also has taken us quite close to the volume profile point of control, near the $9 mark right here, which is roughly in confluence with our trend line. So if this stock was going to make a bounce, I mean, that seems like a logical place to do it. If it breaks through to the downside, it could continue to get up here,
it was higher than that.
this name. RSI is not going to be favorable for the bulls right now either. We're quite low. We're just on the verge of that oversold area, which would be another bearish signal here. If we do break through this name to the downside, the $8 mark.
I don't think we're seeing anything close to that on SI though.
That's about
I'd have
where
a little
we saw
pump.
our previous lows here. That's also the edge of the value area, according to volume profile. So there was really very little trading below that mark. In terms of resistance, if we kind of pull ourselves together and regroup and start trending higher, the $11 mark, this red dashed line,
160
represents
for sure.
some
Everyone
old
knows
highs, as well as the yellow 21-day exponential moving average. So between those two levels, that would be the places
bounce
to watch.
here.
The $8 mark, the $9 mark, and the $11 mark.
Okay.
I'm getting these longer term on GME on like my Theta account, my Theta farm more or less. So it's not.
It definitely is. It is
much safer
very
account.
Interesting as well, Nicole.
Suppose on my
I would agree
account I
with you
mostly
both.
lose money on. I can get
That's
shorted
why,
and stuff.
even though I'm bearish, I'm selling the 1050 call, simultaneously buying the 1150 call that expires April 6th as well, collecting 14 cents again. Break even's 1064. We're trading 915 at the moment. So I am anticipating possibly getting a bit of a bounce
holding up at these levels
near that 10.
Good. Not a big red candle, but
marker. So, and
still
who knows? if we get there and find a little short-term
we
resistance,
might have finally hit a bottom on
that's what
BBBY.
I'm anticipating between now and April 6th. But this is one that just can't find its footing. I've tried to be very optimistic about it. All my neighbors have a Peloton.
All my
I
homies.
think people love them, the ones that have them.
All my
I
homies
don't
hate
have
Peloton.
one, but we'll see.
Planet Fitness calls Peloton a fad. Wow.
Of
I don't
course.
know. I mean, everybody I know that has a Peloton,
Which bank is
like
good?
you, Joel,
I don't know.
have one.
Yeah.
But
I like
they
JP Morgan.
do seem to love it. Stock's up 15%
I like this one.
this year, but as we've seen,
I think with
obviously well
the market crash,
okay, let's get
probably
to
imminent,
the other story,
we'll see
and it's
better
been a
prices
theme,
still,
and
so
that
I'm
is
not
people
buying it
moving
yet.
to
But
tech almost as a
I mean, this thing
safe
hasn't even come
haven
down that much.
since the banking sector has faltered.
So.
Concerns about recession. People have been moving their money into tech. Your thoughts on Intel, where you are bullish?
If I wanted to bank with some divvies.
I think, as we know, it's a lot of institutional money.
GME is showing pretty good support there.
Just
Same
a lot
with
of
SPY.
risk-on-only investors.
I'm in
We
back
know
to
there are
VWAP
some retirement accounts that can only go risk-on, and tech has always been a sector that has been very appealing for those kind of investors. But Intel, as we look at the chart
kind of
on
like
the
a
daily
pennant.
chart, 52-week high is 52.51.
Type deal. I mean, definitely this 5-minute one that we broke out of.
24.59.
This one's
This is
kind
one
of
that
setting up
has
another
been
one of
beaten
sorts.
down quite a bit this year, but I am looking at the recent events. They've been really trying their best to make some changes. And I think that they're trying to get a bounce here. So I am trying to be as optimistic as I can. Currently trading near 29.56.
Safe,
as of
safe.
late, this week, even
You sure
with
you can't
yesterday's
confirm 160?
volatility, Intel was still
Please
green.
confirm.
And the option paper showed that there was some higher call action that showed that investors wanted to be bullish and wanted to be long.
GME grinding up
I
here.
want to look at that. And
I don't think they're going to let it run
definitely be
today,
bullish as well.
but next week we could get some maybe continuation.
Take a look at the Intel chart.
Earnings continuation on this thing. We'll see what the market's
Yeah,
doing.
we were in a long-term downtrend starting with those yearly highs. We're down about 43% from that point, but we seem to have stabilized a bit once we hit these yearly lows here just above the 24 level. Since then, it's been pretty noticeably sideways between let's call it 25, 25.50, 25, and 31 to the upside. So you can see our green line and our red line are encompassing most of the price movement that we've seen since
SI on
August
SI
or
is
so.
77%.
In terms of the overall
is neat.
technical picture, it's looking like it's improving. It's looking a little bit more bullish here. We're trending upwards since our more recent excursion to the bottom of this sideways range. Our moving averages are starting to trend up, our two shorter term ones at least. The faster moving average, our yellow 21-day, is crossing above our orange 63-day, our slower one. Not necessarily a great trading signal, but it's an indicative that the trend is starting to change perhaps to the upside. We also are breaking above our volume profile point of control near the 29 mark here today. So 29 will be a level that I'd be interested in seeing if we hold heading into the close. RSI, not really telling us too much here out of the ordinary, mostly just kind of following price action, but we are tilted above that midline here, that 50 level, which denotes bearish momentum from bullish momentum, so we are more on the bullish side of the camp here. Obviously, the point to watch to the upside, as I've said, the 31 level. Beyond that, 252-day exponential moving average near 33.50. To the downside, we've got our two moving averages right on top of each other near the 28 mark. So that could be an interesting support confluence to watch. So that would be a spot we'd really need to hold on to if the move starts to fade.
All right. Thank you for all of that. Rick Ducat, a good look there at Intel. Just a quick final thought, Joel, on the S&P 500. I mean, right now we're sitting at 39.22. I mean, people watch 3,800 on the downside, 4,100 on the top. What are you thinking here? Where are we heading?
Great question. For me, as I kind of glance at the charts, I got a bunch of screens in front of me. I'm looking right now. I think that right now, as we look at the S&P, if we do start to fall, I think it would not be shocking for us to see that 39.20 get tested maybe before we get a bit of a bit of any kind of support if we do start to fall. I think right now what we're going to have to pay very close attention to, though, is what is demand like for these options that expire today. There are some the daily options that expire today in SPX are going to really dominate the narrative, I think, today. So that's going to be being watched very closely. So I think that's where we're headed. I think that's really going to be the narrative for the rest of the trading day today.
Joel and Rick. Thank you, Joel Hawthorne, head trader and CEO at themorningsnapshot.com, and our own Rick Ducat. Great job with the charts. Thank you both for the big three today. Okay, coming up next, we'll spotlight the U.S. manufacturing industry.
It's not even noon yet.
That we are seeing
73 million.
The COVID pandemic.
Nice. Yeah, free float's only 27 million. Oh, wow.
We'll be right back.
There's outstanding 31 million. Of course, I'm going to want more if it goes even more crazy, but I'm content with my position on a bank that's probably going bankrupt. Side chasing. On a longer term, maybe not. But I think intraday, you'll probably have a better price in here. Probably going to move back to VWAP at least. And you know, you could get a sell-off back to $1, $1.50, or but it's very strong, especially now it's 11:30 and we're starting to see less volatility, less traders on it, and it's holding up. To me, that looks good for a continued rally, maybe not just a one-day pump. There is no float. Did I just convince you to buy it? GME's now green, moved up almost to VWAP. I'm trying to figure out if I should roll these cash secured puts or let them. Should probably roll them. Got a lot of exposure on BBBY, and I added to it today, so probably be wise to roll. Wait till they get closer to out of the money before I let them go. Getting assigned and stuff. Yeah, it'll consolidate and chill out, probably. Even if it breaks here and has an explosive move, another 20-30%, you can see profit taking still back to this $2 level or $1.25, $1.50. Yeah, in a quarter. Not getting saved by someone. There was a rumor that someone wants to buy their tech, but I'm not sure if that's the catalyst or if there was much of a catalyst this morning. Something like this sells off so much, you really don't need much. Could even just be a little rumor like that, and the momentum just gets kind of crazy. Combine that with maybe some shorts closing out, and yeah, like the day traders and stuff. So pulling back here. A hold of VWAP would be great. Be very bullish. Even a hold of like 170. Going back down to 130, not as great. Buys inching up here to VWAP. GME broke VWAP. Still haven't gotten filled on that January call. I have my 25. No, what do I have? I still have one January 25 strike on 30%. I bought it 2 days ago. Whoops. Still has a day there as I oversold. 28. That's insane. 81% move and it's still oversold. Huge tick up on the RSI though. That's crazy. With how that's really gotten crazy wonky with the RSI. How big of a move this is, and this was so aggressive, but the RSI was already moving such a crazy way that it just was slowly grinding down on the RSI there. Didn't even get that low. The RSI is like no problem on these huge moves. Not getting wavered at all. Been ragdolled around for weeks. Oosa. Cleanse.
Normal. You said it's a new normal post-COVID. Are we expecting to see a rebound as the supply chain
holding up here,
has
almost
really
12%.
eased up? I mean, that was part of the big global problem, right?
Beyond Meat came out of nowhere, up 8%.
That's correct. And looking at our industry, looking at 2023 and beyond, across all of our segments, demand is strong. In fact, many equipment manufacturers are sold out, not just for this year, but going into Q1 and Q2 of 2023. Now, the two challenges that are holding us back in terms of our ability to meet strong demand for our customers are what you mentioned, supply chains and workforce. And looking at supply chains, while they have begun to ease up following the COVID-19 pandemic, we are still seeing long lead times. Looking at 2019, the average lead time for our industry was 2 months. Looking at the end of 2022, it had jumped up to 7 months. So lead times are still a problem. And looking at a couple of critical components, to give you an example, chips and semiconductors, our OEMs are telling us that they're only holding about 44% of optimal inventory. Looking at tracks, which is critical part for agriculture equipment, that number goes down to 27% of optimal inventory. So supply chains continues to hold us back in terms of our ability to meet that strong demand that we are seeing.
I love the commentary fueled by a legacy of grit and ingenuity, and I think that really describes what our nation is truly about. And so I think that I'm glad that you brought that up. I mean, we look at what's been going on in agriculture and construction and mining. You have different states that seem to have more of this, right? Which companies are the biggest employers? What states are you watching most carefully?
Well, we're watching right now the Midwest, which is the traditional base of equipment manufacturing. I was just in Iowa earlier this week meeting with CEOs of equipment manufacturing companies, and they tell the same story, one of optimism, but of cautious optimism. Workforce in that part of the country remains a big challenge for us. In fact, one CEO told me that he has basically hired every single person who can pass a drug test available to him in his part of the state of Iowa, the southeastern part. And so again, that goes to that challenge that we're facing right now of strong demand going into Q1, Q2 of next year, but that's being held back by workforce challenges. And it's the same story, Nicole, really, whether you're in the Midwest, whether you're in the Southeast, the West Coast, there simply are not enough workers available to us to continue to build on that legacy of grit and ingenuity that you referenced. So we're hoping that is something that policymakers can help us address in the months ahead.
Yeah, it's very hard for companies to do business the way they plan to when people are not back to work, or in this case, can you pass a drug test? Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Kip. Thank you for all the insight. We appreciate it. Kip Edinburgh, SVP, Association of Equipment Manufacturers. Thank you. Coming up next, our disruptor. We're going to look at artificial intelligence, C3 AI. So this is a favorite of Wall Street bets. It's been mentioned on social media. We'll take a look at what's moving this stock, which is trading around 25 today. Coming up next.
GME moving up there. Ooh, little Poppy, 1.5% up. Hey, Poppy. Showing good support here still, that 22 level. Thinking I'll be patient on going long on more calls. Leave this order out, see if it gets filled. Maybe they'll come out with their 10K over the weekend or on today after hours or maybe Monday pre-market. But again, I'm not too certain it's going to be bullish for GME. What do you guys think? What bullish things could they put in a 10K? I'm thinking there's a reason why they delayed it, and a common reason is for mergers and acquisitions. Maybe they're trying to time it with some BBBY filings or another company. I'm not sure. I guess like an NFT dividend or something they could put on there, or like a, I don't know. Is it DRS numbers? I don't think they're delaying it for DRS numbers. Sanitize it. Spies moving up. No, but seriously though, like what would be on a 10K that would be bullish for GME? Maybe a share offering. It rallies like AMC does when it has share offerings. Beyond Me is Beyond Me. Ooh, Panda Express. I love MSG. I don't know why the company isn't killing it. Really? I've heard everyone hates it. Don't talk to Moon Pirate about Beyond Meat. If they're lower, yeah, it'll cause a super stock reaction, but I don't think it's going to cause a reaction to the stock price at all. Just the same way it hasn't caused a reaction to people DRSing their shares. More PS5s in stock? That wouldn't be on a 10K, would it? Buy, starting to get rippy here. BBBY up 4.3 still, holding that new higher level. Oh man, I might get a little FOMO today on options. SPY's looking squeezy now though. Broke that high from before. No new high still though. It's still down a quarter. SPY ripping, almost a new high on it.
Just going forward, I mean, when I
new high on the SPY, gap just got filled on it.
Price target $1. I really started and kept that market perform, made me sort of dive into it. You know, you sort of wonder why companies
not
do that.
squeezing really yet.
But it's you know, it's amazing when the stock's up almost 130% this year. I mean, it's certainly gone a long way
NFT
from
dividend.
$10
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think like I guess there could be a catalyst like that
in the meantime, it's quite volatile.
Short sellers to want to
close.
close.
How would you go about trading this?
Well, yeah, I mean, with the stock, like you mentioned, it was around $10 at the end of last year, so it's up considerably, but it seems to be
coming
very
down a
volatile,
little bit,
as you mentioned as well.
Man, this thing
but
is
also
not. We've not seen any volatility to the downside yet.
$20. So one of the things we can do is we don't necessarily have to pick a direction because the markets are extremely volatile, so is the stock. But the implied volatility in the options, at least for the next couple of weeks, is quite robust. So what we can do is we can sell a narrow time frame. We're going to go out 2 weeks to expiration.
About
so
to
this
go
again
green.
Has a narrow time frame that we usually place. And we're going to sell a
GME's
skewed
up
iron condor, which is basically a credit combo above and below the current price. So what we're going to do is, again, sell the April contract that expires in 2 weeks, sell the 31.33 call spread that's above the current price, and then sell the 22.20 put spread that's below the current price. So altogether,
yeah,
it's a full
RC
leverage
definitely
structure.
Wants it stable. He doesn't want it to be meme stock. He
of risk,
doesn't want it volatile.
but you can earn about 50 cents a share in credit. And so that's the objective. The objective is to earn that 50 cents. The risk is $1.50, but we'd like to see the stock just basically trade within that range of the short strikes, and that's $31 on the upside and $22 on the downside. So that's about $6 of room to the upside, $4 of space to the downside, and we can just let the stock just ping pong back and forth. And ideally speaking, we're generating about 33% return on risk, and the probability of profits, meaning the probability that it will stay within that 31 to 22 range, is over 60%. So we're basically playing. We're selling high volatility, and we're basically playing probability between now and the expiration in 2 weeks. And because it has a narrow time frame, one of the things I suggest is position size for max loss. In other words, just in case the stock blows through the $33 upside level and the $20 downside level. These are, again, levels where the option position that you place, in this case, reaches that max loss of $1.50.
Yeah, thank you for all of that. George Silas, it's great to see you. Thanks, and a big one today telling us all about this one. Thanks. Have a great weekend. Coming up next, our panel ready to take a look at the energy markets.
This slowing down there. I did get a big volume on that
this week.
rip.
We'll find out what's ahead for energy investors.
Silvergate came down a little bit, still up 72%. Came just below the Ace Ventura. Thank you for your dono. $20 dono, man. Jen A. Jen A's next. Jenna told me to run, so I ran. Thank you, Ace. Much appreciated, homie. I think I'm liking this cleanse you're going through. This is what you're doing to your portfolio right now. This is Ace's portfolio. He's ridding himself of all the GME poop. All the GME baggage. Nice. Thanks, man. Looks like GME needs to beat this boy one more time. Maybe. Pretty much. Just flushing out all the toxins.
Let's get nuts!
Let's get nuts! Be a nice cleanse. Yeah. So I don't. Grumpkin says GME might retest. Maybe. Maybe retest that 22. Had a pretty good bounce there today. I mean, it was at the same time that the SPY did. So doesn't show quite the same conviction, I guess, but good nonetheless. Silvergate moving down a little bit here. VWAP is at 179. Fubo's still up 7. What was that scene from? Was that Ace Ventura 2? I can't even remember. Been a long time since I've seen those movies. There's a green candle on BBBY. Oh, Bullard's still talking. He's probably the one pumping the market here. Bullard says latest Fed officials' projections suggest one more rate hike at the next meeting or soon after. Will be up to Fed chair to make the tactical decision on timing of next rate increase. Fed Bullard says raise 2023 terminal rate 25 basis points to range of 5% to 5.75% in response to strong economy, assuming financial stress abates. U.S. investment grade credit at a record low spread over 6-month bills. It's like every chart we see like this, it's all like last time we were here was 2008. Oh, it's from the first one? Nice. The economy looks weak. The Fed will react to that. Bullard sees 80% chance financial stress abates and discussion shifts back to inflation. Lower probability outcome is a recession. Lower probability outcome is a recession. Bullard says he sees his 2023 Fed rate projection to 5.625. I thought that was high. I thought they were at like 5.525. Is that higher? Spotify's $100 million creator equity fund designed to promote diversity in music and podcasts following reported controversial comments by Joe Rogan spent less than 10% of the money on that work in its first year. Spent less than 10% of the money on that work first year. So 100 million creator equity fund, they spent less than 10% on what they created the fund for. 78% of Americans surveyed by the Wall Street Journal said they don't feel confident that life for their children's generation will be better than their own, the highest share since the survey began asking the question every few years. 1990. A weird survey. 1 in 5 senior federal employees own stocks in companies that are actively lobbying their federal agencies. For Elizabeth Warren, is she talking right now too? An American household needs to spend 42.9% of its income to afford a median-priced home. BBY just wicked down. Silvergate.
Well, I think that, we definitely have a lot in our strategic
holding
portfolio
up
reserve.
well here.
The idea is that we have
Almost
to have
12.
a certain amount
This
in
looks
that
like a
reserve. So
pretty
that
solid
equals
bottom.
the amount that we would need in imports for a
What was the
certain
bottom
number
on
of
it?
days,
$1.10.
and that's according to how the IEA does it. And so we actually import a lot less oil than we used to. And we produce quite a bit of oil. So I'm not really concerned that we're going to have an oil
GME
shortage
showing a lot of relative
because
strength right now versus the SPY.
Kind of drained the SPR a bit.
Up 2.5%.
I think that what's more concerning is that heading into hurricane season with very low SPR levels, we might not feel as though we have the cushion we need if, say, there's a prolonged outage like we saw one recent summer in the Gulf of Mexico, or we get, flooding in a pipeline area,
the housing market's
and so we need
kind of a
to
mess,
have
man.
releases from the SPR to compensate for that. And
Price
so
of the
that
homes have
could
not
cause some
come down to reflect the
spikes as
cost
people
of
don't
interest.
think that the SPR will be
Like
there.
you're paying high interest and a high
backup.
price.
So we could definitely see more spikes, say, this summer when, weather events
Yeah, nice little pullback, but strong consolidation, huh?
accessibility of
It's not even quite making it to
but
VWAP
when
yet.
it comes to, sending this oil out into the world, I do think that's a larger question because we did kind of use the SPR in a way to kind of paper over some of the supply-demand situation that we saw, and Europe was a big beneficiary, I think, of
Come on,
the
Don,
fact
just
that the U.S. was
buy with
exporting
cash,
a lot
man.
more
Don't be such a
oil,
baby.
and if those SPR releases stop, although congressionally,
You're playing
by law, there's
eVTOL,
actually
right?
another
Making
one
big
coming.
money on
But if
eVTOL.
for some reason they reverse that or whatnot, then I do think that we're going to see people who have really come to depend on U.S. exports be in a slightly more
Amy's holding
tight
strong there.
situation oil-wise.
Yeah, understood. Quickly, Bob Yager, which names seem to fare better in the next 12 to 18 months? Do you have some
SPY
favorite
moving
stocks?
back up here. Almost a new high on the day.
I think that refiners should do pretty good here. The crack, which is the differential between crude oil and the going into the refinery and the product coming out the other end, they're close to record highs here. So yes, the heating oil and gasoline cracks are trading at elevated levels. The gasoline crack traded at a contract high for the May contract yesterday. So they should do well. You're not really seeing that in the price of PSX, MPC, or VLO today, but over time, I think that should do quite well. The refiner is doing very well with the commodity at the moment. The feedstock crude oil is cheap. The crude oil, the gasoline, and the heating oil going out the other end is relatively expensive. Gasoline was down 6 million barrels in this EIA report this week, and we're in danger of trading down to eight-year lows eventually this year in gasoline. So that should help the refiner do well. I'd be a fan of the refiners moving forward from here.
All right, I have to leave it there. Bob and Ellen, thank you. Bob Yager of Mizuho Americas and Ellen Wald, Transversal Consulting. Thank you both. And thank you, friends, for being with me all week long on Trading 360 every single weekday at 11 a.m. I'm Nicole Petalides. I will see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Join me then. Fast Market is next.
More cement people buying first home. Yeah, it applies both though. I mean, of course, getting any new home, gonna pay. Lakeway, is that outside? Is that like outside Austin? West of Austin, yeah. I've looked at that area. SI edging back down here a little bit. Maybe to VWAP. Volume staying very strong on it. This thing might get a rally end of day. We might see a new high on it even. GME keeps edging up. Same with the SPY. Hill country. Lots of lakes there too, right? Not like where the what, Lake Travis? Isn't that in Lakeway? I guess not lots of lakes, but the big lake. Rocket's up 5.5. Nature preserve, that's nice. I had a house that backed up to a huge open space. So sick. There's a river down there. Like this big. Cool, because it was in like it was in an urban area. We're like outside of a city, like 30 minutes from a downtown, and big open space. We'd go up. There'd be deer back there and horses. Cool. Wolves and deer messing up his yard. Yeah, we had to fend off some raccoons eating our chickens. Little yard was gated though, so we didn't have a problem with deer. I guess there were probably wolves there too. Yeah, there definitely were. We'd hear them. Well, coyotes. Well, are there wolves in Texas? So, huh? One of them is in the mountains. GME just climbing up here, almost 3%. Much stronger looking than after yesterday's sell-off. SPY, new high there also. Should have waited on those calls I sold yesterday. Wanted to take profits. Grupo was up 10%. SPY's rallying there now, making its way up to that next zone I have, 394. Microsoft moving up. Apple moving up. Mega caps are rallying. Tesla's actually down 1% still. FRC is green 3%. We're getting a run on the bank shorts now. Yeah, GME is climbing up nice. Nice little double bottom here at 22. SI big return today? I didn't see it ever hit 100%. Saw like 80 or so. Can't confirm. Ioteros, some as cheap as $3,000. I know, yeah, you could maybe even just jump out of those calls. Rocket's up 6%. Can't believe I sold my rocket. I can't believe it actually. Stock was awful to me for years. Yeah, it's because GME's fixed. So, should behave like a normal stock now. Maybe it'll be broken again over a certain price threshold. Maybe that's 30. Maybe it's 25. Maybe it's 40. I don't know. But at least at these levels, it's fixed. Yeah. GME did reject that morning high. It's buy also. Long-term hates Rocket. All my homies hate Rocket. Worried about Ivy Crush. Yeah, it's actually, it didn't pump a whole lot from earnings because it was so low. I mean, it's still high, but we were sitting on triple-digit IV for years, basically. We would only see it in the double digits briefly in that time. So while it is up quite a bit, 20% or so, maybe 30%, it's still not that high. So I mean, if GME gets broken again and loses control, this IV can go up another 400 or 500%. Like we've seen GME options maybe up that high. So it's still, as far as IV Crush goes, you're not going to get a whole lot, I don't think. Also, because I don't think GME is going to just flush down, because part of its fixed nature, it's not getting huge, massive rug pulls. At least not at these levels. SPY looks like it's kind of rejecting a new high there. Silvergate melted back to VWAP. See if it can hold this level or 170 something.
Actually in the perform camp, so more neutral on the stock says, so we find it highly unlikely that Block's been purposely turning a blind eye to fraudulent activity to inflate user numbers. They expect Block to explain or report tighter controls for customer acquisition and review that customer base. That said, they said even if the accusations from Hindenburg are false, the short report is likely to weigh on sentiment, could trigger more regulatory scrutiny in the peer-to-peer payment sector. So they're sitting on the sidelines in that case. So, definitely kind of refuting some of these claims, not believing them, thinking that they're overstated,
so you're saying
thinking that the sell-off could
it's a front,
a little bit of an overreaction, but obviously we'll have to wait and see how this plays out, especially
a monster
with
lurking underneath the water
SEC to pursue legal action. So lots to keep us busy, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. Probably going to be drawn out eventually, probably getting to the courts here on this story. But great stuff as
Yeah, I mean, those
always.
crazy
Thanks to Carolyn
pullbacks
Woods, senior markets correspondent here, breaking that story.
would usually come after
here
crazy
on
ups.
Block.
It's not like
But now
it would
let's
just
bring in my
be
co-host,
flat
that's
and
gonna be Joe
then plummet.
Mazzola,
You know, when you get a big
Director of
drop, it's
Trader
after a big
and
rip.
Education
So just
at
once volatility
Charles
picks up,
Schwab.
but
Joe, welcome back to the show.
we haven't had that volatility yet.
Initially,
We still haven't.
bounced off those
We had a 50%
lows,
gap up, but it was after
more
hours, and
turmoil
the
here in
next day open, it was pretty much
banking
flat.
sector with,
all that volume.
insurance
So
on some of the debt and holdings that Deutsche Bank had.
yeah, like this is all from
the
it
stock's
being
only
just
down about
insanely volatile.
2.5% right now.
This is
so
when the
we're seeing a
volatility
nice little
IB was
rebound here.
300%.
Just to
400%.
create, is this the continuation of the contagion that maybe it seems like the market's kind of trying to force this contagion as opposed to realizing that maybe
SI
these
we'll see if
banks
it holds
aren't
it.
as bad as
VWAP, that'd be great.
a lot of what's being reported at this
Or
point.
even this one of these levels back here too.
I think in your last report,
I'd like to see it hold above this 135 for it to
and
seem like
how
it's going to
that
continue.
could affect blocks
next week.
price, even though it may come out that some of the accusations might be materially false. We don't know, right? But it's sentiment, and I think that that's the word of the day. When you're looking at the financial sector,
Yeah,
when you look
SPY
at
is
the
kind of
bank
projecting up
stocks,
here.
regardless of whether it's true in terms of liquidity versus solvency, and I think those are two really big issues, right? Liquidity means what's available in the short term. Solvency basically looks at kind of your longer term assets and can they withstand a material pullback in valuations. And I think it's important to look at what we're seeing right now from the market. And it's a risk-off mood, Tom. I mean, that's basically what it is. And investors are kind of fearing that what we're seeing right now in the financial sector, will continue for a while. They're wondering, is it a canary in a coal mine? They're wondering,
Yeah, I was holding
what's the
GME by
next
then.
shoe to drop. I got plenty of these for you. So
I've been holding GME for a while.
The bottom line is, as it's the perception, right? It's the perception of the liquidity concerns that is driving the market. It's not necessarily the liquidity concerns themselves.
Yeah, and I think partially why we're probably bouncing a little bit. Treasury Secretary, there's reports, that she convened an emergency meeting, with U.S. financial regulators. So maybe some people expect some type of commentary out of the Treasury Secretary over the weekend. Christine Lagarde from the ECB came out and said the banking sector is strong.
That's right.
When I start hearing stuff like that, like our banking
at
sector
the shareholder meeting,
and this and that, I understand it wants
That's
to
funny.
shore up investor confidence at this point, but it almost feels like they shouldn't have to say any of this because, most of the banking sector is strong, and I think most investors and traders realize that.
I mean, it brings back memories of Paulson, Geithner, and Greenspan. And I think that's what the market is looking at right now. I said, hey, we've heard this before, and I agree with the comment. I think the bottom line is that we are in a much different position than we were in 07, 08 in terms of capital ratios. I mean, it's not even close.
yeah, I mean,
but
you killed the squeeze with offering shares,
that perception
which,
is
like you
starting
said,
to kind of move
save the company.
fairly
So
quickly in a negative
need to be
territory.
done.
And we talk about the markets.
Whether that's the last
taking a
squeeze it has, I
stair
don't know.
step
But
up and the window down, perception can do the same thing as well too.
it was going to be
where
killed probably
investors
anyways with
look in
halts.
and they say, okay, what's the next shoe to drop? Where is this going to lead to? It was just last weekend we were talking about Credit Suisse and UBS. Now we're talking about Deutsche Bank. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot for investors to unpack with all the news that's been coming out this week. I don't know about you, Tom.
Yeah,
but,
SI. Yep, there's a bounce on VWAP, so I might actually add some here.
Yeah, it definitely has, Joe. But answer me this question,
add a little
because
bit
I'm
here.
having a hard time, and I think a lot of people are, when the Fed comes out with this commentary that they're probably still on the table for hikes, 5.125 terminal rate that they expect, coming forward. But then I look at the CME FedWatch tool, and the expectations for a rate hike are about 13% right now in the May meeting. And then earlier this morning, they had cuts baked in for June, even though that's come up a little bit. But who's getting this wrong here? Because it seems like the market keeps on wanting to fight against the Fed, who, to our knowledge, looking backwards, they were wrong a lot over the last year and a half. And the market's almost predicting they're wrong again, and they're going to have to do some cuts due to maybe those tighter financial, constraints that are, coming down the road here.
Well, the market's got it wrong too, right? Yeah. I mean, all you have to do is look back at 2022.
Across the bar is up 2%.
When they were pricing and easing, and
it is.
Kind of caused that rally up through June and July before the pullback, before the
we started before earnings. It was 15%.
Basically, Powell at that meeting stomped all over that idea,
30.
and that's when we saw that pullback. We've heard
it's back to 30.
This talk again and
1
again.
million shares.
Markets have rallied off optimism of a Fed pause or a Fed pivot. We're probably getting closer. I think when you look at that terminal rate of around 5.1, I mean, we're basically there, right? That's just basically one more price hike. Will put us square within that range, and then maybe at that point the Fed does take a pause. But look, Powell's been very, very specific in his speech by saying we don't foresee any cuts by the end of the year. I think what the market's saying is, yeah, but what you're not saying is that if there's an economic pullback, a severe economic pullback, and like I said, we talked about this yesterday, Tom, that is what we've been kind of seeing in that 2 to 10 year spread, right? As it's started to contract again, what's that telling you? That's telling you that those 2 years are coming in quite a bit. Why? Because the bond market is pricing in a recession, basically at the back half of this year and into 2024. And if that's the case, the Fed's going to have to move. Time will tell, right? I mean, time will tell. Yeah. But I do know that the bond market and the equity market has gotten it wrong a couple times in the past year.
Yeah, and that 2 10-year yield curve inverted by only 37 basis points right now, as 2-year yields and 10-year yields getting hit pretty good here. But Joe, let's look ahead to next week here a little bit. I kind of wanted to get your take. Earnings season basically wrapped up, right? We've got a few big names here, including Lululemon and Micron on Tuesday. But when you look at the data that's due next week, is there anything that that sticks out to you besides, I haven't even mentioned the Fed speak that's going to be coming down the pipeline next week will probably be highly scrutinized. But what are you focused on going into next week?
Well, let's start with today. I mean, some of that data that came out today, the PMI data, I found really interesting because it's, once again, it's kind of giving you these mixed results, right? I mean,
SI hold very strong.
Contraction in some areas, but then you saw the PMI data that came out today actually showing some expansion, and it came out better
holding this
than
level
was
too.
expected.
Same with GME.
So, to me, that was interesting.
Fubo 13%. Looks like it's breaking out.
Durable goods. So
BBBY kind of back to the highs. 5.25. Oh boy.
At what we've seen and say there's one clear path.
Fubo breaking out 13.5.
Tom, for sure. That's the leading indicators, and the leading indicators that came out last week showed a decline for the 11th straight month. I mean that's critical because we've never seen that before outside of being in a recession, not leading into a recession, but actually being into a recession. And so I think that's something that I'm really keeping an eye on. I know that came out last week. You're asking about next week, but to me, that and then the Fed speak, I think that's going to be critical now that now that they're out of the period where they can't speak to it anymore. I really want to hear what they have to say, and I think the markets do as well.
Yeah, you make a good point. That leading economic indicators number, it's considered a secondary number, but the Fed's told everybody, we watch that, and we watch it closely.
I would consider it primary, Tom. I would absolutely keep an eye on that one, yeah.
Yep, also, for sure. We got the second read on GDP next week, but I think the big one,
78%
as far
off exchange
as
yesterday on BBBY.
Consumer confidence on Tuesday,
nice.
consumer sentiment
Well, this is looking good on Bed Bath.
That'll be
got a double bottom here.
Then the PCE data.
Got the bullish news yesterday.
On Friday also. Are those key things that investors should be
basically this is as low as they could get it, more or less.
Oh, absolutely, right? Because
so,
the Fed has stated
at the very least, looks like we're going to be flattening out.
Data more closely than the CPI and the PPI.
Maybe reversing.
That is their.
But flattening out without news, even reversing without news would be good. SI is going, I think, again. Yeah, SI is popping back up here.
How much of what we've seen
Fubo
in the last 2 weeks
13.3
is going to influence that, and so that's what we've seen in the last 2 weeks is really deflationary data in terms of what you're seeing in the banks, right? As the banks are tightening credit, that inherently
new high on BBY. Oh boy,
deflationary within the system.
Oh boy.
And if that continues, that's doing some of the work for the Fed, and that's probably why you're seeing what you're seeing in the yields market, right? Is basically the bond market is saying what we're seeing.
It's just like
in the credit standards and then tightening in the business activity is going to lead to and has led to some deflationary signals and see how quickly that kind of pulls that number down.
Yeah, that 3-month, 10-year yield curve still expanded and basically signaling another recession if you look at history on that one also. We'll have to focus on that along with earnings next week. All right, Joe, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about one of the winners so far this year and has led the NASDAQ higher over the last month or so. That's Microsoft, which is up about 16% so far this year. Fast Markets coming right back.
I'm kind of moving down a little bit. BBBY made a new high with some volume on that breakout. Picking down now. But it looks like it wants to keep edging. We had a bull flag breakout and kind of another, just another ascending channel, I guess now. GME moving down a little bit with the SPY. SI, nice clean bounce off of VWAP. Would make you buy more? I mean, I bought more. Sort of. I didn't just straight buy shares, but actually I got calls. It's kind of weird. But if we have, you know, if we 3x from here, I might just exercise those calls. I guess I could sell them and buy shares, but doesn't mean we'll just go up. I guess I mean, like I said, we could just trade sideways. But a news catalyst, I mean, you know this thing's gonna just take a gap. Big. Etching. Fubo. Yeah, barcode, pop. Yeah, I did some, I did just weeklies. It's actually kind of a, I don't know there's probably a name for it, but I just did these, next week, one strike. Cash secured puts on it. The premium is great. It's probably because they're in the money. But yeah, for 20 of them, only 20 was $500. And then with that $500 in capital, I bought further dated calls at one strike. So doubly bullish, and I might actually even do some covered calls on these, like weekly covered calls. But I figure the chart's looking bullish now, so I'll wait on doing that. Might just end up selling these. Silvergate. Slowly climbing up here. I can no longer make fun. Hey, the BBBY option chain is super liquid. Your option plays, you get some sketchy penny stock, illiquid. Okay, those are the ones. BBBY is like as liquid as SPY options. The thing's crazy.
You know, to me, that's.
But yes, I did buy into like 250% IV.
You know, the data.
That's
point
like
that
the
I would be
low.
looking at. I think it's more.
That's the low on
are they
BBBY.
gaining that market share, as you've been mentioning, in the cloud and in the cloud computing and what we're seeing there. That to me is more important. I think, you know, what gets the headlines, that's the Chat GPT and OpenAI might get the headlines, but to me, that's a secondary business. And look, the company's had big moves this year. At least the stock has. It's up 16% year to date, clearly outpacing the S&P. And I think a lot of that has to do with
BTII up
what we
8%.
call, maybe flight to quality,
Finger up 8.
As investors have been kind of moving from those cyclical names into tech, and Microsoft has benefited from that.
Yeah, in this credit tightening cycle that we've begun, not having to access the credit markets because you got a boatload of cash sitting in,
They haven't announced earnings yet, have they, BBY?
Shares. That's probably a positive.
Just estimated
maybe
from
why
last year.
we've seen some floats into some of those mega cap tech names that might be, not necessarily pulled down by potential credit crisis here. But Joe, you got an example trade for us in here in Microsoft.
IV on SI is starting to get baked in a little bit, maybe with it consolidating up here.
You would assume that this is a bearish trade, but I think as opposed to looking at
tempted to sell calls on it, but
look at the strike itself. I think that's critical when you're
only
looking
up
at calendars.
73%.
The stock's basically trading
Maybe a 200% day. I'll do calls.
I'm looking at the 270 put calendar. That would be the April 6 versus the April 21. So it's only a couple weeks. Gives you a chance for one roll built within.
I don't know if they're going to actually reverse split. I think they
strike. Basically right now you can do that for somewhere around maybe 240. And what it's trying to do is it's
I'll probably vote yes for it if they have a vote, though.
From a little bit of a technical level. And the reason I say that is when I look at the valuations on Microsoft, it's basically in line with kind of its 5-year median. So if there's nothing that's glaring and that jumps out and says, hey, this is it's expensive at this point or it's cheap at this point. When that's the case, that's when I immediately go to the technicals and I say, okay, what are the technicals telling me at this point? Well, at this point, you're 10% above your 200-day moving average. The RSI is around 67, but it does look like there's the potential for some divergence between what we're seeing
little poll for you guys.
RSI and then what you're seeing in the
if
share
you're a
price,
BBBY holder,
back up towards those highs that we saw.
GME holding up here pretty good, up 2% still.
We're not seeing that same level in the RSI, so that might indicate that the shares are losing a little bit of steam. And the way that I've constructed this, it just kind of looks for a bit of a minor pullback as we head into earnings, and that's the key with this trade is it keeps you out of the April 26 earnings, and it's doing that with a current IV percentile around 29-30%. So
maybe
right now,
cap
buying Vega or buying implied
volatility. If it kind of
volatility,
holds a level here, though, you
does,
got that divergence.
Gives you the ability, should that implied volatility start to expand,
so
to kind of benefit from that volatility expansion.
Should be nice.
Yeah, let's break this down. Buying the
like to see it kind of chill
April
for a bit,
21st monthlies, you avoid that earnings event as
that
you
RSI
mentioned.
really
the 270 strike
confirmed.
put, selling the April 6th weekly 270 strike
Kubo.
put, paying roughly about a 240 debit
kind of
on there. There's your risk, 240
climbing a
bucks
bit,
per
12
spread.
and a half.
But as you mentioned, Joe,
Silvergate's
it's
just
slightly bearish trade.
consolidating
but at the same
up here.
time, the range
Consolidating
that
up
you can remain
76%
profitable
on the
this
day.
type of trade.
That ain't
down
bad.
To 259 on the downside and all the way up at 283. So even if it doesn't start to fall from these levels, you have that positive time decay or theta in this
BBBY
trade,
broke out
which
there,
should
7%.
contract in those near-term options that you sold, expanding the price of
this
the
is
calendar.
good looking.
So even if it doesn't fall,
especially
there's
time of day.
Potential profitability.
We've seen
in
BBY
that
move
because of
kind
that
of
range
liquidity type
in this.
moves. Maybe
You
it's
mentioned
been
the
beginning of the
implied
day
volatility levels,
or even end of day.
But
just to kind of have a rally up here midday
we've seen over the past
and to hold
52
levels
weeks
and
as
then
far as
rally and then
volatility.
hold.
And buying
this is all
calendars
new.
in a lower volatility environment gives you a cheaper price
Very
for
good.
those entry point and cheaper risk on that. You do have some assignment risk on that short strike into the April 6th weekly series in a couple weeks here. But a good look at an example trade here. It's about 21 days till expiration on this one. Really short term, but taking advantage of maybe some consolidation, maybe a little
as far
bit
as
of a
intraday,
grind
this
lower,
BY's
in a
strongest we've
risk-defined,
maybe seen
strategy.
it.
All right, good look at that,
in a
that
long
strategy.
time.
But let's take a quick
All
break
the other
here,
pumps have
Joe,
been
and
just
then when we come back, we're going
sold
to be
off,
joined by Andy
basically.
Swan from Likefolio for discussion on another stock that's moving this week, and that's Coinbase. Fast Markets coming right back.
Venture capitalists are convincing some startups to keep money with new Silicon Valley Bank. There's another one we could buy. No, it's done. Ah. Buying all the dead banks. US banks are sitting on 1.7 trillion in unrealized losses. No problem. ChatGPT says some user and payment data may have been exposed. $84.13 was the high on BY. Up 6% now. Bought BBY. That's good. You scaled. Good scaling, Ace. Well done. Good discipline. I don't know if you bought other times, but I remember you bought some back here. Maybe even bought some over here. Way to scale in. I mean, timing on the day, probably not the best. But that doesn't matter. It's just a few points. DRMA. Yeah, you're not doing cleanse and selling everything. You're selling old baggage, i.e. GME. I don't know what you're doing actually, but that's what I thought you were doing. You just started throwing out this cleanse word after you sold some GME because you just felt this huge weight lifted off and you're like, wait a minute, I'm doing a cleanse now. No, you're not doing a cleanse. You just have this false idea that you're doing this some big magical cleanse. You're not. You're just selling GME and it feels so cleansing. DRMA. Derma. 520,000 float. Main market cap. 37% short. A little reverse split. What didn't work out so well for it? 31 million traded today. That is crazy. BBBY breaking out there. Maybe it wasn't a bad purchase. Maybe that was a good time of the day. I mean, 8% now. Very good to see. This is breaking the last 2 days highs. We have pre-market high on 323. So I guess pre-market yesterday we had a huge rip. That was a GME earnings? No, that was that rip. Oh, this was the filing that came out. But we've not done any of this stuff intraday, which is very bullish to me. And if we have, it hasn't been in the middle of the day. It's been short-lived and very beginning of the day or end of the day. Heavy bags. It should be lightening up here a little bit today. Just a touch. ATVI. Put spread leaps. Bearish. Can I trade overseas? I don't know. Sure. Below $2 cost average? That's neat. You've been in this so long, Bungie? Really? I didn't know that. To call ratio of 68.1. U.S. home construction. Wow, this thing's actually pretty high. That might be a good short. What moves this though? Like, where does it? How does it move? Advisor, BlackRock Fund Advisor. Invest at least 80% of its assets in the component securities of its underlying index, and investments that have economic characteristics that are substantially identical to the component securities of its underlying index. It is non-diversified. I don't know what that means. Feels long. You're a GME holder. How does this feel long on BBBY? That doesn't make any sense. SI coming down a little bit, but just nice consolidation up here. Another bounce off VWAP. Maybe. GME up 1.7. BY almost up 10%, guys. Yep, this is looking very nice. I want to look back at ITB. It seems like a good like long-term put play. Up tainted. I must hold more cash. I'm trying to refrain from buying more of this stupid towel stock. Very nice. How much? I like. It's moving because I tried to sell some cash grid puts. You got a BBBY notification. All right, let him come on in. Open the doors. That's right. BY is ripping up here. I mean, today, as I've been saying, it's been looking good. This is out of character for the last few weeks, so everything's different about this, which is very good. Sunken cost fallacy, you know. I don't speak Greek. It's me. I'd love to have averaged out more. Yeah, BY is still going. Let's see where we have some. We have gap fill right here. That's kind of the next big move. Got pre-market highs here: 89 cents, 92 cents, 94 cents, then back on up to here, $1. Yeah, I heard she called an unscheduled meeting. Financial commotion? That's one way to put it, I guess. It's just a bunch of commotion anyways. Silvergate's holding up beautifully. Can't handle earbuds anymore? Sorry, is that my voice?
Companies that are the biggest, the companies that have the cash, the companies that have that revenue stream and that customer
When will the
base.
RSB execute if they vote yes?
As
We don't know.
long as
They didn't say a date.
prepared, right?
They didn't even
As
say a date
long
for
as
a
it
vote.
doesn't come out of
The
left
only date
field,
they
and
gave
as
us
long
was
as
when you had to have
they've
your
got
shares
a
by.
path and a
So
plan,
a recall date for shares.
actually
Maybe that's
helps
what
them
this
'cause it
this
does
action is
keep some of that
from.
competition at bay.
Right, and
but I
again,
feel like they would have had a
example
recall
trade based
before
on
now.
on the back of what
I don't know, Don. Do you have
Lightfolio's
any?
data said,
Do you have any insight into
if
that?
you are bullish on Coinbase,
Would it have to be
after
T
that
plus
big
2?
drop yesterday, you look at that 50-day moving average,
Or because the
maybe
vote,
it becomes
or not the vote, but the
and the mentions as
dividend.
far as their
What's the
goes,
date? What do you even call it? The
opening
recall date is
accounts,
on
kind of pushing
Monday.
back against
So could
maybe
they
some of the
recall their
regulatory
shares today
headwinds that might be
and
coming
have
down
them
the
for the
pipeline.
by Monday
But
for the
short
record
term
date?
here,
Oh,
Joe, I
record
looked
date.
out in
That's
the
it.
April cycle,
Or
so
they
you
have had to
avoid
do
that
it
earnings
on
event.
like
And I just
Wednesday or
looked at
Thursday.
a bullish
Get it settled by
trade
Friday or Monday.
as an example, but I kind of offset some of the costs
Sorry, I
on
don't
it
know if you can hear me
instead
when
of
I'm
maybe just buying a straight
talking over
call
this
or
guy.
buying a vertical. So
I'm
I looked
moving
at a
up a
call
bit.
condor here. We're going to buy the April 21st monthlies, a 65 strike call that's in the money. sell one of the 72
This whole
strike,
banking noise you guys
sell
are
one
going
of
on
the
about.
79 strike, and then wrap it all up by buying
You got some
one of the
SI,
81
nice.
strikes.
Yeah,
So
this is looking
creating this
solid. I mean,
call,
not to say we won't get an
condor
after
to the
hours move
upside.
down
You're paying roughly
50%
about
or
260
20%,
debit
but
on it. There's your risk, 260
very,
bucks.
very good.
With that break even at 67,
I mean,
60,
like
to the
BBY, if
upside
one of these
here,
banks,
Joe, just give me your thoughts here, because we're
i.e.
right at that
Silvergate,
break even now. Now your
got
gains
priced
are
in for
capped.
bankruptcy, and
You know,
they
it's
end
like
up
hitting
making
a
it.
single or double in a
However they
baseball
do,
analogy, but it's still a bullish trade here at a
could be
lower
very
cost
big
entry
upside.
Yeah, I think that max profit might be off a little tiny bit there, but I mean,
That's
the bottom line.
That's way
is
early on what I just said on Silvergate. I don't know anything that's going on with it, honestly. So
it's a better
I saw green, I bought.
trade
That's
than
pretty
just
much
buying
it.
calls outright, because implied volatility is really high in that name. I mean, it takes a big move in order for you to be able to
How did you care?
recoup the debits
BBY
that
up
you're paying
11%
in
there.
buying those individualized options outright.
Yeah, I gotta shut this guy off a little bit. What do I have? 88 cents there as a level. Kind of a level. I don't know why. There's really not a level until $1. We're just gonna go for $1 today, I think. Squeeze and RS after that. So potentially, if they do have a date for a vote on a squeeze and then it's approved, we could have not a squeeze, an RS reverse split. I'd like a vote on a date for a squeeze, but a vote on RS. We could have a lot of price action before the actual split, or during or after, or all three. But I don't know if they're gonna do a split, or if we're even gonna get a vote on it, or if we're gonna have a vote for a split. Oh yeah, wearing earbuds hurts your ears. That could be in your closet. The record day is Tuesday. We would need them today. Wait. The record day is Tuesday. They would need them today. Record dates are end of day and shares settle by end of day. Okay, so still T+2. Vote for squeeze. That's what I should have made the poll. Who wants to vote for a squeeze? So the record date, Don, is Monday. So for them to recall their shares, they would have done it yesterday by end of day, right? For them to be settled by Monday. Or is it today for end of day Monday? No, it's got to be Thursday if we're doing T+2. Why can't you vote? Yesterday before close. So it sounds like this isn't from that. This is maybe what you guys were saying. Maybe Hudson flipped from short to long. Maybe it's as simple as that. I don't know. We're not gonna know. Really, no one's gonna find out. Sorry. Silvergate climbing back up, not edging anymore, just climbing. There's a big difference. GME up 2.25, BBY up 10, 11%, 8, 12%. Yeah, it's getting pretty lofty. 87 cents, 88 cents. I think we might see $1 today. 12.5. Might even halt, actually. I guess maybe one halt's not bad. Get it on some screeners. Yeah, I picked up some $1 calls as well. Can't believe I did it. Feel kind of stupid for doing it, but let's see. Maybe I'll exercise them so I don't feel so stupid. Like it was all the exercise. Very, very mature call buyer of 250% IV. Bubo up 13, almost. SI hitting this resistance from earlier, 21, 2-1. Bed Bath, almost 12%. That's true, Ace. No, you did good. This was a big move. It can give some back for sure before end of day, but Where you bought was definitely chasing, and if it worked out better, that was an exception and not a rule. Buying at the high of the day. GME is not trying to do something as far as I can tell. It looks like it's moving with the SPY still. But honestly, BBBY might start pulling some of these up. Anything you should hope to break above on PayPal? Above your cost basis. What do I mean? Are you long on this? BBY is now high enough on my watch list I can just click it. That's when it's real nice. $1 make me holla. They made 9.94. Yeah. Called $1. Bought 5 shares this morning. Oh, on PayPal? What was your plan with it? Yep. Sell it today? Hold it for life? SPY moving up here. GME might start to move too a little bit. 2.5. Silvergate. Be testing that high. If we get a double top here, we'd just like to see then another double bottom firm bull flag being built on Silvergate. Should have bought Tal, my friend. Jen A.
Rest are all strong buys. I mean,
There's Jen A. Ace.
Wall Street community
She made it for
is
you.
really getting behind this name, and I think that there
All right, what's
seems
our
to
vote
be
here?
this optimism around the fact we could see ad
65%
dollars increase
say
if
yes.
things like TikTok go south. I think that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because Meta, we know, moves. Meta
I'm gonna
moves
draw some people
significantly.
over,
What
maybe from
happens
Discord.
If this TikTok, ban or sale doesn't go through? I feel like we need to be prepared to see some downside to this name. So I do think Street is still fairly optimistic, at least based on the fact there are no sell ratings in Meta as it stands. But I think that also makes me a little bit cautious just in the midterm here.
Yeah, efficiencies, cost cutting, stop mentioning investments in metaverse, and everything looks okay and peachy and rosy for this one, Jenny. All right, appreciate it. That's Jenny Horn, markets contributor here on the network, breaking it down for us on the Meta. A couple of price target hikes, but now let's bring in George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here. We're talking Netflix, George.
BUI breaking that level, 12.8%. SPY is also moving up.
It's had a nice run since hitting those lows in early 2022.
Still sitting around for a little bit.
It definitely has. I mean, it's actually had a pretty good week. Yesterday was actually a fantastic day for Netflix. There's a continuation today, but you're right. If you look at the chart,
how exciting it can be, and BUI is still under $1.
A pretty significant decline in the first half. It was really based on the two quarters.
We're getting all excited for BUI to get back up to $1 and get back to our bigger barcodes.
A first half decline, but a
oh, how we've
recovery,
missed you, bigger barcodes.
In July, but also again in October.
These whale teeth.
The stock is actually making some strides back to the upside. So pretty significant reversal over the last year, and that's based on the company's prospects and profitability profile.
Gone are the days of the little barcode.
There's actually some news associated with the price action as well. Bank of America has a $410 price target because they actually see the North American subscriptions estimates that Wall Street has, which is only about 100,000 new subscribers for the month, is actually very conservative. Now, if you look at last quarter, the company reported about 7.6 million new subscribers, and that was quite a bit larger than the Q3 numbers.
Next level up here is $1.
And that was after the first half in which they actually showed
that's the next level.
Subscriber contraction versus growth. So
this is just signs of it
subscribers. The other thing is
showing a bottom.
The ad tier aspect of their business has grown to over 1 million monthly active users, and that's been a huge success for the business, which is allowing.
But a bottom is what you need to have more confidence to go along.
International markets to actually get people to start subscribing
80%
more,
move.
or
It's
people
coming.
who haven't
I think it's coming,
subscribed to
Justin.
the service to try it at the very least.
Without news
And at the
catalyst,
same time, you can
before news
actually
catalyst,
see
probably not.
that,
But I
as
think we'll get a
subscriber
couple
growth has
80% days,
increased, so
a
has
couple
that,
100% days even.
Password sharing
Maybe after
crackdown.
hours.
That is actually causing a lot of people who really like the service and really want it are going to pay for it. I think
Moving
that's
up.
been successful as well.
George, one of the themes that we've been talking a lot about today and this week is free cash flow. What is Netflix predicting for 2020?
BBY with a little red candle here. It's got
2023, if I got you correctly,
got a little ways to go to get
free
down to
cash
VWAP
flow
if it wants to
growth
bounce
rate
there.
In the next year,
That's
they're
82
expecting
cents.
200% increase in free cash flow growth rate, and that's a
So
significant
maybe I could sell some
improvement.
calls
The other
here.
thing is if you look at the
I
EBITDA
might just hold
growth
these.
for Netflix relative to valuation,
This is different.
they're expecting
Doesn't
about
so far look
11%
like a
EBITDA
just
growth for
intraday
2023, and that was
little liquidity
after
pump.
a 6% contraction in 2022.
Looks like some serious
And the
buying
other thing
pressure.
is if you look at
Look at the L2
2024's earnings
ripping.
around $11.45 a share.
10,000.
I'm
Why are
sorry,
these all 10,000? You see that?
$14.50
All
a share.
10,000 either.
That's
Even.
$3 higher than the
Buy orders.
$11.50 they're expecting for 2023. And so effectively they're showing EBITDA growth 30% higher in 24 versus 23. But at the same time, the stock is only trading around 28 times forward earnings, and
We're
even
getting there.
at 24 times 2024's numbers. And so therefore, based on the EBITDA growth projections relative to the 24 multiple,
climbing up here,
2024 multiple, it's trading at a discount.
Close to the high
I
of the
think that's
day.
also one of the reasons why it's made a nice continual increase in the past couple of quarters or so. I think the prospects for Netflix
that's what I've been saying, Tainted. This price action is different than what we've seen for months. It wasn't in the first hour, and it wasn't at the end of the day, and it wasn't immediately just shorted back down and then to new lows. This has been a climb, some sustaining, bull flag, a climb, sustaining bull flag, climb, increasing volume throughout. So a lot of this looks different, and that's after we made this double bottom here. So we haven't really made a double bottom yet. Double bottom right here. We've done engulfing candles. We've got inverse head and shoulders. They've all failed. This is the first real double bottom that I've seen. And it's met with all this buying pressure. So looking very good.
For Netflix. I think you're right. There is
no, that's fine.
In the United States. The other growth area is the ad support.
Both theses? There's no both theses. This is a complete gamble. Both theses is it's priced right now for bankruptcy with a now it's 100 million market cap. Hey, we crossed 100 million. 100 million market cap when they just got funding for what 400 million, and they're probably going to get another 600 million. They do over $1 billion a quarter in revenue. I mean, yeah, it's priced for bankruptcy and it's not going bankrupt right now. So.
And I think overall, this is why the stock is
no, they're not going bankrupt.
Attention from analysts and also showing some increases in price targets, but also
I would be buying all
price action suggests a nice.
Eventually, they might, but
I know Joe likes the technicals, but if you look at the RSI on a weekly, it's above 50 and rising.
They've restructured their debt in a way to
We'll have to get Jenny
not go bankrupt.
To actually start paying for her own Netflix now. That they're cracking down.
And now they're at such a discounted price. It's very attractive for a big buyer, a merger and acquisition.
Thanks, George. Senior markets correspondent here.
And that's potentially what's going on behind the scenes. Don't know yet, but there's a lot of strange and interesting things happening that don't look like coincidences. Like there is some good actors holding these warrants that want to turn around BBBY or maybe even carve out the baby brand of it. But
I think George hit all the main points, right? It's the cash flow.
Ryan Cohen, big Ryan
growth.
Cohen, man. He thought
the valuation. I think
BBBY Baby was a $2 or $3 billion company itself.
The
so.
Potential for that EBITDA growth of 25 to 30%.
That's 10x from where we are right now at 100 million. And that's just BBBY Baby, given he wasn't talking about the debt that Bed Bath & Beyond has, but
it has pulled back a little bit.
That wasn't even talking about Bed Bath & Beyond at all.
That pullback probably, gave some investors an opportunity to step
Thanks for your guys' likes.
Kind of what you've seen over
BBBY is up 11%. Partially from your likes, guys. It's proven. It's science.
What we need to figure out next.
Got 44 likes on the table. Thank you very much. Chart's looking good. It's finally
least for another
having
weeks.
some
And
bullish
so,
reversal
what
signs
push the stock
that's
further at
being
that
met
point? Is
with
it, the technicals,
confirmation
or is
with
it,
bullish
some
price
new data
action
that's gonna
and
come out in terms of
volume
monthly average
confirmed.
users?
So
You're going to have to wait about a month.
on our
So
other
you gotta
bullish
figure out how you wanna
reversals,
play that
it
camera.
wasn't
Yeah,
it wasn't really met with a lot of volume and a lot of price action to confirm. The signals did hit. We had inverse head and shoulders hit. We had engulfing candles. We had RSI divergences. They weren't as strong because they weren't confirmed with a little bit more bullish price action with volume. Finally, this double bottom, we're getting some bullish price action with volume, making this seem much more like a bottom here.
I looked at just
That combined with the bullish news yesterday from the 8K.
Basically the 50-day moving average on this one.
That gas coming
is about
down.
333 on there.
SPY's coming down here.
That level at this point.
Whoa, Silvergate to break out.
As we speak,
oh, it's about to break out.
Moved a little bit higher here, but just
it's about to go. He's about to blow. What's that movie? No one's gonna get that movie.
14th weekly.
Very subtle.
Strike call. And then against it, because I want to stay.
She's about to blow. The female actress. That's all I'll give you. That's it. No, they're shorts about the wrong about to play though. Oh, sorry, so just for a reason. Ending the stream now? Do you want me to? 12:53. This one I should cut it off. The shorts weren't wrong. Until they were wrong, and it's not confirmed that they were wrong, but no, yeah, the shorts were right. I mean, very simply, if they shorted anywhere up here, they were right because the stock went down, so they were right. They made a lot of money, and now they're probably going to start closing. Bankruptcy oftentimes is very bullish news for a ticker because shorts will start closing then, and then it will cause a rally. But we're not there. It was right here, that they announced this whole restructuring of their debt, basically to push off bankruptcy for at least a few quarters. So shorts have had a lot of profit from here down to here. No, I was just giving a little recap. Some more people popped in here. I wanted to show them some of the TA that we were seeing, and yeah, what was looking good about it. Silvergate, that new high. So nice. Bull flag breakout. 259-ish, maybe for next little spot. Guess we could do some fib levels on it. Just kind of haven't really had any retracement yet. Just consolidation. So yeah. So you might just double top here. GME consolidating there. BBBY is actually consolidating up here. We're not getting a big red candle like here. I mean, we kind of did, but it was, I guess it was the same. This one just hit so fast. It was scary. So scary. This just looks like nice consolidation now. Still could get a move back to VWAP. Not out of the question, of course. I think we're $1. I think $1 is probably the level, or in that area at least. You know, we've got a gap fill there. That's a big even number that we flush below. So yeah. We might not get there today, but we could. It seems close. It's like, oh, 87 cents, $1 is so close. It's still another like 15%. So yeah, we could get there today. It's not crazy actually. It'd be nice, get these calls in the money. I still haven't ordered to roll over these cash secured puts. Now I'm wondering if I should let them get assigned. I should have a poll, see what you guys think. If you guys understand, vote. If you don't understand, just don't vote. 217, a higher top. Yeah, there's definitely lots of gaps up there. Yeah, he puts on SPY or calls on SQQ and sort of bets in the market crashing, etc. I don't right now. I've been mostly trading futures to have market exposure, but I haven't been because I've been stuck in natural gas futures because it just wants to consolidate at the very, very lows. But I actually see a rally still going on in the shorter term, kind of an invert head and shoulders here. We've got bullish MACD, green over the 9, so I'm bullish for until we see some reversal, reversal candle or resistance. I think we could even come up, fill this gap, hit that 406 area, or maybe coming down, and then I think new lows are on the table for this year for sure, and probably a crash at some point. We really haven't had a crash yet, and we've had a whole year and a quarter now of bear market. So this bank contagion, like this could definitely be a catalyst for a crash. Sorry, the bank rumors and nonsense that people keep going on about. Doubles your share position. Strong. So this is at the high, so we could get a pullback, but yeah, I mean, this is still, of course, cheap and much cheaper than it was a week ago. So good price. You like it? Yeah, this is looking like a bull flag also. And a dollar might be in our future today. I don't have a don't understand, which is just don't vote. Doubled it. Well done. You probably have a great cost basis. Yeah, click 3 dots and just hit close poll if you don't want to see it. The banking conundrum. Is that what Yellen said? Was it conundrum? Is that the words? She's banking commotion. No, she said banking commotion. What's all this banking commotion? She's gonna have an emergency Fed meeting because of banking commotion. Air Force commanders from Sweden, Norway, Finland, and war. We're basically in a war right now with Russia. Norway, Finland, and Denmark have signed a letter of intent to create a unified Nordic air defense aimed at countering the rising threat from Russia. That's Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark. Yes, banking commotion. SPY moving up. SI, yeah, looks like it double topped there, so could be kind of a bearish sign, I guess, short term. Just probably means it's going to come back down here and maybe bounce at VWAP. Hopefully, it would be bullish. Bounce at one of these supports, or it'll just consolidate here and then keep going. Which it might even do that. BBBY is holding up very nice up here. I want tempted to have more exposure. It's like if this thing does 10x from here, like why not put in $4 grand? Okay.
Investors would be hoping for would just be a quiet close to the session, because
what's another 40 grand? Like
obviously hit markets at the end.
Those are the decisions you have to think about in the future. Like, oh, if I just put in that much more,
and of course from
annual
the
salary
FOMC
for
and Jerome Powell in
a lot of
particular.
People.
But I think right now there just hasn't been a lot of new news. Obviously, we've gotten isolated bank headlines.
Yeah, first,
Jenny, but the
it's picked up, of course, when the stocks pick up, so it's not always like this. We'll have 30 or so. BBBY starts rallying. There's a flush in BBBY. We'll see what happens at VWAP. GME starts going. Gets exciting, just like the stock market. People making a lot of money, losing a lot of money. They're going to tune into financing. And Ace Ventura's had a big pump in that, probably from all the memberships. He has so generously been sprinkling across the chat.
Restaurants touching new highs on the back of
there you go, first.
Several analysts upgraded price target
raises. Point all the time always ends up going down after it runs up like this. Well, yeah, that's normal. It'll go up and then it'll go down, and you just want it to keep going higher and higher, and the downs to be higher and higher. Just the start of World War III NBD.
XPeng, though, downgraded today to market perform, but still having a pretty decent week.
HPs.
Yeah, tons to get through. Looking forward to the conversations.
What's HP?
Let's start with Uppo down. Endorsements, not recommendations.
Survive. It'll survive.
Here that have been
little pullback here would not be a problem.
The last few days, but let's start with the Regeneron. This one more,
even if it pulls back to down here, like
story.
Yeah,
a green day, we still have all those bullish signals.
Story because they do list various drugs
that
I was not familiar with, so I did learn something today.
FRGT.
Upgrade shares
I looked at it.
Buy from hold
Happy money.
With a raised price target to
not HP.
$925 that's up from
job. I don't know what you consider a job, but
we're currently trading just below 8.
No, this does not provide for my family. I mean, some, sure, yeah, but no, this is not my only source of income.
Well exceeded the buy side bar, showing a 30% reduction over placebo patients with uncontrolled chronic obstruction pulmonary disease. Now, this is the drug they are using.
All right, let's see what you guys say. 64% say a sign out of 11. So pretty good number of you voted. 11. Well, not bad.
$4 billion opportunity, and they also increased their IL-33 sales potential.
That's pretty maybe I should. I mean, it has the indicators. I'm telling you all how bullish it looks, and then to not just
within a short period of time.
Go with that bullishness.
Name, Alex, it's up about 13% this year, up about 9% for the week, and we're just right around.
Yeah, this is maybe one of the cases where I just
current levels.
Yeah,
follow
the big takeaway to
my trading notes of listening to myself.
We know that this stuff requires
but really listening to you.
Homework and understanding to really navigate the nuances.
80. Oh yeah, Silvergate is just consolidating up here, so it might be about to rip.
Strong in this market. We keep reading
FaZe 10%, Fubo. Yeah, FaZe is breaking out here a little bit to the upside.
And all the concerns, yet you have names like this one that are doing okay, that are outperformers. I think that's always important to draw attention to. All that
Fury is up
$819,
15. That's a break on Silvergate.
Just an expensive one.
Oh, not yet.
Can be a little bit less accessible for a smaller account.
Fubo 10%.
For that reason, I'll say down vote. Not a reason to avoid it if it's within.
BBY with a red candle down here, it's up 7.5 or so. VWAP is at 83.47. Haven't made it there yet, but probably in its future.
With some really negative news, now we are seeing the street
pharmaceuticals very robust.
Downgrading shares to neutral from overweight, while also giving a price target of about $70 a share. That's down from 95. Mentioning
finance? No. This is where I spend all of my gains from real life. All of my profits from real life. I come and spend them on my computer.
But they did say a significant portion of
I'm trying to make it more source of income because
longer term
that would make sense.
Controls to reduce this illegal
we'll see.
Activity. Now, in addition, Block's initial response, they said, lacked the specific rebuttals.
All right, a sign. Donro just chatted, so he probably said roll.
And they believe it's prudent to turn now more
smart and wise and prudent.
Pending more comfort around sizing the exposure to these risk factors. I think the last part of that could be true for a lot of these names that have seen a lot of volatility as of late, but today continuing its losses for the week, down over 2%, now down 60% from its high and over 19%.
One charter on step 2 invest.
Yeah, clearly a lot of pretty serious stuff.
You forgot step 3. Trade, lose money, and then repeat.
Yesterday. I don't think that's a secret. I'm going to stress the word alleged, though. I mean, I don't know.
Step 0, parents-owned rental properties. Dang it, I missed step 0.
Give us that answer, but right now,
definitely said roll.
The market does seem to be approaching this one with a little bit of uneasiness and uncertainty.
You got your fill on one strike. Nice. Yeah, I got some one strike too.
It's a recent move lower here, just even.
Roll's probably smart. I mean, I've had the order for a roll. Hasn't filled because I've been greedy with it, but. I'm surprised actually with that move that it didn't fill.
And it's given back pretty much all of that. So we'll see. I'm going to say Uppo. Maybe the charts can provide some much needed clarity here, but perhaps not. I mean, this is obviously a big story, a developing story, if you will, and we're just going to report the details as we get them.
Yeah, I think that's really
well. How about that short report on Square?
Also to shift gears back
Thanks, guys, for your likes and all support. I appreciate it. I'm going to end this poll here pretty soon. 48 likes.
Still up pretty significantly for the
48. How many did you do, Bungie?
And up pretty significantly this month, over 16.5%. Now, JP Morgan did raise its price target on Meta to 270 from 225 with an overweight rating, highlighting that Meta has announced it's reducing its headcount by almost 25% from the third quarter levels, cutting its expenses by 12%, and lowering its 2023 capex by about 14%. So as a result, they do believe Meta is building the critical muscle for financial discipline over the long term. Barclays also raised its price target to 270 from 260 with an overweight rating, saying that Meta is now their preferred name among mega cap technology, with shares having re-rated significantly in the past few months. They now see significant upside. They actually do not believe the bull case is even pricing in how generative AI could.
SPY's coming down here a little bit. BBY still holding up very well, coming down some. Little consolidation here.
So I like that they
Silvergate holding up the best though, which is hilarious since it's up 83%.
In the congressional testimony we did here yesterday.
That news must have been pretty bullish. This is definitely beyond just day traders on Silvergate.
Headline news.
New York Democrats have proposed a 4% tax on Netflix, Uber to fund MTA. That's great. Have Uber pay for the cabs.
TikTok hype is very important in Meta, the name that's up almost 70% now on the year.
Yeah, and seemingly becoming the new next
public
gen
transit
favorite in terms of coverage. This stock has
50 of them.
I feel like been on the show every day for the last
nice.
week.
Yeah, the premiums are pretty sick on BBY.
What I think is the most intriguing about the movement that we've seen in Meta, at least the last let's call it 4 months, going back to the latter parts of last year, is that this isn't because they're revolutionizing something. It's actually that they're going back to basics and trying
50
to
cash you could put. So
what's already working.
No, not 50K. What is that like?
And
I guess that's $5,000 and
what the street wanted to hear. I think it's fascinating.
Not
Gotta
that
stay
much.
down vote though.
Is it?
Just gotta switch it up. It's just been too much meta this week.
I'm so confused because on mine it's margin, so it's not like full buying power. I don't think.
We have a meta update at this point, but with a nice move.
Yeah, mine says my 30. Let's see what I do. I did 20. Somebody says buying power effect is $8,000. Like what? Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Because it like 80 cents.
The competition and markets authorities
$8,000. Okay, yeah. FRGT rallying right now, 26%. A lot of volume. I don't know the catalyst or anything about this. Oh, reverse split. Looky, looky, looky. Did it split today? Splitting end of day? The GME full port? Wish you all the luck. Oftentimes reverse splits do end up coming down with the price. But in recent history, we've seen the opposite in a rally. So it's a bit of a roll of the dice here. I don't know when it's not reversed yet, maybe. I don't know. But as far as the chart, like, it's good. You've got an RSI divergence from this low back here. Good volume today, but again, around reverse splits, it can get super volatile both ways.
And one notable competitor that they have not been able to reach an agreement with is
look at that stability in Bed Bath & Beyond and Silvergate.
Still several hurdles they have to face here in the next coming weeks and months. So this is just, I'd say, a sign of optimism, but not necessarily.
Thanks for subscribing, Ryan. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I guess I would like to know the catalyst. I don't know anything about that company. And did it already reverse split, or is it reverse splitting like end of day or the next week? Gotta look at other stocks that reverse split. Like the chart looks nice, but the split can throw everything off. You can have a huge move up or just start huge move down, really.
Taking a step towards integrating this into
down 35% on the same news. Yeah, I was looking at Fox D.
But dollars and cents wise,
I know, that's why I was like, I wanted to get into it, but
to materially move Microsoft on a day-to-day basis.
Down 35% on the same news.
And let's start there. So if you bought it for a reason, you want to get this integrated. You want to continue to grow these brands that are best in class. I mean, Call of Duty is video games as far as I'm concerned. This is the biggest video game franchise that there is, and so the
Alright, there's a little candle down on Bed Bath.
Obviously, that's just another
the towel's getting wrung out a little bit.
For Microsoft, which is catching a bit of a safety bid lately. So much cash, strong market positions. Throw video games in there too. Why don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll this.
Video games. So we'll be moving forward today with our two upvotes, those being Block as well as, of course, Microsoft. We'll be looking at some charts, digging
order, see if it'll fill to lower,
some example trades coming
lower
up
price. Should have done it when it was higher, but oh well. $5.36 close. Whew. Pretty bearish. Maybe it's Friday. I don't know. Split out this morning, 10 for 1. So yeah, I mean, as far as the candle, if the split has already happened, then that's good news as far as the volatility or the direction. It seems like it's going to be bullish. So you can kind of, to me, I can kind of look at the chart and it's not going to do anything too crazy. But yeah, it looks bullish. You got an engulfing candle here on the daily, which it's not over yet, of course. Today's not over, but that looks good. And then again, these reverse splits can cause big price action. Squeezes. We've seen it more, I feel like, before the actual split, and maybe that's what this was from. I'm not sure. That seems pretty early, but also seen it on the day of, which is maybe kind of what you're getting today. And I've seen it like a couple weeks after. But as far as TA, it looks good. RSI divergence, engulfing candle. Whether entering right now is a good idea or not, I'm not sure. It's up pretty high. I'm probably not going to play that, but maybe. If I was looking for plays, that one is not bad at all. I just bought a bank that should be bankrupt, so pretty speculated out myself. Alright, here's VWAP on BBBY. Bull flag on SPY. This little 5-minute one. Boom boom time. I don't think GME's gonna get too much boom boom today. If it does, I think it's back to being broken, which would be a good thing for traders. Maybe some calm, very mature, very old looking rising price action next week on it from a normal, not broken stock. The biggest of the gambles? No. No way. Keep my GME out your mouth. Slap. Silvergate's still holding up there. I mean, trying to temper your expectations, Drew. You just said you went full port on it, and then your next statement was, GME is really wound up. I think he's gonna go boom boom. Oh, maybe. Why is not dumping, Blue Owl? How's your Baba play? It's holding up. It's consolidating. A nice little pump. Just look at all these green dots. The SPY squeeze. Biggest gamble is AMC. I would say that's a bigger gamble than BBY at this point for sure, but yeah. Look at that. BBBY even acting normal somewhat. With a bounce on VWAP. Waiting to re-enter. Yeah, do you normally get out of them that quick? Because you had quite a bit of time on them, I thought. You had them scattered all different dates and then you just dump them the next day? Or did you just close the shorter dated ones? That's one of my favorite comparisons of BY to AMC. Like, what insiders have sold BBY in droves. Silvergate coming down here a little bit. I added on VWAP. I don't think I'll add again. I think I have enough exposure for this bank going bankrupt probably. But it does look good. I mean, the volume there is insane. National popcorn buckets. Supply zone rejection. Oh, so your thesis on it being bullish broke down a little bit. That's why you closed. Fair enough. Oh, if our GT released new AI-based product. Okay. So, yeah, it honestly could be more from that than the reverse split. I don't know. But watching reverse splits like a couple weeks before and then all the way till a couple weeks after could be in for some wild moves in there. Up and down. But you throw in an AI with a reverse split. Yeah, it could keep going though. SPY looks like it wants to maybe come down. Setting up a little engulfing here on the 5-minute. Got 2 minutes for that to close. RSI divergence here on the 5-minute, which, not great. BBY just through VWAP there. GME 1.9% up still. BY up 6.3. Silvergate set up an engulfing on the 5-minute. So it might be coming down to test levels. 183. Or it'll just hang out up there. Alright. SPY's coming down here. Bullish on FRGT Union Cartel business. Launched it in Mexico.
Risk prepared and also knowing some of the risks with a name like
Thank you guys for your support today.
And some of the
Don't forget, sub up, like up,
what are you thinking for a trade?
comment down, happy money sticks
Some
around.
type of news like this particular news comes out.
If you're on Twitter, you can follow us on at Happy Money YT and a Discord server that is pinned in the chat. It's free to join. You're welcome to join it.
Bias that you have, or you're going to be maybe a non-believer of the report, and that's
where
going
we
to potentially influence your
get on
directional
and
bias. And so it can
hassle
be,
AMC investors.
Between, the different viewer, different outlook on the stock, different investor, different trader. And so as opposed to leaning one way or another, I kind of decided to, what about the investor who simply just has no opinion? They're looking at this.
Yeah, looks like it definitely wants to make a move to VWAP at least.
This generates volatility.
Silvergate too.
As more and more details unfold, potentially over some time period as short as a week. Maybe we get reactions in this stock. We've already heard kind of
or I'll never forgive you.
Perspectives weigh in, and that potentially will only increase over time. So I looked at something like buying a straddle. This would just simply
That's
be
a nice double bottom on UNG, right?
It isn't directionally biased one way or another. It just wants it to move far away. And since we selected the strikes that are near the at the money,
I want it to rip before these expire. These contracts expire next Thursday.
At 60 right now.
And I don't know how to really roll these. I have to close them and buy new ones.
A large move
I don't want to do that.
So someone who is more bearish may look at just simply buying a put or a strategy that's more bearish in particular. Someone who's more bullish may look at buying a call or a strategy that leans more bullish in particular. But this one
BBY holds VWAP. If not,
simply looks for
see 82.70, kind of the top of this candle here, median 158 area. Holding one of these levels would be good.
Additional proof to some of the claims or allegations. Maybe you see additional downside. And so you can see how this one can benefit in both scenarios, but there's always a catch. So what is the catch? Well, the catch is, well, what if nothing happens? What if it's a very quiet time over the next week? Well, on this one, you have the full debit at risk. So say it perfectly pinned at 60 at the expiration time, you'd be fully exposed for that full debit, which in this case is $550. But every penny away from that theoretically would be money made back. So got to get to those break evens, which are 54.50 at expiration and 65.50 to the upside.
I'm seeing this higher low here, but this is a higher low too.
Symmetrical looking risk profile.
I don't really consider that a divergence, but the increasing RSI is good.
Here, a name that's not making any sort of move today. Let's call Microsoft.
We do have one from over here, though.
I mean, Microsoft, though, I want to say in a very risk-on environment.
We've got that engulfing candle back there. It's at this previous support. It's got a lot of good signs. So far at this level, will hold and potentially bounce on.
Their highs by 30%. So, Rick, walk us through what you're seeing here. Hopefully, some optimism, because it does feel like there has been a good degree of hype around Microsoft regarding all things AI, naturally.
it's not looking too shabby for the bulls here. We're in
We'll
an
go back
upward
down to
channel that began with these yearly lows near the 213 mark.
BBY holding
Kind of
above
a
it.
wide
Hold
channel
on.
here with far-ranging prices.
And there's SPY
we are
now,
trading near the
ripping
upper
up.
edge of this channel now after we broke through this downtrend
What do you know?
here. So we had kind of a
If in
short-term
doubt,
downtrend within the bigger
go long on SPY.
upward channel. And something that I thought was notable was that this time we stopped far short
One of
the
you guys said
bottom
that
edge of
yesterday.
this pattern. So that's
That's
can
very
be
true. If
regarded
in
as a
doubt on
more
SPY,
bullish
just buy
sign,
calls.
a sign that we didn't retreat to that
Or don't do
lower
anything, but
end of the range we've been
it's a
trading
joke.
in, and instead resumed climbing upward. We beat our recent relative highs here near the 274 level. That's the
Days up
green dashed
11
line.
point
So making
four.
some progress beyond that point.
New high
However,
there.
We haven't really made our way outside of this channel here. So the white dashed line here, the upper one, that's a point to watch here near about the 280 mark. Just
SST
above
with
that
a
as
big
well,
divergence from
282,
back
this
here.
red dashed line. That's about the
That
point
looks nice. It's
where
already
we
made some of the
had,
move up though.
Trading open up after we had this gap down.
Right at
kind
that
of an
50.
unusual price pattern here. Just to
Moving
point out,
average.
we had what's called an island reversal, where we have a gap up,
Ooh,
a little
island.
bit of trading, then a gap back down.
Mhm.
Just kind of interesting to point out that
Nighthawk
rather
led me onto
unusual
those
pattern,
island
as I said.
patterns.
So anyway.
That was actually on
282 will
BBY.
be the point to-
Let's look at
to
that island.
break above into
It played out well.
stronger uptrend here. We're already in an uptrend, but
Or was
that
that
would be
island? Was it
a
down? Was it
notable point
here?
to
With this one?
surpass there.
I think so.
274 to the downside
This
would be
island.
the first point of potential
On like the
support
4 hour
here.
maybe?
RSI, our measure of momentum.
Yeah,
once
the
again,
4 hour and
we
the
were
hour that you
in
had
the
this island
overbought
bottom.
area recently, but we retreated
The
back
gap
out of that
down,
as price
flat,
encountered some
then a gap
resistance
up,
there.
so you have this little
still
island.
bullish, still
was the
favoring the
reversal.
upside here, but not really doing anything unusual, mostly just kind of following the price action here. If we do break lower, below that 274 mark, look to our 21-day EMA.
It is
near the
bouncing nice on
265
VWAP. Kind
level
of
for
strange,
some
huh?
support.
Very
That's
strong.
a bit of a ways below
Don't
where we
pull
are
out.
now. So
Gonna
watch
flush.
for
I
that
can
moving
guarantee
average
it.
to catch up a little bit in coming days, eliminating some of that lag when we have fast-moving prices. So once again, 274
Yeah, I mean,
to
the
the downside.
indicators are still there
282
for
to the
bearish.
upside.
It's just funny to see how much
Just know
support and
$4
strength
above
SPY
where we're
gets
currently trading
out
here,
of
Rick.
nowhere.
You can see from what you just pointed out, still in an overall uptrend, so we'll perhaps
Oh.
call it some cautious optimism when looking at a name like Microsoft, but we'll leave it there.
What was
Appreciate
that?
all of your technical insights. As always, Rick Ducat, our chart master.
what?
And Alex, when trading this name, then following Rick's suit and following that optimism, walk us through a more neutral to bullish leaning trade.
Yeah, so say you're looking
still
at this
talking
one,
Microsoft?
you don't necessarily want to bet against it, but you are concerned that maybe the upside has largely ran its course. You're looking for something
Split
leaning a little
happened?
bit more neutral, but also
No.
has that bullish aspect
Split.
as well. I looked at
No, I was
some
talking about
vertical
island
below the market. Going
formations.
into April, selecting the 265 strike as sort of our anchor for this trade, or the short strike for this particular trade. Defining the risk by buying the 262.5.
I didn't realize capital losses
below
there.
that. If we're able to get a 50-cent credit on here, that's 20% the width of the strikes, 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio with $200 in risk. Break even 264.
Too embarrassed to admit.
Again, it's neutral to bullish. But I thought it was interesting how that lined up with the technicals that Rick had talked about.
You're
He had
funny.
provided that resistance or support
Like
point below the
74-ish?
market in the 270s, but he said if that one doesn't hold, possibly a test could happen of that.
What do you
moving
mean at
average,
74-ish?
which just happened to line up at 265. So potentially two lines of support between the current share price on a technical basis and the short strike that we have for this particular trade. And as the risk profile
Oh, you bought it up here.
illustrates, it's just looking for this one to stay above the short strike through
I mean, that's close to the VWAP bounce. I picked up more right here. So, I mean, maybe I was an idiot for doing that, but
if those options
it made sense. SPY's ripping there. If in doubt, buy calls. I wasn't very in doubt, but yeah, I was wrong. I'm not trading it though, so I didn't have much conviction. GME with a pop-up on that. Looks like a little more move up. We'll see end of day though. Maybe it'll come down like Al was saying. That really woke up GME.
Exercise or assignment. Now coming up next, it's time
And
for FOMO,
BBBY,
looking at all things
potentially.
Darden Restaurants just nearing its 52-week high.
Is that like
third
Bullard or
quarter.
someone
We'll dive more
yelling?
into those results coming up next.
Oh, I don't think so. Still talking about DRI. Chasing gonna make fun of me. Don't worry, Jason's not here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like GME's been correlated with SPY even when it was broken. Other than when it would just rip. But even then, it was usually with some bullish SPY move. Banks don't go bankrupt. Everybody knows that. Silver guy's holding up so nice. And that pop turned into a wick on the SPY. SPY is spazzing a bit. Very good bounce on BBY. Still looking at rolling these. Oh, I should get filled on that. SPY moving up now. If it goes over one, consider a turning point. If it holds above 81.56, this level by close, I definitely consider a turning point. Bubo is rallying today. Let's look at double bottom here. Not really double bottom, I mean, kind of an inverted head and shoulders though. Here and here. So, you know, like this. Here's your shoulder. It's a little wishful on that. Zoom out. Inside bar, that can be bullish. Need confirmation of it breaking this this candle from this day though. But that could be a good sign. And this double doji is a good sign of reversal too. A potential reversal. Have a drink on Sunday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Al. You must be so old and wise by now. Yeah, Fubo definitely has historically been a big mover. I kind of rallying up here a little bit more. Bed Bath looking so strong. GME also up 2.8%.
Something's going to happen. I'd even argue that it's almost the prudent thing to do if you're exposed to some of this credit risk as this stuff started to build up, is just to try to de-risk some of the portfolio exposures. So that's naturally going to increase the cost of some of those hedges, and of course the narratives start to build, but this is pretty typical stuff that we see when anything's under pressure.
Yeah, but Alex, you have to look on the other side of that, because it's a really great argument, right? Hedge your risk to be able to minimize your losses or lock in your losses and try to basically collar a position. That's a good take on it. You also have to look at it though. Those credit default swaps
GME moving up.
They're a two-way trade.
3% on GME.
Contract. Somebody else has to take that risk on. And so
BBBY still holding up there. Silvergate still kind of coming down. Did have this engulfing candle out of resistance, so
do they really want to be a part of that?
slowly melting back down now. UOP's moved up some. If that's a support or back here,
to be able to default
$1.80.
That's then their obligation. So it's kind of a weird thing to try to be able to balance out, but it's not like the traditional stock market that has a dedicated market maker, things of that nature. It's really kind of like an off exchange type of a scenario. So I think finding that other party to be able to do the deals at the price or to do the deal at all is really the fear that everybody has in the marketplace, which is why we're seeing this kind of like snowball effect. At some point in time, it's nice to be able to have that premium, but at the end of the day, if it gets too high, then people are going to say, hey, I don't even want to get into this contract at all, and that could dry up liquidity, and then that could cause even bigger issues.
Point taken. Of course, not really a retail game. Let's say this is this happened at the biggest institutional levels. So a game for others to worry about, and us just to take notes on and watch from afar. But certainly important stuff, and I appreciate your insights, KG, as always. Senior markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network, Kevin Green. Let's bring back in Jenny.
It's Happy's B-Day too.
Let's talk some restaurants here. Let's talk some Darden things on the move.
You know, I
didn't know what you were saying.
Oliver, I discussed this name earlier, and Oliver was saying, how can you be bearish on the economy when Darden's chart looks so good, which I liked, because this is a lower-priced restaurant chain. They operate so many different restaurants. Olive Garden, as well as Longhorn Steakhouse, that come to mind. But Olive Garden, I just naturally think of the unlimited breadstick deal, which is like one of the best deals out there, and they did actually highlight this. In their third quarter report, the CEO said their ability to keep costs low has kept customers still coming in the door. So we saw a really strong report from them. Just to recap, sales did grow about 14% year over year, beating street expectations. On adjusted earnings, it did also top what the street had been expecting.
Over 20,
more significantly than that, though, I think, is looking ahead into 2023. They not only revised both their adjusted earnings and their sales to the upside, they did also then exceed what the street had been expecting.
So 23,
not
23 and a half.
For, you know, this very, I'd say, concerned discretionary environment.
2100 open interest at 23.
Shares are now up about 10% this year, up about
23 and a half
2%
is
for the week,
24.82.
just about 1%
really starts to pick up after
their
23
yearly
and a half.
high. Today, though, we saw a ton of analysts that update their coverage. Wedbush with an outperform rating and a $165 price target, saying they expect Darden's category share gains to accelerate in an increasingly uncertain consumer environment, rendering visibility into their ability to achieve or exceed current consensus in 2023. Oppenheimer also reiterating an outperform rating, a $175 price target, saying that importantly, EBIT margins
if you believe in it,
expanding for the
selling
first
cash
time
good puts
in
on
4
something like this
quarters,
is
which is a
a
theme
great way to
they
make money.
expect to continue.
Your annualized return on that's like
also 165
80% or 200%.
160, saying these
Wild.
results did reflect better than expected comps and shared traffic gains. BMO was the one that I found that was the least optimistic, although they did keep a $150 price target that was actually up from $145, saying as it stands, the fiscal 2024 environment doesn't strike them as one particularly conducive to material margin expansion, although still with a market perform rating. So the street likes this name, Alex, and I think likes the fact that they're able to still see such high demand.
Annual return on that is 700%.
Being that people aren't going out to restaurants anymore. I mean, you walk around Chicago and restaurants that are much more costly than some of the brands under this parent company.
That's how far out of the
money
money it is.
Like there's any concern for cash because everyone is dining out.
FRC
I think it just depends. depends. I
Dude,
think
this
that
is
obviously
crazy.
some of those risks can be overstated, but we don't want to be, of
on that
course,
one.
just prisoners of our own reality. We live in a really densely populated area.
FRC cash
really
and good put.
So many restaurants
Annualized.
and countless people, it seems. So maybe there are some restaurants that are seeing traffic lower than kind of peak traffic levels. But that doesn't mean that no one is going to restaurants, and that doesn't mean that there's outperforming restaurants. Clearly,
what is that
from
strike
what we heard from Darden, Jenny, is there's still definitely people going to Darden, and they're everywhere. All these brands are kind of like suburban paradise. So when you start thinking about Olive Garden to Longhorn to Cheddar's, and you go down the list. And so how I would think about it, and this was seemingly the prevailing sentiment of the analysts, was, yeah, times are maybe tougher for the broader restaurant industry, but Darden's proving itself to be one that's executing at a high level. It's keeping costs low. It has tremendous scale. And all things considered, it's mostly keeping its traffic.
There's a pop on GME. Look at that.
So
happy B-Day blew out and happy
even facing maybe tougher macro conditions.
Thank you,
they
Ace.
still shine. And so that was to me what stuck out. And if you believe in that,
thank you for your generosity, mate.
And you have this fear of missing
I will
out
be
from the
celebrating
upside, Jenny, I want to talk
tonight
about
with a
trade that
piñata
maybe
in your
benefits
honor.
the greed upside.
No
That,
question.
of course, in this case,
I don't
is
care
buying a
if
call
my family's all
spread,
racist and hates
in which we
Mexicans.
buy
I'm
one
still
strike
doing
in the
it.
money to
I'm
150,
pulling a piñata
sell at
out.
155. We're going out to
We're gonna do
April
it.
for the expiration. We can spend half the width of the strikes. We always use that as sort of a loose guideline. So we've looked at that just here. $5 wide spread, 250 debit. That would correspond to $250 in risk. To find that break even, you simply take that 250, add it to the long call strikes level.
This is basically every day.
Get to 152.5.
For my birthday.
If
My
we look
birthday
at the
just
risk
keeps
profile,
repeating.
I think it does a good job of illustrating kind of what we want to
I
happen
don't know.
and how this risk interacts
I didn't want to try to
with the
figure out how to
price
use that one.
performance. So we start pretty close to that.
Thank you,
middle
Ace.
point,
Appreciate it,
pretty
man.
Close to the break
Big pop on GME there.
If the stock falls below 150,
With
we
some
have
volume.
our full loss potential of $250, but it levels off at that level.
Said piñata.
And then, of course, if it rallies up into
Spy.
155,
Little
this
move
thing
too,
can
but
expand to 250
yeah,
as well.
that's pretty bullish on
And of
GME.
course, levels off. So both defined profitability
If
and
it has some
defined
more
risk.
mellow, sustained rallies next week. Over 23.5 on GME would be good for that options chain. Silvergate coming down
benefit
a
if it
little
goes
bit.
higher,
VWAP
and of
here.
course face potential
BBBY going
losses
up.
if it goes lower, all of
What
which I
this
think
GME
fits
does.
in with the directional bias.
Yeah, this name doesn't typically trade with such huge swings, so we see a nice 2% gain for the week, which is substantial for a name like Darden that historically hasn't had a ton of volatility, but also I'd say to consider that when looking at example trades in this name. But that does it for our FOMO segment for today. Now coming up next, we will discuss Carnival's earnings expected out Monday morning. We'll dive more into what we can expect from that company with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Yep, there's no more grays. Sorry, I'm getting a little food here, guys. Yeah, side back to BWAP. Spy's grinding up here. Sorry to hear about your loss, Owl. Leave on GME this thing. I'd like to see GME get broken again. It'd be very exciting. Bullish on grays next month, for sure. I would take that bet for sure. Silvergate, melting back down here a little bit. This weird stock sometimes just does weird stuff. It's up 233%. I don't know if you can even trade it. I don't know why it's on my watch list. Yeah, go flush into it. Inspired. It's a great idea. It's looking a little fleshy though, you're right. This might be another engulfing candle up here. Maybe just a little false breakout. I mean, everything looks pretty bullish, but coming up 145. Maybe we'll get a turnaround at 2 o'clock turnaround.
It is outperforming now Norwegian, underperforming Royal Caribbean. But here to tell us more on their earnings, because it is always earnings season if you're a believer, I'd like to welcome in Caroline Woods, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So Caroline, what can we expect from this company ahead of their report? I did see signs of improvement, but we're still not expected to post any profit here.
That's right. Of course, the path to profitability, Jenny, is going to be
depends on your time frame.
Analysts, I think, are focusing on. Carnival's expected to report
time frame on SPY going up or down.
Narrower loss in the quarter
Intraday
of
today?
62 cents
Probably
per
both.
share, so narrower than the year-ago period, even actually narrower than the previous quarter, but still not profitable.
Got to line up here at 394.
In terms of revenue,
seems like it probably wants to make it there before it turns around.
Cruise
But I just have to wait for a reversal sign. I don't see anything yet.
It'll be compared to pre-pandemic levels. In the last reporting period, it was about 19% of pre-pandemic levels. So we'll see if we can get that, or was within, I should say, 19% of pre-pandemic levels. So we'll see if they can get that even closer. You know, obviously they've been moving past COVID restrictions, although the war in Ukraine, that has had an impact on European business. I would assume that's likely to continue, so we'll have to see what they say about that. Of course, analysts will be looking for any commentary on 2023 booking trends and outlook as well. Are they seeing a pullback in consumer spending given the high inflation and just given, you know, a pressured consumer for quite so long? We're just finishing wave season right now, which begins in January, ends in March. It's a period of heavily discounted cruise prices, typically to kind of gear up for the rest of the year. So let's see what they have to say about that. But I know how we all feel about cruises, and I'm pretty confident that none of us took advantage of any wave season deals.
I just learned about how much I'm missing out on just right there. So I'll have to keep it maybe in consideration for 2024 and beyond. But Caroline, my question is, obviously analysts are going to weigh in. I see this as a super high beta name, so it's going to have a tough time for outperforming if we don't see some markets bouncing back as a whole. But what are some of the things, you mentioned some of the metrics, what are some of the other things maybe nuanced that we're just looking for in travel in particular, or in Carnival, or the cruises in general that analysts are focusing on?
Well, it's interesting. Actually, Deutsche Bank was just recently out with a catalyst call by actually thinking that expectations were too low. Still pretty bullish on the travel sector overall, especially the cruise space. Said leisure travel stocks look resilient despite some of those macroeconomic uncertainties, with the cruise sector looking strong. In particular, expects both earnings and, even more importantly, guidance to surprise to the upside, based primarily just upon weakening
Did Kathy Woods really do that, or are you just joking?
As you guys
I didn't see anything on
it's
that.
down about 15% this month, as well as what they believe to be a
Hey,
low
does the
bar
transaction still go
for the
through if no one
remainder
claims
of the
it?
fiscal year. He
I don't
says,
even know.
while
Like, does
some
it just count as
investors
like a
have become
dono then?
concerned about cruise pricing trends, particularly toward the
I
end
haven't
of the
tried to
historical
check.
wave
I
season.
don't know if you've
We
checked.
believe that shifts in booking patterns have made late wave bookings much less relevant to the overall revenue picture for Q2 and Q3. One thing to note, though, they have a buy rating, but a $10 price target. So it's currently trading at around $9 and a little bit more than $9 right now, and so only about $1 upside from here. But overall, analysts pretty split on this company. 8 buys, 8 holds, 5 sells, and the median is also $10. So Jenny had talked about outperformance compared to the fact that Carnival is up about 12% year to date. outperformance compared to Norwegian, underperformance compared to Royal Caribbean. But when I was actually just looking to see what analysts thought about all three, Royal Caribbean seems to be the one that they're most bullish on. Not a single sell rating there. 60%
yeah, I don't know. I heard him.
Of analysts have a buy
Carnival
rating.
season
And when
and
you
beyond.
take a look at the median price target,
He did say
it's
beyond.
at
You're right.
$81.50, and it's currently trading around
True news. That's crazy.
$60, so $21 upside.
I mean, I see the sell on Tesla.
From
That makes sense.
these levels. So it seems like Royal Caribbean is the one to be
No, I'm
bullish
not
on.
selling
But
it.
Deutsche Bank, says catalyst buy
find the
for,
dip on blog.
for
Coinbase.
Carnival ahead of these earnings.
This isn't
And
a
Royal
dip.
Caribbean still up
It's like a 2-day dip.
20% even with this recent pullback. That
This
move
was a
has been
dip.
really interesting, and it does seem like you said the street is still pretty split on Carnival. Us three are not. I think we need
that's a
Kevin
pretty
Hanks,
good
who
dip.
is our cruise lover among the
I may
bunch,
be
to
coming
come and
down
help
here.
us out, because I love to travel, Caroline. I'm not ever getting on a cruise ship, I think, and I think that I'm in good company here. But we
Cruises
will
are
be
actually a lot
there.
of fun.
Ever, because I will take a cruise to Alaska at some point. But that's it.
You're right. I should never say never, because I guess if it was presented to me, I probably wouldn't say no to that. But thank you for all of your thoughts today and all week long. Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now, last but not least, it's time for Under
I'm
30.
moving down here.
We're looking at XPay,
GME.
seeing a downgrade.
Moving a little
Shares are
bit.
lower by about 3%.
That Bass
After
are
having a pretty
still
decent
holding
week, we'll
above
discuss
VWAP.
more with George
Same with
Tillis coming
Silvergate.
up next.
Hasn't fully bounced on it, but moving back to it. Who's this? Oh, XPEV. Huh. Fed balance sheet expanded by $393 billion in the past 2 weeks. 2/3 of quantitative tightening taken back. So that's where they're fighting the Fed. Fed's Congress, administration, all that's trying to prop up the economy. Fed is trying to crush the economy for inflation. And they're opposing forces. There's your little spy drop. BBBY drop to right to VWAP, see if that holds. Interesting, it does seem like we've seen some move today on BBBY with the SPY. I think this pop right here. Yeah, I think that might have been with the SPY, and then potentially this drop we're seeing right here too with this one. The last time I saw that on BBY was pretty bullish. End of day we had a big rally. Alright, there's a candle below VWAP on Bed Bath. Still haven't gotten this thing rolled. Up the price a little bit. Okay, BY moved down a little bit lower than the wicks from a little bit earlier today. So breaking through BWAP it looks like, unless it wakes out of here. And there's a wake out. We'll see. Maybe it's a positive end of week. I mean, the day's not over, but I know what you mean. Yeah. GME is still holding up from this kind of SPY sell-off a little bit.
Going overseas, though, we're looking at XPeng. catching some analyst love, or maybe not so much?
Yeah, maybe not so much, because Bernstein did downgrade shares, but it is catching some love from the street, I will say, this week, because in spite of today's move lower, shares are still up over 7% week to date, which isn't too bad for a name that's still down about 73% from their yearly high. But here to tell us more on this analyst note, I'd like to welcome George Tillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. So George, walk us through this downgrade and really how the street feels now on XPeng, a name that is no stranger to volatility.
Well, I think, I mean, it's had a good week. I think you mentioned that, or actually a couple of good weeks for XPeng. But I think it has to do with the fact that there's been a lot of appetite for growth stocks, despite the fact that we're seeing some challenges with interest rates in the banking system. But I will say this, if you look at Bernstein, they actually lowered the price target from 16 to 12. They have a sector perform rating on the stock from an outperform. And it really has to do with the company's reported earnings, which reported not too long ago, when it comes down to delivery numbers as well as the prospects for deliveries on a forward basis. So if you look at some of the numbers in which they reported earnings last quarter, they lost 37 cents a share, and they actually had sales which missed the estimates but were down 40% year over year. That's a huge decline for the quarter on a year over year basis. So we know that there's been some challenges with companies like Tesla and NIO on a 1 year basis, but we're actually seeing here with this last quarter for XPeng, the delivery numbers were actually down a lot. If you look at the estimated delivery numbers, or the actual delivery numbers, they were 22,250, which were down 54%. But at the same time, they denoted forward deliveries for the quarter that we're in right now. They're expecting between 18 and 19,000 units. So they're sequentially expecting decline in deliveries, while at the same time, they even talked about their margins down about vehicle margins down about 590 basis points. So it seems like, to me, they're actually forced to cut prices while at the same time volumes are going down. And so that's basically two variables going against you as a company. And I think that's one of the reasons why Bernstein downgraded the stock in terms of their price target.
Sell up, maybe.
George, it's hard to have these conversations without bringing in some of the other players within the space. Naturally, we'll often go to the names that we're familiar with. The Teslas of the world, even the Rivian, Lucid, Fiskars and the EV side, possibly even GM and Ford here domestically will come into that conversation. But setting all those aside,
bouncing off of VWAP,
this name
not
is
even getting to it,
oftentimes lumped in with its peers.
Buyers were too excited for VWAP, so they just started buying it.
Be it NIO,
with volume,
be it Li Auto.
very strong, solid
distinguishing
consolidation.
factors
I almost even want to buy more
when looking at XPeng versus some of its other market peers in the case of a NIO or a Li? Because NIO seems to me to be the one that we learned about first, but it seems like right now that Li's the one that's sort of pulled out in front.
Well, I think it has to do with the price points of the products. I think Li Auto's on the lower price points, where NIO's in more the luxury area. They compete more in line with companies like Tesla. I think XPeng fits right in the middle. They're actually, the product line is very large in terms of passenger vehicles, but also SUVs and light duty trucks as well. So they actually have a very broad base when it comes down to products, and they're actually developing new products. But the challenge I see with the company is, from an investment standpoint, is they have very, very low gross margins, and it's down around 12% of total sales. They don't have positive operating cash. While at the same time, they continue to burn cash, and that's fine if you're growing your sales. But if you just look at last quarter, sales were down significantly, 40% year over year. Deliveries were down 54%. This quarter, they're expecting a decline of 62%. So I think there's some issue. I can't say exactly what it is, but I'm just looking at it from a financial standpoint. It doesn't look good. And so with that said, if you're looking for companies in the EV space, and you want some clarity and visibility, but you also want to make sure that there's an element of profitability, Tesla, I'm going to throw it out there. I'm not suggesting buying it. What I am suggesting is it's more visible in terms of their profitability profile and their
GME is actually holding up pretty well here.
So I
good
can't
relative
say
strength.
XPeng is a bad company or a good company. I'm just looking at it on an objective basis. And effectively, when you're showing declining sales and deliveries,
GME wants to go up.
You're not achieving scalability. You're going in the opposite direction. So that's not good.
Yeah, George, I completely agree. And I was looking at some of their price cuts as they followed.
You happy with that bounce?
They don't have the margins to cut prices the same way a company as massive as Tesla does. So I think that was interesting. And I was actually reading an analyst note that said they don't expect them to break even until 2026.
Sell some more calls.
So is this just a name where investors could run out of patience? Because I would say in terms of this EV war, competition is only increasing. It feels like as each passing month,
GME
each
moving
passing
up
year,
here
will
without
people
SPY
just
at all.
eventually get tired of
That's
a name
very
just
good sign for GME.
consistently being such a dwarf compared to the mega that has been really Tesla?
I think so. Look, at the end of the day, you just look at the auto sector in the United States. There's three major producers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, which basically has the Jeep brand, if you will. That'll eventually happen in China. There'll be three major domestic manufacturers. I think maybe XPeng is part of that with NIO and Li Auto. Now you have Tesla, which is basically a foreign competitor, much like Honda, Nissan, and all the other competitors. But domestically speaking, I think there's room for them to develop their market share alongside NIO and Li Auto.
Might see it above there.
But that's going to take some government support.
I don't know if it'll close up there though.
Again,
but yeah, I think
that's
a possibility.
From foreign competitors like Tesla, which are expanding aggressively, and unfortunately for XPeng, they just don't have the
4,700 contracts at 24, so
nearly as good
I don't
as
want
Tesla.
them to close that
The
high.
path to profitability still remains unclear. They've got to figure that out, George. But we'll leave it
But
there.
over even
Appreciate
23.5
all of
would
your
be
thoughts
good if
on
you still got
XPeng today and all week long, of course. Thank you for joining us as always. That also does it for Alex. Thanks, George. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for the week. Have a wonderful weekend. The watch list with Nicole Petalini.
BBY not showing the same strength. Still down through VWAP at the support of that second kind of little bull flag thing. Still at 5% on the day though. SPY bouncing here. GME pulling SPY up. Confirmed. Sometimes SPY is a leading indicator for GME. Sometimes GME is a leading indicator. There you had it. When I trade futures, sometimes I actually use GME. See if we get birds back up to these pre-market levels. Fury with a huge pop-up, 38% on that. Yeah, let's squeeze, Fury. Let's do it. I'm only down 97%. Let's see, how far do we have to go? What happened there? No reverse split or anything? Just failed drug thing, probably. Okay. How many thousands of percent do I need to go up to be break even? Okay, I don't think it's reverse split yet, so this will make this easier. Oh. Just see, I'm curious. Out there, right? 18300%. That's all I need. That's it. GME up 4.3%, kind of hanging out up here a little bit. Fury's up 50% now. BBBY still at that same level. Silvergate consolidating nice at this highs. Setting up a nice bull flag. Go 386. You already changed. You're now the Red Owl. The Red Owl has come about. You even changed your owl logo. I thought you were gonna change if it went to 386. WE, WeWork stock? What do you mean, what's the deal with it? What about it? How many shares of Silvergate did you get, Ace? Or how much you put into it at least? BBBY should close around 484. How do you know where it should close? $1 billion. 84 is close to VWAP right now. Is that where you're getting that number from?
And they now have a new price target of $70, and that's down from $95. Obviously, you were just talking about the Hindenburg Research article that came out yesterday, really alleging fraud, predatory fees, as well as some criminal activity that could be taking place on the Cash App here for Block. They're not actually as concerned when it comes to the high fees and even the user metrics that Hindenburg said were inflated, but they are concerned that a lot of the money that Block is going to have to spend on trying to update their compliance measures, their risk measures, and their risk controls could actually impact the company's bottom line, if you will. So that's what they are really concerned about. They also were just a little bit concerned with the lack of details in Block's response. They did respond, but they did not provide any rebuttal to any of the information that was provided. And they do find that as a little bit of a concern, which is why they are downgrading the stock once again down to neutral.
I mean, as I'm looking at it right now, you mentioned it's at $61 right now. For the week, down 17%. Month to date, down 20%. Tough time for the shareholders. What about Coinbase, another one that's been hit hard this week?
Definitely. We are seeing Coinbase in the green today, which is actually very interesting. But TD Cowen actually downgraded Coinbase to underperform from market perform with a new price target of $36. Now, they do believe that there's going to be incremental risk with the company when it comes to their operations. As we know, they received a Wells notice from the SEC regarding some of the products, potentially regarding some of the products that they currently offer. And they do believe that that will hinder their future growth and really take the spotlight away from some of the growing developments that we are seeing in the crypto space with the update to Ethereum, as well as the U.S. derivatives launch. So they do believe that it's going to take some time to be able to work through some of the SEC items. It could cost them a little bit when it comes to potentially some of the revenue stream. And they do believe that their adjusted EBITDA quality remains low, since a lot of their profitability is being eaten up by employee compensation. So they did note that as well. But once again, we are actually seeing the stock up about 1% in today's session.
Yeah, you're right. It is higher today. For the week, down 10%. It's trading at $67, and that underperform you just gave us with a price target of $36. Oh, that's a long way to the downside from $67. Okay. Kevin Green, thank you. Good to see you. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Jay Hatfield's with us, Chief Investment Officer, Infrastructure Capital Management. Jay Hatfield, what do you think of the week that was? It's almost done.
Thanks, Nicole, for having me on your show again. Well, it's definitely a very interesting / confusing time. You've got really two cross currents. You've got plunging interest rates, plunging expectations of Fed hawkishness, so that's bullish. So we're seeing a rotation into tech stocks. But then we still have the risk of contagion. We had a rumor about Deutsche Bank this morning. First Republic still hanging out there trying to raise capital. The Fed report last night showed $185 billion borrowed from the Fed, so there's clearly still outflows. So we're bullish long term, but to get constructive near term, we'd like to see some resolution on FDIC guarantee of deposits in the U.S.
Yeah, there certainly seems to be back and forth on that issue, whether or not it is it was first interpreted that it was a blanket protection, only to find out it's more of a case-by-case basis.
Holding support from back here, it looks like. That's what I want to see. This one or this one,
right?
at
It
least.
was SVB, it was Silvergate, it was Credit Suisse. Today it's Deutsche Bank. You know, what do you make of it all?
Not Silvergate anymore. This thing's strong.
Well,
Banking
I'm
industry
hopeful
strong at
Deutsche
Silvergate.
Bank thankfully
just
rallied back.
Commotion.
Because it is a
we hear it
very
don't know
strong
anything
institution.
About
that. But it's critical that they remain strong because they're a huge trader. So they
have 64
have
million right now.
Counterparty risk with all the other large investment banks.
Oh, they're overvalued, huh?
Hopefully that'll scare the U.S. Federal government and the Fed
bank
into making it a real
push
to get some sort of fast-track legislation. As you know, Dodd-Frank really
negative $1 billion a quarter.
Precluded the FDIC from
I've not really looked at bank financials. I don't know what they're typically are, but this doesn't
deposits.
look that good.
So, but there is a fast-track provision in Dodd-Frank, but it doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency on the part of the Treasury Secretary or Congress to move that forward. So maybe the Deutsche Bank scare will give them a little bit more impetus.
Yeah. What do you tell investors now? I know inflation is still a story, right? It's not gone.
Well, we think the Fed is completely out to lunch on inflation. They don't look at the real-time data that indicates it's plunging.
You don't.
If you want to predict high inflation, not necessarily low inflation that's driven by wages, look at housing and energy.
Well, we said up here you want to buy it. I was like, oh, it's probably pulled back.
Since the beginning of the financial
crisis.
crisis.
You didn't buy it here, but you bought it up here.
Both headline CPI will go down by about 1%, but also core, because there's a 5% bleed through of headline to core.
I like it.
The most obvious case being airline fares, which are mostly driven by oil. So both of those indicators are indicating deflation. And the Fed was saying, oh, well, inflation accelerated in the first quarter. We don't see any evidence of that. There was a
still break out in the day.
Fallacious PPI report that got revised down. Now the last one was negative. So we don't see any evidence of persistent inflation, and we think that we're headed into
Kevin,
deflation.
He's armless.
So at this point now, are there sectors that you like or stocks that you would recommend here based on that outlook?
Well, you know, tech stocks have had a huge run as a defensive play, and they're pretty fully valued. That's what you're seeing, a rotation out of those and into some beaten down sectors. We would stick with conservative dividend stocks. Preferred stocks have been smashed down, but the fundamentals are still good, so that you're getting paid dividends while you wait.
Is just OWL.
Probably
That's actually how
a lot of new money to work until we get a little bit more clarity on what's going to happen with the FDIC.
Yeah, understood. I mean, we were talking a lot about oil, how it's pulled back. There's different areas that people seem to lean towards. I mean, I've heard a lot about possibilities in tech or biotech, aging America, sort of recession before. Energy always seems to be popping up. You mentioned
they're actually making money for one.
Final thoughts here?
Positive almost $2 billion a quarter.
Well, like I said, I would just be a little bit cautious and wait for more regulatory clarity. Because it's very disconcerting to know that 185 billion is leaving the banking system every week.
Looks like a startup EV tech company.
The market's been very resilient, but that could crack at some point. So
this is like
I would just be cautious and wait till we get clarity on FDIC.
Are you prepared?
Look, operating income is the same, negative 1.8 billion in Rivian. It's actually similar.
Maybe a possibility. How likely is that?
Rivian actually does more revenue.
Based on today's market action, I'd say not super likely.
630.
So we're sticking with our 3,800 to 4,200 range until
that's not even
earnings
a bank.
Season, at least
that's
in April, or maybe a little bit further out when we get better,
speculative IPO
clear,
with a bunch of teenagers running
it. Data. But it's entirely possible. But this market seems to be more rational than most and shrugging off these horrendous news coming out of Europe. So it doesn't really feel like it's going to go down there, which makes sense because our thesis of 4,500 on the S&P is we're more certain about that now than ever.
That's not a bad
as
price.
Interest rates head towards our target of 3% on the 10-year. That implies much higher valuations.
Like
and also earnings estimates are holding
up
for
still
next
working?
year.
Let me see your cost basis.
At 245.
It's
so we're still 18.5 times 245.
It,
so long-term bullish, but
you might be getting saved by the support.
Until the federal government figures out how they're going to plug the dike of the banking system.
Jay, it's great to chat with you. Really appreciate it. Glad you're able to come on today. It was a busy week, and I'm glad you made light of it. Helped us to understand your thoughts here. Jay Hatfield, Chief Investment Officer, Infrastructure Capital Management. Thank you. Later this hour, we have a spotlight for you on Microsoft. Received some good news regarding its acquisition of Activision Blizzard. And we will break down the demand outlook for Tesla. Are more price cuts on the horizon? Our panel is ready to take a look at the tech sector and what lies ahead as monetary policy continues to tighten. And up next, our guest has some stock picks for you.
You learned English phonetically?
We'll take a look at Broadcom, Devon Energy, Wendy's.
Hooked on phonic, work for me. Oh, so is English your second language? I wasn't sure if you're ESL or not. That changes everything, by the way. I guess a little bit of a bounce here, but geez. Need like a nat gas facility to explode or something over the weekend. Anybody got any friends? Haven't invest? Know some people and know some people that rob some people. I think they're pretty flammable. You could maybe just, you know, light a match or something. Climbing up here. Maybe kind of consolidating up here, 4%. 23.5 is an option level. It's every 50 cents on GME, so yeah. I guess I still have an order for another call on GME for January. Nice little first years. Nice. BBBY breaking up through VWAP there. Great little show of support down here. Lower gate just consolidating. Might get an end of day rally on it. Cool to break that $2 and use that as support. Big pull to like 260 and then back down to 2 for support. Good accent both ways. Yeah, on your pull vid. I'm not gonna hear an accent. Just through GME shares at it. It'll go down in flames. So through is spelled THREW. If we're having English lessons. What you spelled is like the Kool-Aid man going through a wall. Okay. Bro. No, not bro. Oh yeah. That's what he says. ESL. Oh, you too? Or are you just making fun of A's? Spelling words wrong. Bye. Climbing up here, about to make a new high. Back by the river, I can't see him. Oh yeah. Making fun of me. Yeah, that's true. Owls eat rats, don't they? Mice. They don't make that much noise though, do they? They're not like a woodpecker or something knocking on your house. There's, I think, a high on the day for SPY. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So, getting a nice bounce here on the support back here. Still kind of a little head and shoulders on the hourly, but daily it's still bullish with inverted head and shoulders being built. GME is not getting a push from it yet. Your motion up 13. Grupo's up 7, so it kind of gave back some of its gains. Bed Bath just right at VWAP.
9,000 levels. It is now back to 27,780,
We're at 215
down 2.7%.
on the day.
It's time now to talk more about the markets and get some stock picks for you. Daniel I's with us, CIO of Fort Pitt Capital Group. Daniel I, thanks for being here. Your thoughts on this week that was, as even now we're seeing volatility and markets turning into the green.
Yeah, hi Nicole. Good to see you again.
Oh yeah, the SI bull flag
we
is
think we're going to
serious.
see the banks
Beautiful
really
consolidation
hunker
up here
down and focus on
after this
liquidity
rally.
and their balance sheets in the near term, which will certainly tighten lending standards.
Nice.
We think the Fed understands
Very strong
this
support,
dynamic
very strong bounce.
well.
It holds
and expects
anything up here near,
the
near close. That's
restrictions
good.
in
Looking
lending
great
to
for
do
next week.
a lot of their work for them.
Oh, BY
in
popping.
terms of bringing
Stocks that
inflation
rally on
levels
Friday
down.
and
So,
hold the
we do
gains.
think that the recent
Oftentimes have
developments and
continuations
outcomes over
the
the
week
last
after.
couple of weeks in the
There's not
banking
a
system
lot of profit
puts
taking and
the
dropping
concerns and the risks of recession, back on the
stock on
table.
Friday.
So we do
You
expect
can just show people aren't scared
to
all
see
over
this
the weekend. It
challenging,
just gives a lot of
choppy,
strength for the
frustrating
next week.
environment last
So
a bit longer.
even if
But we
all these
also
stocks
think
pull back some, if they hold
we're at or
somewhat
very close to
good
the point where
levels,
the
it's
Fed
good
pauses
looking
their
for
interest
next
rate
week.
hiking cycle. And we continue to believe that by the latter part of this year, it starts to become more clear and evident that inflation is headed back down towards long-term trend levels. So obviously in the near term, we need to work our way through the issues and concerns in the banking system. But a bit longer out, we think that we can kind of start to see some of the signs of some light at the end of the tunnel.
I see. So you're not really sure whether or not they will do that 25 basis point hike that they basically insinuated. That seems to be the path, but just not sure.
I think you were a bit premature on your name and logo change there, Al.
Whatever. Inflation too.
Kind of overhyped it a little bit too much.
Taken care of. Understood. Tell me
scared it
about
off. You scared off the sell-off on SPY.
how they could go about picking stocks. I know you brought us.
Oh, there you go, a little double
today,
top.
But do you have a theme of what you're looking for?
False breakout maybe on SPY.
Yeah, so
double top here potentially.
We're not really huge, thematic-based investors. We really focus on stock selection based on really bottoms-up fundamental analysis. So I think I've got 3 good ones for you today. The first one I would start with is Broadcom. The company reported very strong quarterly results a few weeks ago. Revenue up in mid-teens, earnings per share growth of more than 20%.
SI moved
and
down
what we're really
a
seeing
little
with
bit.
Broadcom is the breadth and the diversification of their portfolio and their heavy exposure to strategic infrastructure spending is really offsetting the macro weakness and also the declines in wireless. Just a much different and better picture of results compared to semiconductor companies that are more leveraged,
which have failed
the consumer-focused end markets. And we really think that Broadcom's free cash
once we get any kind of green day that holds,
they generate about 50 cents
of
nice
free
cash flow.
I'm more happy about this double bottom.
Or every dollar of revenue, which
that
allows them to do things like
this double bottom
make
here,
accretive acquisitions,
volume
raise their
and price
dividend by
action.
12% like they did in December,
nice.
and
the
implement
daily you have
attractive
divergence
and
there.
dividend buyback programs.
From back here.
Right, understood. Okay, so you like the strategic diversification of this portfolio.
And just the chart, even these last 4 days is basically flattened out.
So different than what we've been seeing in the financials that have been coming under pressure. I mean, there are people who are just really staying
on top
away.
of that, this intraday, how the price action was today was different than other days. This showed buyers intraday just coming in to buy it. It wasn't some liquidity pump and dump.
We think that there are some opportunities.
It wasn't being a day, it was just with day traders. It wasn't end of day with whatever liquidity pump again.
Investor sentiment has cooled
just people wanted to own the stock and not sell it.
For energy
what it looks like
year.
At least.
The decline in
different
oil
we've seen
prices looks overdone to us. We don't think current prices really reflect the structural deficits following years of underinvestment. We see plenty of potential catalysts going forward. So we do need to refill the strategic petroleum reserve. China reopening, gaining some traction later in the year, and at least the potential for OPEC to defend prices. So Devon is one of our top picks in the space. They have just a absolutely
a new high on
pristine
GME.
balance sheet, which we like. They're generating
Pretty big green
8
candle
to
there.
9% free cash flow
Up on
yield, which we
230 in about
expect
10 minutes.
to
We'll get
increase
some action.
as energy prices rebound, and a very attractive dividend yield for investors. So we're just
Oh,
very
that's the right
comfortable
Jan.
being patient with a very cheap
Oh,
stock
no, Jan.
that pays
Did you revoke
an
your
attractive
membership?
yield and waiting for a turn in the stock
What
price.
the heck? It is a different Jan.
Understood, makes
You
sense.
stole it from that
Last
Jan.
but not least, in the world of
Wait, you have two
really
accounts?
what the consumer
Oh,
is
yeah.
doing, and that is they are hitting these restaurants in a big way. A name like
Okay.
Wendy, not as much of a sit-down type of restaurant, but some people, fast food, right? It's fast food, casual dining.
Right. And we think there's a
What's
lot to
fast
like
food?
here. We really like
Oh,
Wendy's
Wendy's.
shift to a capital light business model. About 95%
Wendy's actually, I think they have
their
actually,
stores
actually
are
very
franchised, which
good,
really
good
dampens
numbers. Is it
the
Wendy's? I think so.
volatility of results, and it boosts their return on equity and free cash flow. They've established a
Divvy too.
really impressive, 12-year track record of consecutive years of comparable store growth, and we just see a lot of different avenues and levers for future growth. So new
Not a
store
very big company, is
openings,
it?
international expansion,
Do they
and
just own Wendy's?
traction with their digital
Oh, they're their
initiatives.
own.
We like
Interesting.
that the company just doubled their dividend back in January, which translates into a
Big market
dividend
cap.
yield of close to 5%. And we also think the valuation looks attractive. The stock's trading at about a 25% discount compared to its longer term historical valuation.
I might be double topping
cheap
here.
compared to
Ow.
rival McDonald's.
Little engulfing candle here wouldn't hurt.
Wow, I mean, when you talk about doubling the dividend to almost 5%, that is really getting paid to wait, and a valuation that seems to be, in your
I don't
eyes,
mean
after
behind the
your
dumpster.
research, 25% discount. So
I mean, maybe there
some
too.
good valuation there. Very interesting.
All should
very
be
attractive.
ole.
Tell me about your final thoughts.
Ole,
because,
ole,
we've
ole,
gotten
ole.
in a lot of our
I like
prints
that.
now for what we can expect. I mean, the Fed made
You
their
should be
moves, we
silent.
got
I hear you.
durable
I hear you on
goods,
that
we got
silent.
all the home sales. Now what?
Yeah, so I
that
think we're
gas
kind
will
of back in a
pop.
situation
Let's go, come on.
where there's going to be a lot of focus
I'm gonna get
on,
break
on
even before this
inflation
contract
and
expires, at
obviously
least.
developments in the banking system as well.
I think I'm
But
like
we,
here for break
I
even.
made the point that we think we're close to the Fed's pause. I think that's prefaced by saying that, or assuming that inflation follows the track that we expect it to follow. But I would agree with your previous guess that we think the Fed's actually a bit overestimating inflation, or the
need to roll
inflation
these.
numbers are actually overestimating
Need to roll these
the reality,
cash good puts.
because it's looking at backward looking data that's using stale rental data, and it's just not in line with on the ground in real time data. So there's a lot to watch. There's a lot to follow right now. We think that the issues with Silicon Valley Bank is just not representative of the overall health and stability of our banking system.
Right. Daniel I, thank you so much. Great to see you. Appreciate it. CFA, CIO, Fort Pitt Capital Group. Daniel I. Have a nice weekend. Thanks. Coming up next, some big news. We're watching Microsoft, Activision. UK regulators are warming up to the acquisition idea for Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard. Stock is near 7-month highs. Let's check it out next.
Why won't the market go down? Asks some people. The Fed has flooded the banks with free money. The Fed is your friend again. Twitter said it would start taking away legacy blue check marks on April 1st for users whose accounts were verified before Elon Musk took over the platform. McCarthy expects US House will pass legislation to address TikTok. Dang, Ruthless, you going heavy on those GME calls, huh? 30 strike? That is way too sketchy for me. For 2 weeks from now? Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, this is what all the fuss was about. Banking fuss. No, I'm just kidding. GME with the short sale volume. 2021 levels makes them different. Cost borrows 40 times. Is the cost to borrow that? I think it's lower. I thought our borrow fees were much higher then. Short volume, I don't think means a whole lot though. But yeah. I just can't spell anyways. Alright, BBY, Reddit VWAP there. Silvergate still at the same spot. We're just kind of hanging out, waiting for action. Yes. Starting to break out. Little rejection. Down 5,300 on those contracts, unfortunately. Bases or 81. So I need it to get back to break even. I need it. Yeah, up here. Like a long ways away, but honestly, nat gas is move quite quickly. Quite volatile, this one. Where does that put it? On our chart here. Yeah, that's just at the support, so we might get a retrace to that. Like, that's quite likely, even if we don't keep a rally and break out. We do bounce off this bottom, which it seems like we will. Moving up to this area, seems like the next spot. So yeah. Silvergate 69%. Moving down a little bit, see if we get a VWAP bounce or where we hold support. Duolingo would disagree.
Once the EU goes through and approves this, we think the pressure will be on the FTC here in the U.S.
I see. In the meantime, I mean,
Yeah.
this is exactly, most people seemed to think that this would in fact go forward. Now, by them saying they've considered the additional evidence that was provided, and they concluded that the merger would not
GME for
result
first option
in
trade.
substantial lessening
I've
of competition
come
for
to hate
the
GME
console
options
gaming
chain.
services,
Market maker seems to be
particularly
extra greedy
Call of
on
Duty and
options there with the
it's
spreads.
played.
How many
you know,
strikes
I
there
wonder
are.
what kind of time frame we're looking at. I heard maybe a month or so. We really
Sounds like
should
you're trying
know
to go
whether or
long
not
on
this gets
options.
the go ahead.
To start with options, I would
Yeah,
always
that sounds about right. I mean, the
go
EU
short
was
first.
set
I would sell them.
to,
I'd sell
make
puts
their
if you're
decision
bullish,
by the
or
end
sell
of
calls
May.
if you're bearish.
Back when the deal was cut in January of last year,
So you can kind of learn how
Microsoft
options
had a
work.
timeline going out to
It's
June.
better to
of
be on the safer side of it,
2023.
which
So
is
I
on
think
the
they're
sell
still
side.
on the track to make that deadline, and
And you can
we
learn
should
how
see that deal close in the next
they
couple
work.
months.
And even paper trading that,
Yeah, with
paper trading the sell side, and
closing,
then
this is likely
using
the
real money on the
highest
sell
close
side,
since
and then
July of 2021.
once you get a good handle, then moving to
Activision's around
long.
$84, and then for Microsoft, and we've seen tech doing better overall.
But to answer your question,
And Microsoft's up
picking
about
dates and
16%
strikes
this year, gaining today. Your thoughts on these two stocks?
depends on how much risk you want.
Yeah, I think.
So I've spent years
Activision is
basically
still attractive
chasing home
here,
runs and just
trading at
losing money.
11% discount to the
And
deal
home runs
price
would
of
be out the
$95
money,
a share.
not much time.
So if you get
So,
that closing in the next 2 or 3
not
months,
chase a home run and try and go
I
for
think
base
that's a
hits
pretty good
to
deal,
increase
especially
your
in
probability.
the volatile market.
Closer to the money,
Microsoft,
more time.
The real focus lately
So
has been
basically,
on
as a
AI
beginner,
and what is
again, I
that
would
going
start
to
with
do
selling.
for their search market.
But if you were buying, I would be buying
I
at
mean,
the
if they
money,
can
and I
really
would give yourself
transform
at
the
least a
Bing
month of
search,
time.
That provides huge upside to Microsoft, and I think it would provide pretty substantial
Don't be chasing
risk to
huge
Google
percentage returns.
if they are successful in integrating
Be happy with
ChatGPT
20% return on an
into Bing
option.
search.
Okay, and in the meantime,
Paper trading is simulated trades, so most brokerages have a portion of their brokerage where you can fake trade with fake money. It just it simulates everything, like it's real. So yeah, starting with that on options would be a good idea.
I mean, tech has just been hot.
There's
this
no risk
year.
at all.
I
You
mean, I
just,
think
it's play money, but it's with the real market. You know, real numbers. Everything's real except for the money.
We're still cautious on the tech side because we feel like the macro environment is still for a slowdown in GDP growth, and we believe that earnings are going to be up for a rough patch in the next couple quarters, especially in next quarter when financials have to report, and we see what the real carnage is in the financial.
When we talk about the tech stocks, you mentioned ChatGPT, and of course Microsoft seems to be the leader on that. You had Google, which you also mentioned. They worked so hard on Bard, and all these companies are sort of doing this race, even the companies in China too. It's the race for AI, right? The arms race. So tell me about, is this a good thing? Is this sort of what it is? I mean, what's your takeaway as someone who's more immersed in tech?
Yeah, I mean, AI is obviously the hot topic. Everyone has had the chance to play with ChatGPT, and it's a pretty fun feature to have. And I mean, it's helping people write blog posts. It's helping. I saw an article, someone on TikTok.
What platform do you use, Andrew?
Spit out their entire itinerary for a travel plan for them. So is it going to
Can I interest you in
agents? I mean,
joining Webull with my link?
AI, but it's still early stages. So
limited time offer.
I think the excitement is probably very
only
early
today.
stage and maybe ahead of its skis.
Yeah, actually, I don't think Robinhood has paper trading.
Opportunity in AI
basically, everything on Robinhood is paper trading, but they actually take your real money and then they paper trade it. It's great. I'm just kidding. It's okay. Robinhood's about as legit as any of the other brokerages. But you're not paying no commissions there. You're paying for your trades. It's just not showing up as commissions. It's showing up in the slippage and the crappy fills. But it looks nice. UI is nice. I suggest getting a brokerage you can paper trade. And seriously, you could use my Webull link. It's in the description. You could get like 20 free stocks or something stupid. And then on Webull, which is what this is, let me see real quick. Whoa, that's huge. There's my yacht that I'm trading from right now. I'm sitting up right here. Let's see here. Yeah. So on Webull, use my link if you get this, or any like TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, they all have paper trading. I don't think Robinhood does. I haven't checked. Maybe they got it. But this is the paper trading section. So link paper layout. I would just do one of the default ones. Stocks, paper trading. You want to start with options. This is actually pretty legit. I've not seen this before. There's options trading, paper. It's actually pretty cool. They have all these default kind of setups for day trading, paper trading, options trading, paper trading, the stocks. That's neat. So if you're really familiar with stocks, going long, going short, how it works, bid-ask spread, all that stuff, then I would move to options. If you don't know that, just start with stocks, learn really well, then do options, paper trading, do it short, sell options. So yeah, then you just click something like this, make sure. Yep. I just clicked options, paper trading, and here it is. Here's all your, here's your options chain over here. Here's the SPY chart. You can move stuff around and stuff however you want it, but yeah, this is all fake, so. Yeah, little SI test on VWAP. SPY rejecting that line we drew earlier. See if that acts as resistance. This is maybe where I'd go short. If I was to go short on SPY. See where I got that line from. Yeah, pre-market high. Yeah, that's not a bad spot. I would maybe do it. It's a little risky because we haven't really tested this level yet today, but yeah, I'm not trading it right now. Process learned 1,000 bucks. So don't do just do stocks then. Don't mess with options. Figure out stocks like in and out. And even before options, you could even do futures. Futures like a step up from stocks before you even mess with options. Everyone skips from stocks to options, and then a lot of people even just skip stocks altogether, go straight to options. Up now. There we go. $237 here, BBBY, right at VWAP. Looking nice. Actually grinding that 50 moving average beautifully. You don't really sell, you just buy. Meaning you just end up holding and don't take profits? Or you mean you don't short? Yeah, I would paper trade. I'd paper trade stocks, honestly. Start with that. Doesn't seem fun, doesn't seem exciting, but if you can't be consistently profitable paper trading, no business trading with real money. None of us really have business trading with real money, by the way. If you just want to gamble, go to the SPY option chain, put all your money on SPY calls, dailies, at the money. When it's just really green, try and figure out how to sell it. Yeah, SI right at VWAP. I think Webull is a good platform, honestly, especially if you're used to Robinhood. It's one of the most similar to Robinhood as far as UI. It's pretty clean. And the link for that is in the description. And then go to the paper section where I showed on the left, paper trading. Start pressing buttons. SPY, edging up here. See if it's 395. Let's see if it actually breaks here, if this is just fake. This is Webull, yeah. It's a desktop platform. This is like, so a program you install on your computer. You can use their browser version, use the app, everyone do it. Robinhood accepts Chime. That's funny, I've never used Chime. See if SI holds that VWAP. BBY still holding around there. Oh, looks like SPY. It's at least consolidating up here. It might be reversal though. Oh, SI is getting a little fleshy. Okay, some profit taking. It's 240. 20 minutes to CNS close. I'd like to see 1.25, 1.7 area hold or 1.8. Some good levels here. Show some strength into the weekend. Ace is getting ready for another average down on Silvergate. Yeah, SPY looks like it's probably topping here. Silvergate's coming down. I averaged up on my purchase, so my cost basis is not as good. Right here. Here.
I don't know, where do you put it into perspective for some of the other brands? Good, bad, ugly?
I think the other brands have a real hard choice in the next 1 to 2 years of, do we actually try to create our own ecosystem, charging stations, battery technology, or do we kind of say, you know what, it's better to join them than versus fight them, right? If you can't beat them, join them. And so there's a whole host of things that they can do, be it, you know, outsource the battery technology to them, outsource the software and the autonomous driving to them. The companies that are actually willing to swallow their pride and actually saddle up are going to find that they have a much better path of success. The other ones are too burdened. Legacy automakers have too much of the wrong business model and fixed assets that are going to be stranded at some point. The startups have this is a terrible time. If they had been just a little bit earlier, you would have had an easier environment to raise cash, and the runways wouldn't have been so constricted. And so I think you're going to really have to see, do I follow the leader, or do I actually hold my pride and see how far I sink?
Yeah, and you know what's amazing is how long people were keeping their cars. We saw that to basically people were keeping their cars for 12 years, which was a 20-year high. And there's still so many concerns about EVs. While
you could get a tax break, and
even that seems to be under some scrutiny for Tesla right now. You could tell me what your thoughts are there. But you do get a tax break. You save on in so many ways. There's so many things that are on the plus, but on the negative,
see, you had this engulfing candle here, but then it retested. And a nice little double bottom here on SPY today.
Than a combustible
so that would have been your sign right there.
Right?
Strength at that bottom.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the head. Is that the longer duration of
I'm still in it, yeah.
That's the variable in my equation from demand to sales.
You can sell off still
like, hey,
more, and I'm still bullish on this thing for a bounce, and this is crazy.
That'll slow down the replacement.
This amount of volume,
so that's kind of factor number
this
one.
cheap of a price,
and we'll see kind of how that
beat
bears
up this
out.
much.
So that'll be incumbent upon Tesla and the other automakers to create products that people want, not that they need. And so that'll be the
just even filling this gap is 600%. That's insane.
You know, the tax break.
But that being said,
companies like Tesla would have succeeded.
There are banks that are failing,
and
this one might be one of them.
Unfortunately, I think the tax break actually helps them out more so than anybody else, ironically.
Right.
But if you, they just announced on their most
like
recent
here, even
big event,
if it's getting to this range right here or something like this,
the cost of goods for the car by 50%.
Moves up. Maybe not a full gap fill, but
$7,500
some of these ones are huge.
If you
Yeah, it's almost 100% right there.
$40,000 to $50,000 to $25,000, or even some sort of clever.
And they had some bullish news today, I think,
hey, I'm just going to
selling their tech or something.
The car comes for free.
But for you, it seems like a no-brainer in your mind.
I think so.
Tesla
not likely to go like that.
One interesting analog for you, Nicole, is that remember the Motorola
if it doesn't
Razr?
Like announce bankruptcy in the next month or so, I think it could.
Units in 4 years. The iPhone does that in 1 year. So this has never happened before, absent a substantial leap in technology. And it's today cars, people are like, oh, car's my identity, I want a different car than you. Everybody has an iPhone now. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
That's kind of the path that Tesla's on now.
Yeah, well, I have to rent a car. It hurts. And the first 3 choices were Teslas.
It helps when the car rental companies are doing your advertising for you.
I was too nervous. I didn't get one. Because it would be my first time, and I just didn't want to be at 10 o'clock at night on some strange road in some strange city in a strange car.
They have some kinks to work out in the experience, that's for sure.
So we'll see. Next time. Eddie Yoon, thank you, founder of Eddie Wood Grow, LLC, and co-founder of Category Pirates. All right, still ahead, our panel is ready to talk all about these big tech stocks, names like Meta.
All right, here's SPYs starting to reject. What's nice about futures is you can get it at the resistance and just wait. You don't have to try and get it just before it starts to come like options. Not worried about theta decay. So just sit here and let it chop around as long as it wants. And if it goes against you, you're not losing theta decay, you're using dollar for dollar, so this stings, but if you just hold through and it comes back down, you're back to break even or profitable right where you entered. BBY actually did break down, I wasn't even paying attention. So it's at that first kind of bull flag from this morning, it's at the top of that pole. That would be a good level to hold. Nonetheless, today has been pretty good. It's been different price action than we've seen, and that's a good sign to me. And if we close inside bar, that could be bullish too. Need it to be confirmed with a break of yesterday's high, that daily candle. So I'll look for next week to hold above 84 cents. Minutes till CNS close. Hour. GME new high on the day, up 5% on our beautiful fixed stock. Back to climbing up, please. I still need to roll these. If I don't roll it, I'm gonna get assigned. Price hasn't filled. This thing's gotta fill, that's crazy. If I go down one more, only getting like $20 to roll this. I'm at 3 cents now. If I go down to 2 cents, it's only $28 to roll it. It's like almost what it is in fees. Yeah, that's actually more than it is in fees probably. What are the fees on that for 40 contracts? Say here. I'll leave my 3 there, hopefully that fills. Volume on GME, less than yesterday. Continue to decline. Still greater than it was before. Earnings. This day was not 15 million. Did they up it again? Oh, I think that's what they changed it to. 8.9 and then they went to 15.8. That's a pretty bullish candle though on GME if the daily closes like that, just full bodied closing near the highs. I expect this to pull back by end of day though. SI kind of flushing down a little bit. Nothing too violent yet. It's up 56% still. $1.76 below VWAP. It's almost to that next support. I'd like to see it try and hold 17 area. There's SPY starting to come down. So in the future, this, now you'd be profitable on it. You can just wait until whenever. Might actually even get some daily GME puts just to have a little fun. Left the house and left the keys on the porch. Very convenient place to leave them though. Alright, I got some daily 23.5 puts on GME. So maybe now it'll rip for you. $165 on SI. I'm seeing kind of this top here and then kind of 160, so 170, 11, then 160. Also kind of supported by this level back here. SI has a Wyckoff distribution going on? Distribution or accumulation? Oh, you mean just this 5-minute intraday? I see a flush on GME down to VWAP. One fatty quick candle. Give me 100% on these options.
Broadly speaking, so definitely a lot of things to be excited about when you're looking at any of these companies here.
Okay, and Doug, I want you to go through those 3 names that you mentioned earlier so folks can really hear why you like Alphabet, Meta, and Splunk.
And do Wyckoff on a 5-minute time scale.
Alphabet,
I mean, that's just
they've got
ridiculous.
80% of the search market worldwide.
I know people do, but
get
it's
much more of a
that was
quasi-monopoly
pattern
than
was like
that.
weekly
And,
time frame,
30%
weekly
operating
candles over the
margins,
course of
6-7%
months and years even.
cash flow yield, and selling for 17 times forward earnings. Pretty reasonably priced, even though Alphabet is up 19% this year. We still think it's still severely negative over the last year. So, it has a long way to go. And Meta was one that really got beat up last year. It was down 50%, got cut in half. And it's come way back. It's up 70% so far this year. But again, still
trying to shake you out up here. We'll see what 3 o'clock brings.
And it's a similar type of
GME,
business
of course,
in
is holding
terms
up
of
with
its
it.
metrics, 40% operating margin,
New high on GME.
6% cash flow yield,
30% on these puts.
forward PE.
Well, you don't do
So
dailies.
these aren't expensive companies, but they're 2 of the best out there that are just generating huge amounts of cash flow,
Bed Bath with a green candle.
and selling at reasonable multiples.
I'm still seeing a top
And
here
then
on
a
SPY,
third
so
one, it's a little more adventurous. It's
hopefully we don't have to wait till the
called
last 10 minutes for my
and
puts.
they mine data in real time for companies so that they can help them operate more efficiently using that data. They don't yet make money, but they're more of a speculative name that has a lot of growth ahead of it. Huge growth last quarter.
Besides bouncing so far on this
39% revenue
first
growth.
resistance, I was saying 17.11.
They're one to watch, I would
Not
say.
sure if that'll hold or not, though.
Yeah, James, give me 10 seconds on the TikTok CEO
TikTok.
going to Congress. I mean, and how that might be good for some of our social media companies. I don't know if TikTok is gone.
GME new high. Look at that thing go.
I wish it was a good time, but the CEO certainly got buried by a lot of members of Congress. They were very critical of the company, understandably so, and it's something that we'll have to
The
continue
relative
to
strength
monitor.
on that to this buy.
Yeah, it's good to see you both, Doug and James. Thank you. Doug
380,
Astrock,
you're calling for that?
Exponential Investment Partners, and James Chernowski, Americans for Prosperity. Thank you both. Have a beautiful, safe weekend. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with me every single weekday at 11 a.m. and 2
strong.
p.m.
Very
Eastern
strong.
Time, right here
Daily
on the
candle's
TD
super
Ameritrade
good
Network.
looking.
Keep it right here. Oliver Rennick, Market on Close.
I think we'll get a wick up here, though. These contracts are down 42%. Theta decay and it going against me. PHI. Hi. Hour. Okay. That's true, power hour. Here we go. Let's see. The GME and SPY flush. Come on, SPY. Pull it down. Pull it down. He does it. VWAP's a long ways away. Take it easy. You don't have to do it all in one breath. Just let it out nice and slow. Okay, now go fast. SI holding that level nice. Phase 21%.
Are still down on the day by about 25 bips, but the KRE ETF, where we see all those regional banks, is up 2.5%. Now, of course, it's gotten demolished over the last couple days, but it is one of the biggest, most important movers in the session. There's also a bid in utilities, staples, healthcare. We will talk a couple of healthcare stocks later on throughout the show that have been working here lately. But it's basically a mix of kind of a safety trade today, utilities, healthcare, staples, but then also a little bit of actually a reversal back in to some of the strength for regional banks. Now, there's been a lot of chop here. Don't want to make too much of any single session, but this market this whole week has been really dabbling with potential severe regime changes and kind of getting left on a little bit of a cliffhanger here into the weekend, not knowing what traders should be looking at in terms of the relationships going forward and the trends going forward. I think it's a good way to think about
GME,
this, starting with the 10-year yield, which is at 3.4%, which is on the low end of where we have been. But as you can see, we put in higher highs and higher lows for the price of bonds. Of course, that would be the opposite for yield, but just wanted to show the price here of 10-year futures and the strength here of bonds. What's really important is that in the last day and a half,
candle here maybe,
we have seen tech start to slow a little bit, but bonds staying bid anyway. So the market's initial response to the bank situation after the government stepped in
order to close these,
fix the problem by plugging the links with liquidity, plugging the leaks with liquidity. The market quickly jumped into high growth tech, crypto, bonds, and basically a whole Fed pivot trade that we've seen so many times. It's usually fallen flat, but this time around there's been a lot of conviction that this is the real deal, that this is a economic event bad enough to cause the Fed to stop hiking. But we got the hike anyway, 25 basis points. And Powell tells us this week that there will be at least another 25 on the horizon. The market has a different view of the future. Right now, the market is saying there's going to be cuts pretty quickly. Now, we've seen the market say that many times over the last year and a half. It has always been a false signal.
It did.
When push comes to shove, inflation remains too high, employment remains too robust, and we end up getting more hikes. But the market is taking
the earnings coming next week is definitely sketch.
Perhaps
I'll probably wait.
That we got by doing 25 instead of 50 and projecting it out to cuts. Now, with that said,
for earnings if you're trying to do a range play, unless you're trying to play earnings
to buy tech,
in a
it's to
certain
buy
direction.
growth, it's to buy bonds. But then here, really, in the second half of this week, tech did kind of slow down a little bit and wasn't able to really break out. Chip makers today are down 2%. I mean, I'm talking like hairline level stuff on these charts. The bullish momentum generally is the way I would describe the short-term action in the NASDAQ and in stocks overall. But looking for that concrete breakout, we didn't get it this week. We didn't get chip makers ripping through 260 bucks. We got Bitcoin slowing down around 30,000. Gold kind of hit a wall here around 2,000 as well. These are all very important levels. Gold is a 3-year high. So I would say that generally speaking, though, gold is a huge winner throughout this past 10-day period.
You lose on it if it stays pretty flat.
Big moves in Bitcoin. You've had some pretty good moves in tech, but none of them are at multi-year highs, not even close. Gold is really trying to make a major breakout move here, or maybe it'll get rejected again. This is another example of what I'm saying, where we're kind of left here hanging a little bit going into the weekend without any major distinctive moves on this Friday. Gold kind of hanging in the balance, but definitely one you want to keep watching. It seems like gold works on a relative basis when inflation is the biggest concern. Last year, gold netted out neutral while stocks got killed, Bitcoin got killed, bonds got killed. So gold on a relative basis had a great 2022. And now gold this year is actually doing very nicely.
SI,
as we assess whether or
not
recession
risk
risk
that little support zone
is taking a bigger role than inflation risk.
On that.
That's what I was looking for this week to try and figure out if this market is taking the bank situation and applying it towards a view about recession that would cause people to buy bonds out of fear of recession. And that is what they're doing. But there still is this trade-off that's trying to happen as investors are buying bonds, pushing down the 10-year yield. They are also trying to buy stocks as a hedge as well. And that probably is not something that's going to make sense if we do get a deeper recession as a result of all of this. it's a very mixed message because today also bonds faded. Our 10-year was down at 3.3
Every few minutes I'm going to keep
earlier
backing
this
down
morning.
my order.
So bonds have faded basically throughout the day as there's been a little bit of an internal rotation towards the regional banks to some of the stuff that's been hurting the last couple days. The dollar is higher as well. So it's just a very mixed bag. It's a little bit convoluted. But overall, throughout this bank collapse, we have had general strength in equities, a lot of strength in bonds, a lot of strength in gold, and a risk-on trade in crypto and high-growth tech that hasn't quite gotten the escape velocity, but certainly could do it if bulls show some more momentum, but they just couldn't quite pull that off this week as we saw bonds fade, banks
pretty resilient
pick up the pace, and a little bit of shift here throughout the day with the NASDAQ now
Puts her up
lagging.
20%.
So really, I think no matter where you stand, you could probably take something away in your favor, depending on what your bias is this week. If you're a tech growth crypto bull, you don't hate what you see. And if you're trying to buy the dips on banks and fade the rally in bonds, there is some hope
down.
For you yet still. But it definitely is more in the category of hope for that trade than it is generally momentum in the favor of the tech trade
10-minute move, maybe,
and the Fed pivot narrative. Okay, Caroline Woods is with me here to kick things off. So the regional banks are, hanging in there today, Caroline. So I guess we can end on somewhat of a hopeful note this week.
Yeah, especially when you look at some of these names like KeyCorp and Truist, actually higher today and higher on the week, despite it being pretty turbulent. So financial stability concerns still very much a part of the narrative right now, but it seems like investors are starting to shake them off a bit, at least today. We are still seeing the big banks lower, aside from Bank of America. But in terms of the regionals, I mentioned KeyCorp, that's up 4% today. I'm looking at M&T up 2%. Zion is up about 3%. Truist up 1.5%. One of the regionals not taking part in today's rebound, if you will, is First Republic. Shares of First Republic off about 3.5% right now, off 48% for the week, 90% for the month. So obviously been a tough one for First Republic. But going back to the big ones, we kicked off the day by talking about Deutsche Bank. Shares are well off earlier lows, but still down about 3% there. Obviously after those credit default swaps jumped. No real catalyst, but adding to concerns about the European banking system as well. We heard from ECB President Christine Lagarde. She really tried to ease concerns, much like Powell and Yellen did here this week, saying Eurozone banks are resilient, strong capital and liquidity positions, and that they're willing to do what it takes to make sure that continues to stay that remain the case. But you can see here shares of Deutsche Bank still off about 3.5% today. So kind of a mixed picture in terms of the banks. It's been a really tough month, but we're starting to see a bit of a rebound, especially for those regionals. You mentioned the KRE, that's up about 2.5% today.
It's still going to come down. Just wait.
Not a bad little recovery here. It's not undoing the big moves, but that's okay. At least we kind of tourniquet the bleeding for an afternoon. And there's actually some pretty good optimism post-earnings in the home builders and a group that is very closely tied with the activity at regional banks through the lending and mortgages. KB Home, after its report, I mean, it's like 50 cents away from making a new high here.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, it's certainly doing well today, up another 2%. So when you take a look at the week to date, or the weekly gains, up almost 15% this week after earnings. Of course, beat on both the top and bottom line a little bit earlier this week, delivered strong 2023 guidance. Said for the long term, the outlook for the housing market remains favorable because inventory is still low. So analysts making some adjustments to KB Home today following those results. JP Morgan actually upgraded shares. Now they're neutral, so less bearish. Previously they were underweight, so not quite bullish, but they did bump their price target to $42.50 from $32.50. So KB Home currently trading at $40.35. So a couple dollars upside, according to JP Morgan. They say KB Home's valuation is moderately below its smaller cap peers. Pointed out also that it could continue to buy back shares after announcing that it had already bought back. In terms of Barclays, they bumped their price target to $51 from $42, kept an overweight rating on shares, so they're a bit more bullish. But analysts pretty mixed on this one in terms of the breakdown. about 16 analysts cover the stock. 6 have a buy rating, 9 have a hold rating, and there's 1 sell. The median price target is $44, so about $3.50 higher than where it currently trades. But this is a stock that's done pretty well, up about up about 1.2% this week, or up only about 0.2% this week, and Pulte up about 2% this week. So didn't talk a ton about the home builders this week, but they are winners on the whole today and for the week.
Okay. Pretty nice.
And I won't be able to do a video either. So also, if you haven't subscribed, do it. Hit the notification bell.
Fed pivot
I might have cut off now,
housing
but just
does
let you
so
know.
well.
You follow us on Twitter at HappyMoneyYT. Link to that's in the description. We will links in the description too if you don't have a brokerage. That's what this
It
is.
seems like the data here from KB Home is pretty strong.
And our Discord's
we know
pinned
people took advantage of the dip we had in rates to buy homes. And now wait till we see the data. I mean, look, it depends, right? Because on the one hand, we got this big rally in bonds. Mortgage rates are going to drop in a big way. So if people aren't scared by the banking situation, there's going to be people that really pounce on lower rates the last couple weeks.
That could be the case. You know, when you talk about the Fed rate cuts, though, I don't know, summer, when they're pricing those in, it seems very close. You know, as the weather here is getting nicer, summer feels like it's very, very close, and rate cuts seem pretty far away in my mind. But, you know, things have surprised me a lot this year, so maybe we'll be talking about cuts. But the Fed says that's not the case, and so I guess I would say I'll believe them until they actually start doing it.
All right, 50 degrees in New York, huh? A little excitement
I haven't been outside yet. It was still winter when I came to work, but I heard it's nice out there.
All right, well, I just looked it up. There's a big yellow ball on Google Weather, so I think that's pretty good.
I gotta get outside.
Yeah, all right. Appreciate it, Caroline Woods. Thanks. We'll see the closing bell. Let's bring in Jason Brown, president of Alexis Investment Partners.
Hold this till close.
All right, Jason, we got a little bit of a sunny mood here with
40%.
Stocks a little changed. We managed to tourniquet the bleeding in banks, I guess, at least as far as equities are concerned, as we got a nice little rally in regional banks. What do you make of that?
You know, regional banks, yes. Obviously, the banking sector, less so. I think the big picture here is you've got a resilient market in the face of, I think, just a lot of very defensive positioning. I think most of the real worries now have moved, basically into the realm where everybody's focused on that. So, including, I think, I'll call it the powers that be. So I just say that the realities of, are we going to see some slowing? Are we going to see some tightening? Are we going to, are we working through, kind of the idea that as the Fed has tightened, conditions have tightened, and now things are starting to break? Sure, that's absolutely what's happening. But I think we have to now also recognize that things may not then go from here to being as negative as people fear, and sometimes less bad is actually good. And I think people are starting to figure out where to go. I do think when it comes to the message of the bond market, that is an interesting one to me, just because I think as things calm, and let's say the Fed were to start cutting
next week
rates
might be
a little,
interesting.
I actually think that the implication of that would be a normalization of the yield curve, meaning that a lot of the market-based rates might go higher as Fed
GME closing up here
comes lower a little bit.
This is crazy. I don't
Maybe
think
that
so.
would be because
I think it's going to be
fears
below
that inflation
23.5
wouldn't go
at
away.
least.
But I think it's just more old-fashioned. If I'm going to lend money out, I'd like to get a return above inflation.
I don't know if we'll be able to get it below 23.
I just think there's a lot of panic here, a lot of rebalancing after a bad year last year. And I actually think I would be very cautious about
I think they'll be able to get below this one, but maybe not that
into
one.
the bond market at this point, other than to buy T-bills, things of that nature.
So when you say chasing in the
14
bond
days.
market,
Oh,
is that
no.
just pure bond trade, or all the implications that come with it?
Stuck with
Because
the
it seems
bullish
like
right
we
now.
still have this idea that when yields go down, all this tech
It
stuff,
changed with that up,
crypto, et cetera,
too
should
bad.
go up.
Buys, big green candle.
That's interesting. So I think that there's a lot of dynamics that are changing that could be long-term positives right now. One of them is, we've been living in a world of heavily manipulated interest rates for quite a long time now. And we may be finally transitioning, unlike we were able to do after the financial crisis, into more of a market-driven interest rate environment. I think as that sort of thing happens, a lot of things change. I think
like
the world
frames.
where capital is, where people have good balance sheets, they've kind of managed their businesses to where they took advantage
nice
of
webcam.
Or their individual situations where they took advantage of low interest rates, things of that nature, and they've got capital. I think it'll probably thrive as we move forward. I think the other side of it is if you've been relying on cheap capital, being able to access almost free money in order to sustain yourself, and that to me is a lot of the really highly speculative side of the world. That's going to be more challenging. And I think that's true whether you think in terms of, commercial real estate, what happens with certain loans they're reset. I think that's true in some of the biotech and more speculative tech space. So I just think
futures and put a stop, I've gotten stopped out there.
That on a long-term basis, though,
not as big of a move as I would have hoped.
Are
probably wouldn't have closed it on this little move though.
On a short-term basis, what I was really referring to is I just don't see a lot of value in intermediate term, whether it's corporate bonds at 5% or treasury bills at 3.5%, when you can get close to 5% on short-term T-bills, and more importantly, if your outlook is that inflation is going to be 2 to 3% at best, 2-3 years from now, why would you want to lend money out? I think if there's one thing we can learn by what's happening in the banks right now is, people say, oh, I can buy the bond and I'll just hold it to maturity. That's fine, but it's not necessarily a good investment.
Got it.
When rates go up.
Sure, makes sense. Jason, when you talk about kind of the risks associated with going into a speculative sector that we've seen over the last year, there's a lot of tech stuff that seemed like it depended on that low rate regime. How much did that story also translate and seep into the financial situation we're dealing with here? Are the banks that were really at the epicenter of this,
now, some of them.
Did those ultimately show us that some of that habitual yield hunt can backfire even in the financial sector?
It's an interesting way of looking at it. I think there's a lot of different dynamics in terms of the banking side of things. I'm not sure.
Don't have time to wait for 4 o'clock for this thing to work.
The pain in the banks is really about bad lending and loans not being paid back, or that we've really fully gotten to appreciate what tighter financial conditions kind of might look like. In other words, I think that's something that still has to play out in terms of defaults on some credits and just restructurings that probably need to take place. From folks when they have to start refinancing loans either at higher rates or at tighter conditions. So I think a lot of the issue in the banking system, in other words, was really more about when you lend money out at low interest rates and you hold securities, that if you hold to maturity, they'll mature at par, and then you do get a bank run, whether it's because of cash needs for running a business, or simply out of this case, some of it's just fear, panic, and
too. I mean, I got a short here,
and so forth. You lose liquidity, and I think that the steps that are being taken to improve liquidity solve
down, but it's probably going to be in the last 10 minutes.
From a banking perspective, we'll see from here if we're going to see a lot of defaults. But I think there's again a large segment of the borrowing that took place that's actually high quality loans. In other words, well collateralized and/or loans to folks with good incomes and low debt service. So I think the percentage of bad loans that's out there probably isn't really where the problem is. I think it's just a function, the banking problem anyway. It's just a function of confidence in the banking system, and I think it'll be resolved.
Okay. Sounds like an encouraging view for the economy, but maybe one that brings us some caution for the stock market and some of the sectors people have piled into, because there is still a mindset where people go, okay, there's a problem with banks. That's going to hurt the economy. That means cuts. Let me go speculate again.
High of the day.
That's not what you're saying to do.
No, I mean, I think that the higher for longer is
maybe
likely.
Okay,
I don't mean
we're
going much higher. The Fed's near the end of the tightening cycle. I think they're going to hold rates relatively high. You know, and I think in general,
my wounds.
You don't have to go speculate at the riskiest areas.
Don't do dailies
after a bear market like we've seen. I think there's a lot
of
other
the most
places
I had on those
you
was
can
like
go.
15%.
Stick
I
with,
didn't take it.
you know, reasonably high quality,
That
broad
was just on this
diversification.
stupid little move.
I think there's plenty
bullish.
of opportunity there. I would
trade the trend, trade the long-term range in the short term.
Long-term to pick stocks at the
longer
moment,
term, I see bullish on
just
SPY
say
still. That
look for
inverted head and
companies
shoulders.
that are going to be in a position to be able to buy
maybe we're just starting to see that in the
cheap
day today
assets
now.
from any areas that might be stressed. Certainly, we're going to be able to thrive there.
I don't know.
And if things don't turn out bad, are also going to
GME.
benefit just because of growth in their core business. And I think there's a lot of different types of opportunities there. And then when you look at other places, you know, home builders, as you mentioned before, and so forth, there's also a lot of businesses that just got beaten up so badly. And again, where you're starting to see signs that they found a new normal and they can kind of grow from here. So they're not at levels that they were at before, but they have, you know, businesses that are respectable
Big
and
break the
growing
level.
from here.
SPY's going for 400.
So there's going to be a lot of that.
400, but 395.68 broke that resistance.
All right, thanks a lot,
Right
Jason. Good
today.
to catch up. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Broke that level.
I appreciate the macro framework from the president at Alexis Investment Partners. All right, when we come back, let's get into some sector talk here for a group we haven't really been focused on the last week and a half. That's the cloud sector. Made a little bit of a move off the lows, but couldn't quite keep up with the bullish bounce in chip makers. So we'll talk about Okta, a few others here when we return.
No, everything's good. Maybe need refresh. BBY get a little bounce with that. I guess there's some good in that. Okay, just gonna roll. I up my limit on my GME call for January. Hopefully it gets filled with a pullback here at close. Otherwise I'll wait. And then BBBY roll. Thinking about just taking the shares. Hardly any credit to roll to next week. Rocky Spy Boa. We back. Is that WB? We back? Or Warner Brothers. Dude, how is this not filling? Do you guys ever like redo your order? I feel like it goes through sometimes. Just like renew it. They're like, oh yeah, that's right, you're waiting. And it fills. GME, not quite a new high yet, but close. Warner Brothers and HBO merge? I don't know. Welcome back to you. No, we've always been here. I'll name it SPY. Nice. Yep, there's your rip. New high on GME, new high on SPY. We're looking for a short squeeze next week. I think so. I think squeeze is on. See what happens at close. We've got about 30 minutes. I still didn't get filled on this. Bring it down more. That's crazy. 1 cent, dude. This doesn't even cover commissions. I don't think. How could I not get more? Doesn't. I'll go to the next expiration. We'll find it. I'll just try that. Go 2 weeks out. Silvergate holding that level nice. Deal beer. Your section for Ace, that's so generous. Now new high, yeah, now new high on GME. If you're looking for that 10-minute pullback, you're gonna see red candle there, that, especially not over 24. I don't see that happening. You might hold that 23.5 though. Free membership here section. This is the way. Can't fill it for 5 cents. I'll try 4. Jeez, man. Little red candle on GME. I do 3 cents. It's not fun playing with this many contracts. Just to get in and out is difficult, and then on each contract you're getting some slippage. You open or close it, and then you have commissions on each one. Give me 3 Buchanan's whiskey. Or is that Buchanan's whiskey? Buchanan's. I don't think that's how you spell Buchanan. I don't know actually. Not getting filled. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe I just let it assign. Assign to assign. Rum don't make you dumb. Or is it rum makes you dumb? BBY's chart looks good. I'm not going to recap video. Double bottom here. Very nice. Good volume on the rebound. Buying pressure. Looks like we're going to hold maybe a 5% green close on Bed Bath. And inside bar, which is a sign of a bullish reversal. Like to see it break yesterday's red candle to the upside next week and hold above there. So if we see that, then more confirmation of a bottom here. GME, very strong, very strong. So coming down now, those puts probably would end up working out. I didn't have time to wait for temperamental SPY GME. Might get some action next week, T+2 on Tuesday. Monday, don't expect too much, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we could start rallying on GameStop. The options again still aren't that expensive, so that at least is a benefit for people going along on them. I kind of expect BBY to maybe start moving up some too, at least getting out of this kind of little hole it dug right here. This drop right here from that reverse split news. So back up in that dollar range. That might come next week without news. We're also waiting on GameStop's 10K, which would come out today, tomorrow, next day. Might be news that this weekend on that, which could be a catalyst for BBY, could be a catalyst for something else, or even itself. I guess there's not a filing necessarily we're waiting on BBBY. However, the holders of the warrants now have liberty to share non-public information. So that could be coming out this week as well, as in conjunction with GameStop's 10K. So having exposure over the weekend kind of makes sense right now. There's an engulfing candle on GME on the 5-minute. Come on down. I might just let these shares get assigned. This is like what I'm seeing on BBY. The vote is not Monday, no. That's the record date for the shares. So if you wanted to vote, if you want to have the ability to vote, you have to have those shares purchased by yesterday, or T+2, which is Monday. But they didn't say they're going to actually have a vote, and they didn't say when the date would be even for the vote to split. So come Monday, they might come out with news. Hey, we're going to have a vote to split. Shareholder meeting on Friday, or sometime in the future, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe a couple of days, and it'll be on a vote to reverse split. Then you're gonna have however many days until then, and then you're gonna vote that day. But they're taking a record of how many people are holding shares to allow them to vote with that many shares. That record date's on Friday or Monday, but you had to have had the shares bought by Thursday. Have a good weekend, guys. Thank you, Ace, for your generous donations today. Very, very appreciated. And the new subs, thank you guys. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around. Follow us on Twitter at HappyMoneyYT, and link for our Discord is in the chat. Waiting for so long now, as many others. Some bullish news would be awesome. I mean, yesterday's news on BBY was bullish. Most of the filings they've come out with actually have been pretty bullish. Nothing like crazy bullish, but bullish. Black Monday? Maybe. Maybe. GME holding up this well is very crazy. Okay, dang it. I guess I'm gonna let these go. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get assigned shares. I think that was the majority vote too. I mean, the chart looks nice. I'll have more upside potential with the shares. So here we go. That'll be 4,000 more shares of BBY that I'm picking up today. And cost basis will probably be like $1.20 maybe. We'll see if it calculates that. But I gotta go. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you on Discord, see you on Twitter Spaces. We'll do some of that maybe this weekend. If you guys want to chat, let me know. And